at? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Behind the black curtain. Make sure you read that copyright disclaimer. Once and one time only. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get off your feet. We are back for another In the Pain podcast. Saturday edition, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Happy Saturday. Good morning.
Happy Saturday. Good morning. Good morning. Feels good to be back.
A little breakfast within the pain today.
A little
Got the Wawa coffee, dude. I'm good, man.
Hell yeah, man.
Ready to rock.
Dude, Wawa, for people who don't know, man, is probably the best thing that we have here on the East Coast.
Yeah, it's a lifeline.
Yeah. It's a lifestyle, I guess.
Yeah, it does. It takes a lot of your paycheck, that's for sure.
For sure, dude. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, this Saturday morning rendition of In the Pain podcast. I'm your host, John DiCaprio, and we are here for the next, about 3 hours and some change with
Give or take, yeah.
With this past week's. How's my mic sounding, dude? I feel like it's like clipping a little bit, but
Sounds all right.
Sounds all right.
Sounds all right in the headphones, yeah.
All right. Yeah, man, no Friday night show last night, man. Just, we were running into some, I guess, personal endeavors, I guess, so to speak. But nevertheless, we are back, better than ever.
We got the skeleton crew today.
Brandon saying, "What's up in the chat?
Yo,
How
Brand.
we doing, B, dude?"
We miss you, buddy.
We do miss you, man. He's taking a nice trip to Ohio, so safe travels today, Brand. Yeah, man, we got a great show lined up. Spotify, YouTube. I know we're not live on TikTok, but we do post clips to TikTok, and Facebook, everywhere else we're live. What's up? Glad to be back. I got the shades on. It's a new day. It's a new me sort of thing, and we're gonna try.
So
it out, man.
that's what happened last night. Is that why you got the shades on?
Yeah, I was debating.
Too much of this.
Too much, yo, bro. No, for real, dude. I like all the lights and shit. Like I can't today with the lights. But nah, man, it's good to be back. And joining me to the desk, we have Sir Mario holding it down. Back.
What's up, everybody? Good morning and welcome in. We got a lot to cover today, dude. This is exciting because this is the last weekend we have to suffer without football until February.
Let's give it up for football, dude. Hell yeah, football is back.
College football's already back. Yeah.
Football is back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, man. Football's starting. It's kind of ridiculous too because we were streaming on TikTok. Maybe like 2 months ago, and we were graciously told to just not do any sports. They're like, "Yo, we like the show, but no
cut
sports.
out the sports.
Cut
right.
the sports out."
Now, if you guys have been watching the shows from day one, or even if you've been tuning in the last few months, one thing we like to cover on this show is our sports.
Said sport.
We love our football. We love all the major sports. We love our Philly teams. We like to throw that in, especially at the top of the show with the early topics. That's something we like to talk about. So you know what? To you people listening on TikTok, we're going to see if you guys are real listeners of this show because we are going to talk some football today.
Fuck yeah, we are.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hell yeah, dude. I can't wait, man. Yeah, dude. I was telling you kind of outside, and this is our first show here. Let me turn this light off real quick. Boom. Boom with a 20%er. This is our first show in September, man. So give it up for September show.
Here it in.
So
is it time to break out the Green Day memes yet?
Oh, dude. Trending on Twitter the other day was, I think it was like "Wake Me Up" or something. I'm like, what the hell is this? I click on it. It's like Billy Joe Armstrong.
That's
like,
it.
You fucking got me again, Twitter. But
And it's funny, too, because that's such like a sad song.
Oh, yeah.
Like the context behind it's funny, like when people make that a meme.
Right. Yeah, dude, I love like all our older songs that get memed. It's like, dude.
Dude, I was there when it was a hit.
Yeah, right. But, yeah, man, so first show in September, man. It's going to be a good month. We have a busy month to get to this month, which we'll be talking about here in just a moment. So, yeah, man, a jam-packed September, a jam-packed show today. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a great show. Yeah, man, we are pretty jam-packed this month, dude. Just 2 short weeks.
Very busy September.
2 short weeks, man. We'll be taking the 10-hour trip down to the Carolinas, man.
Yeah, we got 2 shows now.
2 shows, yeah, man.
Yeah, we booked the second gig, so we're actually going to be in North Carolina on Friday night.
Go ahead, Mario. Explain what we got going on. I'm going to pull this flyer up on the screen.
Yeah, so if you want to, do you have both or do you have just the brew stock one?
Just the brew stock.
All right, well, that's okay because we did add a last minute show on Friday night. We are going to be in North Carolina, and then we are actually going to make our way down for Saturday, which is the main event we've had booked for months now. We are going to be playing Brew Stock 2022 and here it is. There's a flyer. So it's at Benford Brewing in Lancaster, South Carolina. So that's the QR code. If you guys are in the area, you want to grab some tickets, hit that QR code and pick them up and come hang with us.
Yeah, dude, scan it now. I'm not too good with the QR codes, man, just because, I don't know, it's like my camera doesn't capture it.
My biggest pet peeve with the QR codes
What's that?
is when you go to the bar or a restaurant and they make you scan for the menu.
Oh, dude, that's a pain in the ass, bro.
Like, that's the worst.
It's like, what are we doing here?
Like, dude, at least put it on a screen, the little screen where you can, like, pay, you can pay your bill.
Right.
At least put it on there or something. Like, if you're not going
it's
to
an
do a paper
inconvenience.
one, it's very annoying.
Well, think about if you're like an older, person.
And that's one thing we can all agree on
Right.
with the boomer generation.
Well, not even just boomers. Some boomers are okay with the tech, but no.
Oh, listen.
I'm talking about past
I'm a
boomers.
millennial boomer. I admit it.
You're a moomber.
I'm a moomber.
As they would say.
When it comes to technology, I know, like, the baseline to get by as somebody my age. And then there's
Nothing more.
Nothing more. And the generation after us can run circles around me with that shit.
You're right. Nah, but, for the generation that, I would say like 65 and older, man, just, picture this, man. You're going out to an Applebee's, you're 65. You want to take your husband or wife, married for the last 47 years. And all you're used to is a standard paper menu that's laminated.
Simple,
looks good, feels good. You could see it. You could visualize it.
See, that's the other thing.
It's tangible.
We talk about this with, like, physical media sometimes, too, even though it's going away. It's tangible. You can
Exactly.
You can hold an album. You can hold a movie. You can hold a menu.
And that hits different. You know what I mean? There's just something.
It's a different experience.
It's a whole different experience, dude. From food to music to from anything, dude. Digital's great, man. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of conveniences,
a lot of value in it.
But I feel like sometimes we overlook, some of the downfalls from, tech. And this is me sounding like a boomer now, but we overlook that for convenience.
Well, it's true. I mean, we've kind of set ourselves up to be too convenient.
Exactly.
In some
and that gets
instances.
dangerous.
Now, in some instances, that's good. I mean, we've improved and advanced as a society, but in other ways, you said it could be a dangerous, slippery slope.
For sure, dude. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to this, dude. I'm gonna fix this light real quick. But Mario, what I wanted to ask you, man, this is our first band trip, dude. Like,
yeah, and this is a big one too.
It's a big one.
This isn't like New York or something like that. This is like a trip.
We're going to the South, bro.
Yeah,
get some good home cooking and all that jazz. But no, man, I'm very excited, dude. Where would this? I guess for me, this ranks, I think, at the top. I don't care if there's 50 people at the show.
For you, it's the experience of traveling, especially that far,
right,
to play a what's supposed to be a pretty big gig,
right. And now we're playing two. Granted, the first one is a little less. It's not a festival, but it's
more of like a small. I think it's a house show, actually. I'm pretty sure, which is pretty cool. I mean, they're always fun,
right? But no, what I wanted to ask you, where would this kind of rank? Because I know you've been, playing shows, and you've played at a lot of really big venues. So where does this rank in? I guess
this would be at the top for me. I mean, because the biggest shows that I've played have all been kind of local. I mean, we played the Vultures Lounge in Philly with the Crowley, and that was pretty big. We played at Reverb in Reading, PA, which isn't too far either. That was a big show. But this is definitely at the top for me, man, because this is. Like you said, we're going down south. We're traveling like 10 hours. This is setting up to be a pretty big gig. I mean, I saw there's like a radio station attached to it. There's little record labels. There's all these vendors. So it should be a big one, man. This is definitely like, I've been anticipating this for months, so I'm stoked, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait for this, man. Just like I said too, because it's the first time really traveling outside of the tri-state area. To a show that is one is it's going to be it's a festival, but two, what do we like doing here on this show?
I was gonna say, who doesn't like drinking beer?
Drinking beer and playing music.
Yeah, we're set, man. This is like tailor made for our band.
Yeah.
But it's exciting because this is like really my first taste of like quote unquote touring.
Right.
I mean, I haven't really had the luxury with bands in the past to really go out on tour, so this is kind of the closest thing I've had to that so far. So I can't wait.
Yeah, man, it's going to be exciting. Here, I'm going to get our other flyer up here on the screen in just one moment here. So bear with me. Then I got to fix this. Well, we're gonna dive into our first shot. I'm sipping on some coffee this morning. I know you got the Wawa
you
coffee.
inspired me with the hazelnut creamer.
Yeah,
because
you got some
I drink
hazelnut?
my coffee black, hot coffee, and it's funny you mentioned hazelnut because that's actually my favorite creamer at Wawa.
Dude, hazelnut rips.
So I was like, you know what? I grabbed the little carton. I'm like, I get that for John. Then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I was like, we're doing a Saturday show. This is kind of a rare occasion. I'm gonna do a little rare occurrence of my own. I'm gonna get me some hazelnut.
Well, we're doing the Saturday show, and you're stepping out of your element. What's your usual go-to, I guess, creamer? Or no, you just drink it black.
I drink it black. I mean, I'll at work, I make a pot of coffee and just fill my glass or my mug.
See, that's surprising because I've been over to your place, and Em, she always has the creamer.
Always has the big thing of creamer, and there's always like 2 or 3 flavors in the fridge.
Yeah.
So it's funny because I'm always buying a bunch of creamers that I don't even know what they taste like.
Oh shit. That's got to be tough, bro. I would have to taste them.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried a couple of, like, there was an Oreo one we got that was really good.
That's probably lit.
Because like for me, creamer, like I save that for when I drink iced coffee.
Right.
So like for me, hot coffee, I've always just liked it black. I mean, even when I go to the diner, like to me, like a black coffee with some eggs and like scrapple is like the perfect breakfast.
That sounds super fucking boomerish, bro.
Dude, and it is. It really is.
It is, dude.
This is what I was saying before. This is Moonber Saturday.
Dude, all you're short of, man, is a newspaper and like a cigarette in the diner, and you could paint the image of like a 1940s.
You want to laugh?
Oh, sure.
I've actually read a newspaper in 2022.
No shit, dude. What was it?
So
Temple?
Well, no. So I had to take M to the Inspira in Mullica Hill, the hospital.
Right.
And I was sitting in the waiting room, had my headphones in, was just scrolling on my phone. I'm like, all right, nothing interesting on social media. I actually picked up the sports section and was reading about Eagles training camp and the Phillies.
There you go, dude. Hell yeah.
I was like, dude, I haven't held a paper in so long.
You're probably one of maybe, I'd say, 100,000 people in 2022 who've read.
And dude, I was like, you know what? I took it home. I actually took the paper home and read the whole sports section and then threw it out when I was done.
Dude, you should laminate it, man, because like everything else, everything's going digital, even these newspapers.
As a former journalism student at Temple, I can respect print journalism for what it is and what it used to be.
Yeah.
And that was a cool little moment there. But yeah, man, it's a shame. It's people say it's a dying industry. I mean, say what you want about some of the agendas with some of these news outlets, it is kind of dying, but it's more of an evolving industry. I mean, now it's all digital.
Sure.
It's all social media.
Yeah.
I mean, and we even on what we do now is kind of what journalism was years ago.
Right. Yeah, man. And just a way to connect with people. I mean, again, it goes back to the convenience method, man. Everything is just, it's made to be more simpler. So we get the newspaper now, but instead of having to go outside and go to your local, supermarket or whatever, we're just looking at our phones and subscribing to whoever. I guess it is what it is, man. But yeah, dude, I think the whole the mainstream media landscape is dead. Essentially, well, we have a couple clips too from. So we got Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers on the Joe Rogan Experience, which was actually a pretty good interview. A little awkward at times, but a pretty good interview.
I feel like that's probably a good back and forth.
Yeah. I mean, they had a couple awkward moments in there. But we'll watch it and break it down. But what I wanted to get to was, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp, two guys who, especially Skip, and I used to actually like Skip maybe 10 years ago or so.
I still watch Undisputed. I still enjoy that back and forth with Skip and Shannon. But man, if anybody watches Skip Bayless and is not in on the joke with some of the things that he says and does, you're missing the point.
Yeah. No, for sure, man. I guess he's like that, because that's the character
he's the contrarian.
He's the contrarian. But my real thing is with, I guess, the whole mainstream whatever media is like, I guess Skip was like that, and I'm just using Skip as an example, but a lot of people, I guess, have kind of gone through this. But Skip maybe was at one point that contrarian type and maybe, would go against the grain. But now it's like, when you're on major news networks like that, dude, you're not able to just say what you want to say. So like my whole thing is everything that we watch is pre-scripted and pre-written, and it's gone through. People have to evaluate it like 47 times before it reaches the online, or the air, I should say.
It's actually the same with radio. I mean, I have a friend who used to intern at WIP, and he would tell me stories that, like, you listen to, like, Angelo Cataldi's show in the morning, for example, and you hear him, the way he'll say something that'll stir the pot. And you may listen to it as a caller and be like, dude, what are you thinking? That's the craziest take I've ever heard.
Right.
It's the hottest take ever. But, behind the scenes, he's like, watch this. I'm going to say this, and watch the call thing light up.
The reaction.
And it does. I mean, people call in, they're like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, it's crazy.
And that gets a little dangerous as well, because it's like, now all of a sudden you find yourself, instead of like actually being invested into your opinion, now you're just doing it for the clicks.
Right. And you're pigeonholing yourself into that like shock jock. Like people know that they're not going to take you seriously.
Right. Yeah, man. So it's interesting. We have that coming up. A little Undisputed clip to play for you guys. JRE, Aaron Rodgers coming up. A little Impulsive coverage. And if we have time at the bottom of the hour, or at the bottom of the show, rather, we're going to get to our, I guess, our favorite hated podcast, I guess, is the best way to describe it.
Yes.
And The Fighter and the Kid.
Apparently, we're big Brennan Schaub fans here. So.
Allegedly.
So we got to play our boy, we just got to give the people what they want. We're gonna provide some dick riding for you today.
we got to give them, we got to give them the credit he deserves.
We got to give Ben Pixels their due.
Ben Pixels.
They already don't like us.
They're on the chopping block today, Mario. There it is. All right, let me fix this light, Mario. I got up on screen here another flyer, which is another pretty big show we got coming up in October. Pumpkin Fest 2022. Mario, why don't you let everyone know? I'm going to fix this light. What we got going on.
So Pumpkin Fest, we are playing a Halloween party show, and that is going to be October 15th, and that's going to be in Millville, New Jersey. The address for that is on the flyer. We are going to be sharing that around on all of our socials. So that's us, Cheer Up Dusty, Clay Kickers, Vanish Serenity, The Scuffs, Fading Radiance, Valentina, our boy Landon Axel, Gladly, and Violet Moon. So, yeah, come on out to that. It is $20, but with the $20 cover, you get access to the show and you get food and drinks all night. So that's a pretty good deal for $20.
Yeah, dude. And it's sick, too, bro. The venue that, they got over there in Millville for Pumpkin Fest.
Oh, it's awesome, dude. It's like a big open field, big stage. It's really cool.
This is actually my third year playing. Last year we played with Win by 2. But the first year I played with... Mitch and Landon Axel. It was me, Nick, and Liam. And dude, the first year, man, was
you guys said it was packed, right? It was like,
dude,
there was a couple hundred people,
phenomenal, bro.
And that's for like a DIY punk show. That's pretty cool, man.
And well, I think at the time, man, it was only like Landon Axel. I forget one of these bands were on there too. It's that one of the heavier bands. I forget which exact band though. But it was them and like a DJ and maybe like an acoustic act or something. And the amount of people that were there was, just insane. I'm like, dude, this could be something bigger.
And that's what I'm hoping this becomes, because like, Mitch is involved with the booking process and getting this whole thing set up. So if we can kind of get our foot in with this and make this like kind of our yearly thing, it'd be cool, man. Because like locally, it'll really draw in a lot of people, and we can always have our friends come and play, and it'd be great, man.
Well, we can not only do that, but in the fall for Halloween and everything like that. But, we could do it like, twice a year, every 6 months, fall and spring or summer kickoff.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Last year was a little challenging though. I wasn't personally involved with the booking. I forget exactly who was, but
there's a couple factors. It was still coming out of COVID.
Well, there was that, but also too, it was the same day as Electric Halloween. So,
around here, the Electric Halloween, that's the big draw.
Right. So, obviously, you're gonna go to Electric Halloween, which I don't blame you. But now we're trying to put on, something that's, not only, I guess, accessible for people who like music, but just if you want to come out and have a party, have a good time, and just enjoy Halloween.
It's basically just a keg party with a couple bands playing.
Right.
So, yeah, it'll be fun, man. I always enjoy these DIY shows because, like, it's up to the bands themselves to, like, it's completely up to the bands. Like, there's no, like, promoter that's, like, here you go, sell this many tickets and like get back to me. If you don't, oh well, you're not going to play, or you're going to play first at whatever time.
Right.
And so it's cool, man. Like, and you always get a bigger draw because the bands promote it and their friends, they hear about it, they hear it's a party. Everybody likes Halloween parties. Come in costume, by the way, too. We forgot to mention that.
Yes.
We still got to figure out our costume. We got to coordinate.
I have a couple ideas. Yeah. Where we're gonna go. South Park being one of them, I think would be really.
If
dope.
we do, I got to be Cartman.
Yeah, of course.
It's our request.
You could probably do a phenomenal Cartman, by the way.
Let's see if I can do it. Ready?
How would you like to suck my mouth?
There it is, bro. Fucking right, Mario, with the impression, bro. Yeah, so South Park was just one. I was thinking of Teletubbies, maybe another one.
Dude, that'd be great.
But, we have some time to kind of figure that out. I think what we're going to do is, man, I think this is a pretty solid idea. But what we can do is for, like, best costume, do a prize.
Yeah, like that's a good idea.
Yeah. So maybe we could try to work that out in the details. But, yeah, man, that's October 15th. It's going to be a fun time, man. Live music all day.
It starts at 12 p.m.
12 p.m.
So come on out. Get there early. Come hang. It's going to be a good time.
We're the last band to play, so we have a lot of good stuff in store, man. And then minus these two shows, don't we have a Battle of the Bands as well coming up?
We do. I got to get more details about that.
Okay,
I haven't really heard anything, so it was rescheduled from August.
Right.
And supposedly the new date is September 24th. So it's supposed to be on the quad in the middle of campus at Jefferson University.
Okay, sick.
So we'll be out in Philly. Actually, we'll be at my brother's school, which is cool because he's on the radio station crew there.
Right.
And he had let me know about it.
Shout out to Chris.
Yeah, shout out to Chris, man, if you're listening in. He told me about it. And the girls setting it up, they're very nice. I was on a Zoom call with them. They were kind of giving us the rundown, me and a couple of the other band members. So it was cool. So, I mean, I hope we hear more back because supposedly the top prize is like $300 and you get played on MMR.
That's dope.
I wouldn't mind being played on WMMR. That's awesome.
And a little cha-chang.
Can't go wrong, man. Help us out. We got videos to pay for. We got merch to pay for.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, man. This fall, this Christmas time, man, Win by Two. We're in the studio, as some of you may know, getting ready to put out our new EP. But for Christmas time, man, what a better gift to get some Win by Two merch.
That's right.
Brand new merch line that's going to be released probably within the next, I would say, few weeks here as the EP is getting ready to
I can't wait to
debut.
see the design work we have.
Oh, yeah,
being
dude.
sketched out right now. I'm excited for that.
I think it's finished. I think we just have to get it over. But man. So man, get your family, get your friends some Win by Two merch this year for the holidays. Do it right. Support local music. Man. So we have a great show to get into today. I was gonna say tonight because I'm so used to being Friday, but it is.
We're adjusting. It's okay.
It is Saturday, man. So take your coffees.
That's right.
Sip it away.
A little sip for the brain fuel.
Some good coffee.
Right.
Why don't we get into our first shot? Even though it's Saturday morning, dude, we still taking shots here. It's In the Pain podcast, bro.
Hey, man, we're kind of on vacation anyway, right?
No, 3-dayer, bro.
That's right.
Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, man. So let's get into our first shot of the day, and then we'll dive into the rest of this past week's news topics. Let me just make sure. All right, that's what I want to click out of. Cool. All right, boom. That's good. Looks good. All right, let's get into our first shot.
All right, man. Let's kick off Labor Day weekend.
So this, obviously, staple here on the podcast. It's only fitting for a Labor Day weekend, which, by the way, happy Labor Day to everyone out there. But Jim Beam going to be joining us today on the desk. Staple on this show. Last week we had Four Roses.
I got to try that. Yeah, after we do the shot, I think I'm going to pour myself a glass of that. That looks good.
So we got the Four Roses. We got the Jim Beam chilled. We got the Jim Beam non-chilled. And we still got the infamous blue bottle that everyone loves.
The St. Liberty Mary's 4 grain. It still lives on.
Still, yeah, to this day.
Believe it or not, even though it's not chilled, this bottle of Jim Beam's still like kind of cold. So I'm good on that.
You're good on that, Jim?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do... what do you feel, Mario? You want to do a coffee mix shot, or you want to do a Red Bull mix shot, or a straight mix shot?
You know what?
What do you feel?
A little whiskey with the coffee. I used to do that in college when I used to go to like the big like lecture hall classes.
Right.
I'm probably like incriminating myself at this point now, but it's okay. I'm graduated.
Gotcha, bitch.
Dude, nothing beat a little bit of little cinnamon whiskey.
Ooh.
Just put a little fireball in the coffee, dude. It hit
That's solid, dude.
at 9 o'clock in the morning. That hit just right.
That's like a level up, essentially, right there.
That's it.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. All right, so let's do a little coffee in the whiskey. So we got the whiskey here.
Let's do it.
Just dump it right in there. Let's make a mix match.
A little Irish breakfast.
There you go, man. It's not in the Pain podcast without some shots, man. Here, let me make sure this is all wiped off. I should probably had gotten some towels. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to another In the Pain podcast. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in, watching, all that jazz. If you are drinking, please drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive. I have to say that because you'll have some people that watch this show and they'll be like, well, they said take a shot and now I'm driving.
Right.
So
Remember, guys, it's Labor Day weekend. Call an Uber, call a Lyft, call your friend.
There you go.
Don't drive.
There you go. Safe travels, everyone, this Labor Day weekend. Mario, what does the board like to say?
Mazel tov!
There she goes,
baby.
Cheers.
Come on, baby. From my family to yours, mazel tov. Beautiful.
Well, that was good. That was delicious.
You missed your chance.
Oh, here we go. It'll come back around. All right, I'm ready for the next one. Here we go. Ready? Boy. Dude, that's a great way to start the day.
Hell yeah.
Because we usually finish our day with that. That's got me pumped, dude. I'm ready. Take a little toke of the pen real quick.
Bang. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into In the Paint. Hell yeah.
That's right. Gather around, pull up a seat.
You are now in the paint. Thank you. You're too kind.
Let's standing
You're just too kind. All right, sit down, shut up, get out of here. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Let's have a great show today. So let's go to our first, I guess, really big, not really news story, but it's just really, I guess, on a lot of people's minds this week. You know, like I said, we have Labor Day weekend on Monday. Summer's coming to an end, but it's sort of bittersweet, man. I was kind of telling you this earlier, man. This is like my, I guess, most favorite time of year, but also at the same time, it's like kind of a bummer because you got summer ending, no more beach, no more, chicks and fucking.
I know, dude. I haven't taken one short trip yet.
You haven't taken a short trip, bro?
Dude, not yet this
year.
Are you
serious?
I go to Ocean City every year. I'm planning on going at the end of the month.
What are you waiting for?
I'm gonna
go.
Dude, I got to do the local summer this year.
Man.
I had to pass up on the shoe bee season because
dude.
It's been
Slacking.
too busy, man.
No,
I
hear
moved
you.
with the move and everything, and yeah. But no, I'm the same way, man. Like I always get this bittersweet feeling as well, where it's like summer's winding down, but then I know in my head, like, all right, this week I got my draft coming up. I'm in a league with my coworkers.
Fantasy
That's gonna
football.
be fun. Yeah, fantasy football draft. Right. We got week 1 on Thursday. So, dude, I'm ready, man.
Who's that? The Bills and who's playing opening day, bro?
It's week. I think it is. Yeah, I think it's the Bills.
It's the Bills and somebody. I
gotta pull up the schedule.
I'm gonna say
here.
maybe the Bills and the Bucks, possibly. Bills and Bucks Thursday night. Can I get an amen?
You got it's a Bills Rams week
Bills
1.
Rams.
That's
okay.
a good matchup though.
I was close enough.
I think it's, dude. I will say, man, everybody's been a surefire thing on the Bills this year. What do you think, man? The AFC.
The AFC, man, honestly, is probably a little tougher than the NFC.
Especially right now, I think so too.
Especially right now. I mean, you got the Bengals up in the north. You still have in the east, you still got the Patriots. The Dolphins, upgraded the team tremendously with Tyreek Hill. They still got Jalen Waddle.
I still couldn't believe they were playing their starters against the Eagles in the preseason. Like, they played like a quarter plus, I think. They almost played a full half.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, they got a lot of young talent down there in Miami this year.
Tua's throwing a Tyreek Hill against like third string corners. Like, what's going on out here, man?
Well, you know, you know what you just sounded like, bro. Who was it? Denny Green on that post conference.
You want to crowd them? Crowd their ass. They are who they thought they were.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all-time great coach press conferences. It's like, oh, that's up there all time.
Between that and I think what the hell is his name? Not Jim Mora, dude.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
Yeah.
Jim Mora.
Yeah.
Okay.
Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
But yeah, man. So Thursday night, obviously kicking off the NFL Week 1 with the Bills and Rams. Yeah, man. So, you know, this bittersweet feeling, you know, we got the summer coming to an end, but we got, you know, football season, you know, right on the heels of, you know, we're right on the heels of football season. So, I mean, on one instance, it's like, okay, it's kind of a bummer, so to speak, but, you know, we do have football Thursdays, Sundays, Mondays now. So, I mean, we got our football drafts coming up, Mario. Mine's tomorrow. Yours is Wednesday.
I think it's Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, I got to check.
Any prospects you're looking at this year? I mean,
See, all right.
what's your thoughts this
So
year,
I'm in a
Mario?
tough spot right now. So I want to shout out one of our listeners on the show, Angela.
Shout out,
who is
Angela.
a good
What's up?
friend of mine. We are in the same league. She informed me through a text the other day that I am dead last in the draft order.
Oh,
So-
that was this year.
This year, yes. So this upcoming draft.
shit.
So what happened was when my friend had sent me the link as the commissioner to join the league. I joined, and ESPN auto-populates the divisions for the draft order.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, cool. 10-team league, I'm fourth. That's not too bad. That still kind of fits my draft strategy that I go with, which I'll get into a little more as we get into this later. But so she texted me about a few days ago. And she's like, check out this draft order. And I looked, and I'm just like, I got railroaded. I am last. They picked out of a hat because what happens is ESPN auto-populates it. And they were like, look, we want to do it
They
fair.
give you a draft pick.
Right.
Right.
Let's be fair. Let's draw it out of a hat.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm last. I mean, I guess it's good because I get the first pick of the next round
See-
because it snakes back around. But
I would protest that, dude.
it's
that.
tough, man.
No, because that's a little sketchy.
That's false advertising.
No, it is because you know it's pretty fair because ESPN generates and it's non-biased, so they don't like.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So it's like, why did you have to do it again?
My buddy Chris, who's the commissioner, dude, if you're listening, I'm investigating you, man.
Oh,
You're
shit.
pulling some Roger Goodell shit on me.
Oh shit! No one gets anything
right.
over on me, man.
That's right.
But no, that's pretty unfortunate.
I'm
dude,
just gonna have to
because
take it out on the league now. That's it. I'm on a warpath.
You're on a fucking
That's it,
mission,
man.
dude, from hell or God
That's
or
it.
whatever. But no, dude, that changes your strategy completely, dude.
Oh, big
because,
time.
You know, you're drafting 4. You're drafting really pretty much in the middle of the pack for a 10-team league.
Because I don't know how
every
you do
time.
yours. I usually try to go because obviously now with the NFL being the way it is, it's an offensive first league.
Right.
You got it, and you got to get your receivers. You got to get your running backs at the top. Then you kind of wait maybe third or fourth round. You grab a quarterback. Somewhere in the middle to the bottom, you grab a defense. You know, unless you have like just a stingy all-pro defense, which really that in the NFL nowadays, it's hard to get a defense that's really going to get you many points.
Right, right.
Because you know you're scoring into the 40s now. It's like, you know, you just kind of you can kind of get by on a defense week to week, even if you got to pull from the waiver wires,
Yes.
whatever.
Yes. That's kind of where I'm at with it, man, because it's so hard, you know, like you were just saying, dude, anymore with defenses, you know, being a stout defense. I mean, unless they're playing like teams like, I don't know, the Detroit Lions or the New York Jets.
Right.
You know, that's really the defense you want to kind of go after. But, you know, the days of like, you know, we were saying earlier, like the John Lynch, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, you know, defense of the Buccaneers or the Ray Lewis, Terrell Suggs.
We grew up as Eagles fans. We grew up watching that 2000s defense with Jim Johnson as the coordinator.
Probably all time, that's probably one of the top 10 defenses of all time, I'd say. Probably close to it. I mean, but you don't have that anymore. You know what I mean? So it's, you almost have to play it on a weekly kind of basis. I mean, you could draft, you know, I guess the best defense. Who do you think the best defense is this year? I mean, the Rams?
I guess you could say the Rams. You could say, I mean, the Bucks got a pretty good defense.
Ravens, I guess you can't
Yeah.
forget about. Steelers. I mean, they're always good.
And even with those teams, I mean, you're talking like one linebacker, you're talking like somebody on the defensive line's a stud.
Right.
There's never like that. There's not that complete defense anymore where it's just like a stout defensive line, ball hawking corners and safeties, hard hitting linebackers. It's kind of like, you know, a lot of. I mean, we've seen it here with the Eagles. It's a lot of like play the sticks, give them the middle of the field, but don't bend, but don't break in the red zone. So yeah, like with defenses, you kind of just you can wait. You can really wait around the draft.
Yeah, you know, they're a dime a dozen, man. So you know, taking the defense too early, I think that will come back and burn you. You know, my strategy really though for this year, I guess, would be looking at the running back position pretty much every year too, because you want to have one of the top, I guess, 5-7 running backs. Because if you don't, man, you know, your team, you know, I feel like will be hurting. You could have 3 really good wide receivers, but if your running backs are super weak, then it kind of offsets anyway. You know what I mean?
Right, because you think about it when, you know, when you have a top running back, they're going to get a lot of touches. You know they're going to score a lot in the red zone. And, you know, when, like you said, you could have top receivers, but what if your top receiver only gets 3 targets that game because he was a decoy most of the game? Then you're kind of screwed. And it sucks too. Like if you don't have a top running back, I've had to do this in years past where I haven't been able in the draft order to really get a top running back. So I've had to like, all right, this guy's like middle tier, and if I get his handcuff, the other guy, if they do a running back by committee situation, I'll make up my points there.
And that's most teams.
And it's hard. I mean, it's a grind, and it really kind of makes you have to sweat it out because you got to really hope. Like, okay, you got to hope. Like, you know, we're not really a running team. Whoever this running back's team, they're not a running team. You got to hope this running back by committee gets it done for you.
Yeah, man. You know, running backs, I think, you know, are really the staple to an offense outside the quarterback. Obviously, the ball flows through the quarterback's hands every snap. But outside of that, man, if you can establish a great running game, you know, it's look at like, you know, Indianapolis last year. Granted, they weren't a great team, but they were super competitive because of Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor had a career year, and they were, I mean, we see it here with Carson Wentz. They were a quarterback away from walking into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to beat Jacksonville to get into the playoffs.
And they upset you.
That's
at home.
Almost any other team in the league, that's an in situation, a win and in.
Yeah.
I mean.
And they were winning.
And they were.
Like 17-0, I think.
And you know, like you said, it really shows what a top running back can do. I mean, you see that for years with the Titans with Derrick Henry, especially now with, you know, them trading us A.J. Brown. You're going to probably see him get a lot more touches.
And, you know, I know Julio was at the downside of his career, but they lost Julio. They lost A.J. Brown.
Right.
Now, granted, they did pick up, I believe, Robert Woods went to Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's a good pickup. I mean, he's been great for the Rams for years. That's good. It's a good pickup.
But the you know, the ball, you know, if you have a good running game, man, you can control the tempo, you can control the clock. And, you know, if you're playing somebody, you know, like the likes of Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, you know, Aaron Rodgers, you want to keep the ball out of their hands. So what better way to do that than to have a good running game? So
exactly.
That's why I think, you know, getting one of the top 5 to 7 running backs this year, I think is going to be super critical. I think that really will shape your team. You know, and from there, it's kind of really a crapshoot, man, because I think wide receivers, you know, we were talking about dime a dozens. Wide receivers, man, there's like 2 good wide receivers on every pro NFL team this year. It's there's so many good wide receivers, bro, across the league.
Yeah, there's going to be a good pool of receivers to pull from. I'm not, like I said, even for me being late in the draft, I think I'm going to be able to pull a receiver.
Oh, dude, easily.
For sure.
Easily, dude.
Now, a question on running back situation.
Shoot.
Actually, 2 questions.
Shoot.
One, how do you feel about Christian McCaffrey this year? I think that's an easy play. I think you just have to, even with his injury history, that's a safe pick. I want to get your thoughts on that.
Here, give me both, and I'll answer.
All right, so then that's the one, and then 2. This is an NFC East question.
Okay.
Do you still take Ezekiel Elliott or Saquon Barkley towards the top of the draft, like in years past where they've been a top 5 to 10 running back?
Right.
Because I feel like my answer to that is a maybe.
Well, all right. So let's start with the Christian McCaffrey question. I'm a big Christian McCaffrey, kind of guy, and I believe they acquired Baker Mayfield in the offseason. So that should
playing the
help,
Browns week 1 too, I think.
which should be a very interesting
Great,
matchup.
yeah, it's a great story.
I think Baker Mayfield's career, not career, but season will be dictated on that week 1 performance. You're playing against your ex squad. If your ex squad, it's like an ex girlfriend. If she comes out and fucking, she sees you out in public and makes an ass out of you, well then you're fucking.
It's like seeing your ex on the date with the new guy,
Right.
and do you either just ignore them and walk away, or do you kind of like stay like just far enough to where they don't see you, but you're following them around?
Puff your chest up and do a
Right.
little
Or
Andrew
you walk,
Tate.
yo, bro.
Yeah, do a little Andrew Tate
Top
action.
G action.
Top G.
Oh God.
But it could be, really made. Your season could be really made in that week.
It's
1
a good mental
performance.
test for
Yes.
the first week. I mean, like you said, you're taking over a team that has had quarterback struggles post Cam Newton.
Right.
Even return of Cam Newton.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and everything that's going on with Cleveland, they've had a crazy offseason. So, he's going to want to stick it to Cleveland for that with the whole Deshaun Watson situation.
Right, which Deshaun Watson obviously, suspended for 11 games this year?
Yeah, I think he's got 11 or 12. Yeah, 11 games.
And he already missed the whole season prior. Your thoughts on that are kind of, I'm not really too concerned with that. But back to the Christian McCaffrey thing. I think Christian McCaffrey is a top 5 running back when on the field. The only problem is the last 3 or 4 years he hasn't played a complete season.
Right.
And that's scary because you're using one of your top or the top number 1, draft pick in your fantasy league. And if you burn that on Christian McCaffrey for somebody who's only going to be on the field for like 6 games, well, you could pretty much kiss your season goodbye. I mean, it's very hard to make up for a number 1 draft pick, and then your number 1 pick gets hurt and is gone. It's very hard to kind of regain, I guess, the momentum that you had.
So if you're in like the top 3 picks, would you go like Jonathan Taylor,
1,
Derrick Henry?
probably. I would say Derrick Henry would be a 3.
Now, would you put McCaffrey in that top, or would you have him like top 5?
Top 5. Top 5
Definitely,
for sure.
definitely top 5.
Definitely top 5. I would say probably Austin Eckler.
Yeah, it's a good. I forgot about Austin Eckler. That's a good call too.
Especially for PPR leagues, which most people do now. But Austin Eckler, man,
And they're most running backs, especially, are most important for PPR leagues.
That's
Man, all those
right.
touches are.
well, they could do both.
That's money.
They could do what receivers can't. They could run the ball, 20 times a game,
And
while
go out,
getting
and go
7
out
catches.
for passes, right?
So, running backs are important. And for that reason, Austin Eckler, I think I put him ahead of Derrick Henry this year. But, Christian McCaffrey's in that sort of same space as an Austin Eckler. I'm looking here on this ranking, and they have Jonathan Taylor, McCaffrey, Eckler, and then Derrick Henry is the next running back. They have Cooper Kupp at 4 and then Henry at 5. So, yeah, man, I'd probably stay away from McCaffrey if you could. Now, granted, if you have like the number 6 pick, 7 pick,
It's worth it. It's worth taking the flyer.
you,
for sure.
you take that risk.
Absolutely.
Now, to answer the second part of the question with Saquon and Ezekiel Elliott, first of all, let me just say this: my bias is completely kicking in right here. I'm an Eagles fan at heart.
Oh, listen, we're both diehard Eagles fans, and I'll be the first one to say it. Miles Sanders is a middle of the pack pick because you may get 700-800 yards out of him, and for him that's solid because I really feel like a lot of his draft status kind of got overrated, and that's not fair to him.
Right.
He's been solid.
Yeah,
he just has to stay healthy too.
Yeah, he has to stay on the field.
Yeah, so like you said, getting out of the way now. Objective biases aside. However, go ahead.
So Zeke and Saquon. First of all, Saquon, another one who's been riddled with injuries. But you top that off with him being on, just an abysmal of an organization in the New York Giants. And
Absolute mess, yeah.
And you combine those two together, man, and it's just a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. I know Alex last year, bro. If he was here, I'd bust his balls right to his face. But Alex last year takes Saquon with his number 1 pick. He didn't have the number 1 pick, but I think it was like number 8.
Right.
And in my head, I'm like, bro, what are you doing? But at the same time, I'm like, fuck yeah, bro, cha-ching on that. Thank you for leaving me, whoever.
That actually happened to me one year. This was like years ago. With like my first pick, I think I picked like Frank Gore, and the whole room just got quiet. And that's when I knew I was like,
Well,
I fucked up.
Especially now, dude. Frank Gore with him, I believe, just beating up.
Yeah, that was
his
ugly.
girl. Shit.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, yeah, man. So Saquon, no, I'm staying away from 100%. I'm avoiding him like fucking I'd avoid AIDS or a fucking venereal disease.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Giants, the way their offense is consistent. They don't really have top receivers. They have decent tight ends, and Daniel Jones, the quarterback, is average at best.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't
So
even say that.
they're going to rely. I wouldn't even say that. I'd say he's slightly below average.
Yeah.
They got to rely on the running game, and they're going to pound Saquon into the ground. And it's a shame because on a better team, you could still utilize him to where he doesn't have to be a bell cow and destroy his body.
Exactly.
And you'd still get full mileage out of him.
100%. I agree with that. 100%.
I mean, you saw it in Penn State. I mean,
Right.
You saw it. Him and Miles Sanders.
Him and
they
Sanders.
were great.
Yeah, 1A, 1B. And that's how, especially now in his career, Saquon's not going to be that bell cow, like you said, Mario. He's not going to be that anymore. So you kind of have to evolve with, the way his career is going. He's still a great player, but he can't be your, 40 touches a game
Right.
kind of guy. You're just going to run him into the ground. And that really goes the same for Ezekiel Elliott, man. Now, to me, I'm staying away from all Cowboys. Last year, I had Dak Prescott on the squad, and he
Listen, I got one rule. I don't care if it tanks my season. I am not picking any Dallas
Cowboys.
I can't do it.
No Cowboys. The only person I would, though, pick would be C.D. Lamb. I see his trajectory, man.
Well,
this year,
especially now. I mean, they've
Especially
lost
now.
all their other weapons.
Amari Cooper's gone. So it's his room for improvement this year, man. We'll see if he could take that step into a 1A sort of receiver. So that should be, an interesting note. But other than that, man, Dak Prescott, Ezekiel Elliott, man, I'm avoiding them at all costs. They're not worth it, man. You take them, you think you did a good thing. You're taking the Cowboys, so you're kind of, especially around this area, you're kind of going against everything you morally grew up to know that was good and true.
It's a complete moral dilemma.
It's a moral dilemma, and then all of a sudden now you're taking them. All right, fuck it, whatever. I got to take him. It's a good pick. He lasted to the 7th round. I'm taking him. But then now all of a sudden, week 4, he gets hurt and blows his ACL out, and now you're like, fuck, I shouldn't have taken Dak Prescott. I could have had so and so. So it's just a can of worms you do not even want to open. So, ladies and gentlemen, stay away from at all costs Barkley and Elliott. However, Christian McCaffrey, like I said, going back to that first question, I don't think he's a top 5 pick, but if he slips past the top 5,
if you're in the top 10, he's at 6 to 10.
6 to 10 is
Absolutely
a good range to
take the
him.
flyer on it.
But definitely not the top 5.
That's fair.
So yeah, man, fantasy football kicking off tomorrow, or for me anyway, kicking off tomorrow. I can't wait. We got the draft. That's going to be super exciting, man. And then we'll follow that throughout the year for sure.
Yeah, we'll probably do like a little weekly segment every show.
Yeah. And then real quick, just I don't want to spend too crazy long on this, but just quick predictions, and we can go back on this at the end of the year and see how our predictions panned out. But quick predictions for our Philadelphia Eagles and how you think they're going to pan out this year. Where you think they're going to land, and if Jalen Hurts is going to be our quarterback come Week 18 and going into the playoffs.
All right. So, I've been giving this a lot of thought because I've seen all the moves Howie Roseman's made in the offseason, and they're great. He's hitting on all. He's really filled like almost every hole that this roster's had from last year. The fan in me gets excited because I can see the ceiling that this team can reach. I really think this team can fight for the division this year. I really do. I honestly believe that. The Eagles fan in me, the lifelong fan in me, has in the back of my mind the dream team, the 2011 dream team.
Yeah, how could we forget?
So I hope that's not the case. And I really do genuinely feel like this is a different situation. I feel like they've gotten actual talent. I mean, A.J. Brown's a top receiver in the league. He's a top 5 receiver. That's a great pickup. Him and Devontae Smith. And then you got Quez Watkins with his speed, going over the top.
Zach Pasquale.
Right. You forget about him. I mean,
Dallas
that was a
Goedert.
very underrated signing, I feel like.
Oh, yeah.
And Dallas Goedert's going to be a top 5 tight end.
Yes.
I'm confident of that as well. And again, I think, like I said earlier, if you can get at least 700 to 800 yards out of Miles Sanders, and then you tack on another 200-300 from like a Boston Scott, and maybe running back by committee with those other running backs. That's solid. I mean, and you're gonna Jalen Hurts. He's got his legs. So you're gonna be good there. They're not gonna have to run the ball as heavy, I don't think, this year. They're gonna want to spread it out. I mean, they have the weapons now, so you have to. Honestly, I see this team really. I really feel like the ceiling's probably like a 10 or 11 win team. I really feel like that gets the job done for the division. I feel like it's gonna be the Eagles and the Cowboys this year. I feel like again neck and neck. And like I said, I mean, I feel like the Cowboys took a step back. They lost a lot of players in the offseason. The Eagles made a lot of moves. And the one thing the Eagles did well this year as well, and this is another credit. I mean, how much credit can you really give Howie Roseman because he made these draft picks? But he at least erased his mistakes. He got something for Rager. He got something for Arcega-Whiteside. So you're cutting the dead weight there. So, I mean, I feel good. I really feel like this team could be a 10, 11 win team. 10-7, 11-6. I'm confident in I'm saying somewhere around there.
And that's really kind of been the general consensus I've picked up from really
maybe win like one playoff game,
yeah,
at least.
Right.
And that's a good step in the right direction.
Right. Especially with Jalen Hurts being a young quarterback. He has so much time. Obviously time's against you when you're playing professional sports, but he does have time to grow into what he can be. Although that's probably contradictory because my opinion on the whole situation is. This is Hurts' team and division to lose.
Yes.
This year they got him the talent, so that was my big thing last year. Was they had no talent, and they're expecting this kid to take us to the promised land.
And he did what he had to do late in the season. They struggled early. They righted the ship. We talked about it. I mean, dude, I blasted Sirianni on this show for the first 5 weeks of the season.
Yes.
And I totally took it back by the end of the season.
Yeah.
Him and Hurts won me over, and Hurts with his intangibles. You like what you like. The player, you want to like him, you want to root for him.
Yes,
and like you said, I think this is his team and his division to lose because I feel like now you're going to see where his ceiling is.
Yeah,
you have the weapons, you have a great offensive line, you're in an established system. Since college he's been dealing with rotating coordinators and coaches. He's finally in a scheme that's solidified. He's had a year with Sirianni now. I think we're going to see him take the next step.
Yeah. I agree with you on that, for sure, man, because, you go out and this almost reminds me, I mean, I know you mentioned the 2011 Dream Team brought to you by Vince Young, kind of shooting us in the foot.
I remember, dude, I was excited. I'm like, dude, that's probably the best backup we've had since like AJ Feely. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, I
or Garcia, I guess I would say.
Garcia, for
he's
sure.
probably the best. Yeah, for sure.
I disagree though because Vince Young, man, I mean, outside of his legs, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I mean, looking back, that was a very hot take by my younger self.
Yeah,
dude, I had a lot of those.
We all did,
dude. I went back in my, like Facebook gives you like the memories.
Yes,
dude, I couldn't believe I had shared an article about, Eagles might be trading Jason Kelce. He's undersized and he's got injury history.
Shit.
And I was like, you know what? I was like, that makes a lot of sense, man. He's been riddled with injuries. He's kind of an undersized for a center. Like, you can probably get a bigger, stronger center in here. Move on. He's getting older.
Right.
And I look back, I'm like, dude, that's the hottest L take I've ever made in my life because he's a fucking national treasure in this city.
Yeah.
And we all love him very much. And I'm glad he came back one more year. But I just had to
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, dude. Thank God we didn't get rid of him then, man. He's really, I guess, the heartbeat of this team, in my opinion. But yeah, man. So back to Jalen Hurts, man. Like I said, it's his team to lose this year. I think the ball runs through Miles Sanders. I think they should run him a lot this year because to open up that pass game that we've acquired, like. We have to establish a good running game to kind of get the defense guessing. You don't want to just throw 50 times.
Gotta
a
have
game.
balance.
You have to have
the
balance.
one thing the Eagles didn't have last year, and we understand, is because they had to rely on the running game.
Yes.
They weren't as much of a balanced team
at all.
Because the beginning of the season, they were trying to throw 50 times a game, and it wasn't working.
And a lot of the times, a lot of their games, they're playing from behind.
Right.
So
you're down 2-3 scores. You got to
throw. So, but outside of that, man, that's really been the general consensus I've been picking up is about, I guess the average would be about 11 wins or 10.5 wins for the Birds this year, which is really good. I do think they win the division with ease. No other team in our division really poses a threat. I mean, you got the Commanders, you got the Giants, and you got the Cowboys. The Cowboys, fucking self-implode year in and year out.
I mean,
they'll start 8-0.
Even without all the offseason moves, all the players they lost in the offseason, they always find a way to just not get out of their own way and implode.
Every year, dude.
Every year.
You can the universe might be random, but one thing will always hold true is the Dallas stinking Cowboys
We'll lose in the first round of the playoffs,
or
not make the playoffs.
Or not make it completely. Like they'll have the playoffs in the bag. The first 8 weeks they're 8-0, but then the last 10 they're
Jerry
0-10.
Jones is his own worst enemy.
He can't get out of his own
He's
way.
his own
dude.
worst enemy. And I swear he must dip himself in the Lazarus pit because he's
Yeah.
he's about 100 years old and he's still ticking.
He's drinking that adrenochrome, man.
But with the rest of the division, I mean, the Giants, they've been a dumpster fire
Yeah.
for 10 plus years now.
Since Eli.
And the Commanders, I mean, you don't know what they got. I mean, they got a couple of young receivers.
Terry McLaurin. They still got Antonio Gibson running the ball, pretty good running back. I
think Chase Young's out for a few weeks, isn't he?
Yeah. I think 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks.
Possibly. But, no other team really poses a threat, in my opinion, to our division. So, I guess process of elimination leads me to believe that the Eagles will win the NFC East. Now, this year, you can't forget about the Rams, the defending Super Bowl champions coming back in the NFC. And obviously, you still got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with now Julio Jones, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, and you still got Leonard Fournette, Ronald Jones. I mean, they're just stacked, obviously, with Tom Brady, and they have a solid defense. But outside of those two teams,
The NFC's wide open, man.
the NFC,
you got the Packers.
Can't forget about the Packers, but they lost Devontae Adams.
Right, I mean, they're kind of just the Aaron Rodgers show at this point.
Right. Now, Aaron Rodgers, we've seen made nobodies into somebodies.
Right. I mean, that says something in itself. That
Exactly.
His star power. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying. I feel like they're there, but they're kind of not there at the same time.
Right.
And then really you got that next crop, which is like the Eagles. It's
The NFC South, I mean, besides the Bucs,
Minnesota might be there. They might be
Minnesota,
like an 8-9 win, 10 tops win team.
you look at the NFC West, they got weaker, losing Russell Wilson in Seattle. I know San Fran's dealing with their quarterback, dilemmas over there. This year going without Jimmy Garoppolo.
The Cardinals should be good. They should be good again.
They should.
They should. On paper, they should be good again.
And then you got obviously the Rams. So, like I said, the Birds could sneak in there, bro, and actually get
Chris Sims had him as a top seed in the NFC.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They could surprise a lot of people this year and catch a number 2 seed.
This
and
might
have
be a
some
hot
home
take.
field.
I wouldn't be surprised if they made it to the NFC Championship game.
I
No,
was-
I'm not saying
no.
they win it, but I'm just saying that would not surprise me if they made it to the NFC Championship game.
If somehow we can get home field advantage, some like that will be crucial for our playoff run. I do think we make it to the playoffs, and I
Yeah.
do think we at least win one. But if we're going against the likes of a Tom Brady in Tampa,
Yeah.
You
I
know.
mean, we saw it last year. That's the real test this year is can Jalen Hurts win a playoff game? And I think he can. I really do. I think this is the year that's set up to be like, this is truly what you can be as a starter. You have the team in front of you. You have the system now. You've been in it for a couple years. Take it and run with it.
right? Yeah, go out there and make something of yourself, kid. I mean, this is your time to shine, as they say. So, man, Philadelphia Eagles season kicking off next Sunday. Mario, they're playing. Why is this
The
escaping my
Detroit
mind?
Lions.
Detroit Lions. That's
they are
right.
in Detroit for week 1. So Darius Slay going back to Detroit again. After last year, they pounded Detroit on Halloween, which kind of started the whole run to the playoffs.
Right.
But I don't expect that this year. I think Detroit's a little bit of an improved team. But I still think they pull it out week 1.
Yeah, without an ease, man. I see the Birds going 1-0 off the start as well. So the Philadelphia Eagles, man, I can't wait. Sunday kicks off the Birds, but this Thursday with the Bills and the Rams, man, fantasy football's in the air. The fall's
College
in the
football
air.
just started.
College football's
Dude,
on
I
right
am
now.
ready.
As we speak, college football's on.
I'm ready to rock, dude.
Hell
Fall's
yeah, dude.
here.
Fall's here, man. Phillies, hopefully we could see them playing some October baseball. I mean, been a
They got to get out of their own way in September.
Yes, yeah.
Because they're having another September.
not remember. There it
They're
is.
starting
dude.
their September as the past few Septembers have gone, which has been stressful.
Right. And
The pitching has been very stressful.
well, that seems to be our Achilles heel year in and year out, man. I mean, we could have all the hitters you want, but if you don't have a bullpen,
Right.
you're kind of fucked. So, yeah, man, it should be interesting for Philly sports coming up and just sports in general, man. I love the atmosphere. Sunday, mornings, you wake up, you put your lineup in, you get all ready. You got some Sunday dinner cooking, man. You got football on all
Dude,
day.
you're giving me, I'm getting flashbacks of being at my parents' house and the big screen, you see the Eagles running onto the field, and in the kitchen, you smell the gravy with the big pot of gravy with the sausages and meatballs. And the
Meatballs
spaghetti's
going.
cooking in the
Oh,
other
dude.
pot next to it. Oh, dude.
Glass of red
Oh,
wine
hell
to go
yeah.
along with it, dude.
That's right.
Some cannolis after the dinner. Oh man, dude, it's just probably the best time of year. Now, like I said, it is bittersweet because we have the summer coming to an end with Labor Day here in just 2 days. But you know, if I had to pick another season, I think fall would be number one. For me.
I agree.
Now, real quick, before we jump into our light news, our light topics, our this past week in news, just here in one moment, what do you feel about? Because I know this seems to be a yearly attraction with really the females in today's world. But I do see some,
Okay.
and I guess you could call them, males, quote unquote, maybe beta males. But
Okay.
the whole pumpkin spice, I guess, fucking revolution that has now transpired over the last 7 years.
I actually admit I enjoy me a pumpkin spice latte every once in a while.
Oh,
I
shit.
do. I enjoy.
Okay.
I do. I admit that. I like to kind of keep it to like special occasions. So like, you're taking your girlfriend to the pumpkin patch, for example. You have a pumpkin latte. It's fitting.
Well, that's different.
You go to the haunted house. You get
yeah.
a pumpkin latte.
That's
you're
different.
watching football. You maybe get one in the morning, or you get one after the Eagles win. You go to Dunkin'.
All
and
right,
get
now,
ice.
now you're starting to scare me, Mario. Now I'm expecting to hear, you're in a bubble bath, and now
Listen,
you got the fucking...
You're walking around the mall. You gotta have your iced coffee. No, listen, man. I do enjoy me a pumpkin latte a little bit, man.
Right.
I do. I'm never gonna demonize people for liking the pumpkin thing. I'm with it. I'm with it.
I guess to what you're
In moderation. You can't go overboard with the pumpkin.
and I'd probably agree with you there. In moderation, maybe I'd say 3 times a year is, your max. If you're over
you got
3
your
times a year,
fix?
and that's it.
Right.
Once a month until the winter. But it's these people I see online, dude. Like as soon as like September, not even September 1st.
August
1st
30th.
kicks in. No, August 1st. It's like the day after July, and it's like pumpkin spice season.
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, now, dude, it's like middle of August. You're seeing Spirit Halloween opening up.
Dude, I've seen one, bro, in the middle of July this year.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's insane.
Dude,
I mean,
I've had friends asking me like, "Oh, what are you being this year for Halloween?" Dude,
come October 15th to
I'm like-
Win by 2 show, and you'll find out.
Come on out to Millville. We'll show you, dude. I'm still trying to figure out when the fuck I'm going down the shore.
Yeah, Mario hasn't even made it down the shore yet.
I haven't even got to the beach yet.
Let alone pick out his fucking Halloween
Yeah,
costume.
shit. Oh man, but yeah, dude, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
In moderation. You got to make it a treat. You don't want it to be a regular thing because then the novelty's gone.
Exactly.
It's like during Christmas time if you get the candy cane flavored at Dunkin',
Right.
6 times a week. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, you get old after a while.
Yeah, dude, that's perfectly said, man. Because I'm right with you, man. It's okay to have it, but when you're looking forward to it, like in July, and you're
That's a little much.
It's a little much, and then you're going to get it like 3 times a day. It's like let it breathe a little bit, man. Like let the anticipation build up. For me, I'm not a pumpkin spice latte sort of kind of guy. However, I love me some pumpkin pie in the fall, bro.
Dude.
What's some Cool Whip? Not whipped cream.
Pumpkin pie.
Let's clarify that now. Not whipped cream.
Just the pie.
No, the Cool Whip.
Oh, the Cool Whip.
Cool Whip in the tub.
Yes.
The best.
Okay.
That's the way to do it. If you're gonna do pumpkin
I
pie,
agree.
that's the
agree.
way to do it. But outside of that, man, maybe some pumpkin seeds. You carve a pumpkin.
I was gonna say we used to do that where you bake them.
Bake the pumpkin
Yeah,
seeds.
dude, they're good.
Now they're really good. But outside of that, man, I'm not a pumpkin latte kind of guy. I like me some my coffee, my hazelnut creamer, and I'm good. I don't need to get fancy with it. I don't need to, show you how much I'm into the fucking fall and Halloween season by, posting my pumpkin latte on Twitter.
See the pumpkin. If you're gonna do pumpkin, you got to get the creamer because you can get pumpkin
sure.
coffee.
Right.
To me, it doesn't really. What are you really getting out of that pumpkin wise?
Right.
I mean, it just tastes like black coffee.
Black coffee.
So I mean, that's why I kind of reserve it to like a couple of iced coffees a season. That's good. That's good for me. That's plenty.
Mario, I guess the population should really kind of watch, and you should lead by example to them, because that's really how it should be done. A couple times a season, you scratch that itch and you move on. You're looking forward to the candy cane season now.
Right.
So
The gingerbread flavor is a good one too.
gingerbread's not bad, but again, in moderation.
Right.
So,
They're novelty.
yeah, very novelty. Yeah, man. So I was curious to see what your thoughts were on that.
But what are your? Okay, I guess you kind of gave your thoughts on that a little bit, but yeah, I don't know, man. Like you said, I think one too many of those, you start picking out Uggs and leggings and
That's what I mean.
The vest. I feel like I gotta wear it. Like, you ever seen the picture like all the girls will look the same?
Yeah.
And they're all holding the coffees.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm gonna turn into one of them.
Exactly. With the Uggs, the leggings,
the puffy vest.
the vest. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean, bro. You're one. I mean, for the people who look forward to this stuff in like June and July, you're literally one pumpkin latte away from being in a bubble bath,
playing the new Taylor Swift album.
Playing the new Taylor Swift album, man. I mean, it's like, come on, what are we doing here, guys? Maybe
and it's kind of funny you mentioned bubble bath because the same thing. Like, if you're gonna take a bath, that's like a special occasion,
right?
For me, like, I'll take a bath if I just played a hockey game. I'm sore. Little salt, add some salt, sit in the bath, watch a movie on my phone, whatever. Good. That's my bath for the next
year.
Yeah. 6 months, if that. Right. So, I don't know, man. That's an interesting thought, though.
No, yeah, for sure, man, for sure. It's it is what it is, but it's just super funny, man. The last I would say 7 to 10 years, this whole pumpkin spice latte phenomenon.
It's
kicks off.
Yeah, it's like the Zoomer crack.
It really is. It really is. And it's like, guys, at the end of the day, pumpkin spice lattes and just in general are super overrated. So, not for nothing, you're kind of just wasting your money into, like a scheme, essentially, that these, coffee companies have cooked up, no pun intended. It's like, I don't know. My thoughts on it, man, it's like, I'd rather have my favorite latte than a pumpkin spice latte and not have to spend the extra $2 on just because I'm paying for a name. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but, we'll see. I'm sure we're going to see it all fall along that, people are just lining up to go get these pumpkin spice lattes.
We didn't mention either, too. The underrated fall drink really is apple cider.
A little spiked apple cider?
Oh, yeah.
Now that's where it's at, bro.
Yeah.
I've been to a few wineries this summer, man, and the one I've been to is over in I think the Hamilton area.
Okay.
But they have an apple cider wine essentially.
Oh,
yeah. It's like an adult.
It's
apple
like a mead.
cider.
Yeah.
A mead. Exactly.
I've had something similar before.
Now that's September, October rolls around. That's something I could get into with a nice cigar on a Sunday afternoon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
You just that's like the Sunday morning. Like, you get up with the cigar and a nice little spiced apple mead,
Yep.
and you start preparing your lineup for the football games. Oh, dude. And see, it is a good time of year. It's
Hell
a little
yeah.
bittersweet, but it's a good time of year.
Hell yeah, man. So guys, we'll be kind of bringing this sort of football talk throughout the NFL season. But let's jump into our light news for this week. We got the this past week in news. We got to cover a few topics here, and then we're gonna jump into our podcast at the back end of the show.
Welcoming back a couple of familiar faces.
Yeah, man. So I seen this today on TikTok. Bless you. It is true.
Thank you.
I seen this today on TikTok, and so one of our original, idiots, fools, stunads that we've had.
The originators of the chopping block.
The originators of said chopping block. The Island Boys, man. Now, if you're ever having a down day, you're ever kind of just oh man, I can't get out of this rut I'm in, or man, I'm just so depressed today, man. Nothing in my life is going right, or
You're just trying to find that little okay, what can I cling to?
What can I grab onto?
What's going to keep me going this one more day?
What's going to make me just get through today? Right, exactly. And not saying that I was in this,
just in general,
just in general,
right.
Yeah. Because every day I wake up and I'm like, yo, this is
we're here, baby.
Great,
let's go,
baby. Let's fucking go.
Never had a bad day in my life, as the great Howard Eskin once said.
There it is. But we turn to TikTok, and now TikTok has exposed a side of, I guess, people that we would have never seen, 10 years ago. But now, I mean, if you're just having a bad day, man, go to TikTok, follow the Island Boys, Fly Soldier especially, because the content they put out, bro, I mean, on a just daily basis, bro, I'm like, these guys can't be serious.
You can wake up every day knowing you're not them.
Exactly.
And life is okay.
It could be worse. It could be a lot
way
worse.
worse.
So we got this clip from Fly Soldier, man. Again, the Island Boys being one of the originators on the In the Paint podcast, Chopping Block. And we bring them back to you to kick off this September, man. I figure it's pretty fitting. New month, new vibes. Let's bring back the Island Boys because, again, they just do not disappoint. So let's see. They're going to be freestyling here. I'm curious to see what the comments have to say. But I don't even think there's a title on this, is there? And it just says a bunch of hashtags.
I'd say just like one looks like one long hashtag.
Yeah, it's one big long hashtag. So yeah, let's play the Island Boys. Doing a little freestyling, see if they gotten any better in the last 4 months since we haven't covered them. No, you would think.
Have they multiplied even more so since the last time?
I think there's like 17 of them.
Oh, they're breeding.
Yeah, they're breeding little Island Boys, dude.
Gotcha, bitch.
They're not quite island men yet.
No, they're island
Island tweens.
island tweens. That's it, dude. Pre-tweens. Because I guess you would go to a boy, then to a pre, then a tween,
Teen.
then a young.
Yeah, I guess young teen, young adult.
Yeah, young adult, yeah. All right, so let's watch this. Fly Soldier posted the Island Boys doing a little freestyling. We're going to see if it's any good. Mario, I'm going to give you the ranking system. You hold that, I guess, phenomenal status of being the almighty ranker. And that comes
Bestow
with
that upon me, John. I feel the power. I have the power. A little He-Man reference.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's watch it. Fly Soldier, Island Boys doing a little freestyle. Let's see what they got.
All right, I'm going to rank this out of 5. 5 being the best,
what
0
y'all
being
doing?
absolute dog shit.
Freestyling, so it go like this. What you know about the rich life? What you know about the rich life? I got diamond eyes chains, yeah, just like on my heart, yeah. What you know about the rich life? And I go Super Saiyan. I don't know what they really have to say. Living up that rich life, I'm rocking on my.
Well, they have the
ice,
Super Saiyan
living
hair.
Out lavish,
They do.
I'm like lavishly you living. Seen it like okay when in that post that he's swinging. I'ma do it up until like me and bro be winning. I'ma do it all like we ain't taking no losses. We the real bosses. That rich life, that rich life, that rich life, yeah. What you know about the rich life and what you know about the rich life? We got diamond eyes chains here just like a Super Saiyan. We go real fast and we gon' make it to the top, yeah. I'ma make it super out of Saiyan. I'm trying to be the greatest. I don't care about being famous. I want them brown paper bags like
That's a lie.
bags, yeah. Seen it like okay, you better check the total tag, yeah. Got too much money, I'ma spend it when they got no tags, yeah. I'ma do it up like we ain't glitching, ain't no lag, yeah. Seen it okay, yeah, when I be walking with my bag, yeah, yeah. What you know about the rich life and what you know about the rich life? We
Sadly,
like
not
diamond
much.
eyes chains,
My
and
bank
we go
account
Super
says otherwise.
Saiyan. We just trying to make it to the top, yeah. Oh, baby girl, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now this is Mario. Before we get your thoughts, this is a video I watch, and I feel like, you ever like watch something or see something online, and it's like, after watching or seeing said thing, you actually, crazy concept, but you actually get dumber. You actually lose some brain cells in the process.
And you ever you get that sense of secondhand embarrassment?
Yeah.
Like you start having
Yeah.
empathy for the person making the video.
feel-
You're like-
you feel terrible.
You start cringing inside
Yes.
for them.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, I said this is out of 5. I will say this. Now, this is not saying a lot. This is a very low bar. The Fly Soldier and the Island Boys, they have actually slightly improved. Now, again, that's a very, very low bar.
Low standard.
We're still talking. This is at like a 1 or a 2.
Right.
I mean, I'll give him an extra point for rocking the 90s Dennis Rodman Bulls fit. That's a good look.
Okay, I'll give
Fair.
you a point there.
That's it.
That's about it.
That was painful.
Dude, I mean, it's
Just mumbling the same few bars every couple of minutes.
Well, let's be real. They're not bars. They're not
Whatever
bars.
you want to call it.
That's an insult to bars.
That's true.
That's an insult to rap.
Let's
You know
say
what I mean?
mumbling the same few phrases, we'll call it then. I
Okay,
guess.
okay.
Because I can't think of another word to call it.
Yeah, you can't say words. 'cause
Nonsense.
It's not. Well, yeah, there you go. Mumbling the same few nonsense, dude.
Because you're right. That is really an insult to bars because I know
Tupac had bars.
dude.
J. Cole had
I just
bars.
got tickets to go see Wu-Tang Clan. I'm stoked. But Nas,
Oh, dude, Nas.
I'm
Another
stoked.
one. Another
That's
one.
bars.
Bars.
Yeah, this we'll just call, for lack of a better term, phrases.
Phrase. Nonsense. Nonsense phrases. There you go.
Nonsensical phrases. There we go.
Dude, it just amazes me, man, that, this gets the type of engagement that, I guess you would see the likes of like bands like, I'll just use bands in this reference, Metallica, or, on a bigger scale, we've seen as of recent, like a Pierce the Veil or like an All Time Low.
Yeah, it just came back with a new song, Pierce the Veil.
Right. And they get this sort of engagement. Now, granted, I'd say probably half of this is probably people, or even 3/4 is probably people hate watching, like us.
Yeah, it's a lot of, the look, the whole thing behind it's obviously, it's objectively bad.
Right.
So people, you want to watch the car wreck, so to speak.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like you see the train.
You want to watch the car crash. You want to see the train wreck.
Coming off the rails, rather. Yeah, man, it's I don't know, dude. It never ceases to amaze me, though. If you're ever having a bad day, like, even though, like we say, we never have any bad days here. But we, sometimes I might just be a little too tired, at 4:00 in the morning, and I just need something to kind of just get a second wind going. You know what I mean? Or I don't know, whatever the instance is. I turn on the Island Boys, bro, and I immediately have a smile from ear to ear. I'm like, thank God for these guys. As horrible as they might be, I thank God. I get on my knees every night, and I thank God for the Island Boys, bro. I never thought I'd say that, but here I am admitting it, bro.
They're just like an energy boost.
They really are. It's like, hey, man, at least I know.
It could be way worse.
Could be way worse, and what I'm doing, it gives me, I guess, some sort of validation of, like, what I'm doing is actually pretty good compared to these guys. You know what I mean?
Right. We can look at it. We can speak for it, too, as musicians. What we do, we can safely say is we can be proud of it.
Yes. Yeah. No, imagine if this was us, bro.
And we played this straight and, like, took it dead serious.
Right.
Hats
off to them, bro. They're in it. They're in it.
Look, get props for, like, taking the clout this far to just being in on it and just rolling with it.
Right.
Because it takes a certain level of balls to do that.
Yes.
And we can admit that.
And it takes us some level of, I guess.
Or just not giving a fuck about.
It's insanity.
It is a little bit of insanity because it's like you're looking at it like, at this point, I'm willing to literally basically sell my soul on social media to just hit this level of stardom. Whether it's hate watch or not, all your eyes are on me. I don't give a fuck if you're a hater because you're paying attention to me. You're
regardless.
The one, you're the one just feeding into my fucking whole agenda here.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. The Island Boys never cease to amaze. Let's read some comments here from the gracious people. And here we go. That's crazy, man. I really miss Tupac and Biggie. We were just speaking about that, dude.
Now, are you more of a Biggie or a Tupac?
Biggie, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%. Although Tupac is great, don't get me wrong.
Sure. Both are amazing, sure.
But, just something.
I've actually always been kind of more of a Pac guy.
Yeah, Pac, don't get me wrong, dude. The whole Biggie Pac debate is one to have.
Yeah, it's 1 and 1A.
Yeah, exactly.
It's tough because, like, I also like both. I like East Coast rap. I like West Coast rap. It's hard to pick.
Right. Here we go, because some other comments we'll read here.
Can't wait to hear the English version. Oh, no. All right. This is a good one if you guys watch Trailer Park Boys. J-Rock is better than the Island Boys.
Oh, my God.
That might be my favorite comment so far. J to the R-O-C.
Keep reading, Mario.
The part when it ended, that was fire. How to freestyle like the Island Boys. 1, mention Super Saiyan.
That's
like
great.
I said, they did have the hair for it. So props for going with the Goku Super Saiyan look. Number 2, mention trying to make it to the top.
That's phenomenal, dude.
Number 3, have absolutely no flow. Which I guess feeds into our point of they are just kind of just mumbling phrases.
Yeah.
They're not. There's no flow to anything they're doing.
Nonsensical phrases.
Nonsensical phrasing.
There it is.
4, repeat. Which,
dude,
again,
I gotta give this one a like, dude. I gotta give this one a like, man.
That's a fantastic comment.
That's a great comment for me.
That is literally the playbook.
You forgot feeling okay, y'all.
You forgot Diamond AB Ice. Repeat. The repeat got that guy right there.
Dude, this is I also go to the comment section because if you're ever thinking that like we're getting it like bad, like these guys, I mean, just fucking get it from every which direction, dude. I don't think anyone likes them anymore. I think all of their fans. I said 3/4 at first, but I think all their fans have.
This is like review bombing at its finest, but everybody actually genuinely feels this way. There's no like agenda behind it.
No, not at all, man. Yeah, I think it's just a general consensus of just like the Island Boys being fucking.
It's just objective. I mean, you can't objectively sit there and be like, "This is quality."
Yeah,
you just can't.
Right.
I mean, look, there's some things that are objective. That's just you can't.
Well, you can, but guess what?
You gotta be insane.
No, exactly, and guess what I'm doing? Getting as far away,
running the opposite direction from that
possible,
person.
Dude.
Exactly, dude.
So the Island Boys, man, never cease to amaze. Welcome back.
Welcome back. You'll be back again, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, they'll definitely be back, man. I mean, dude, they always give us.
They're like our court jesters.
Yeah.
They always provide the entertainment early in the show.
Oh, yeah, dude.
They get the King's Council going. You know what I mean?
It's a great analogy, bro. You're on point with the analogies today, man.
I'm feeling good, man. Maybe this Saturday thing's like a new energy for me.
It might be.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this, man.
Instead of coming from a long Friday and you're
right, you burned out from the work week. Me, I had my breakfast this morning. I had my coffee. I'm feeling good.
There you go.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way, man. So let's keep it rolling, shall we? So we seen last week. You weren't here, Mario, but last week I know I sent it in the chat, and I'm sure you've seen this around, kind of circulating. But the fans at the Oakland Athletics game we covered last week, the guy getting a little blowy in the stadium. And I know you weren't here last week.
Got to do something during the 7th inning stretch.
Well, yeah. And something, was...
Something he did.
Something he did. But, and we see it too with the Oakland A's, obviously not being a great team. There was no one really at the stadium. So, as a result, you have people sucking other people off at the top of the...
Dude, you got a whole section. Why not get some dome?
Why not, dude?
Right. That's actually a great... I mean, think about it, man. With how slow baseball's gotten over the years, what better way to pass the time for a couple innings than getting your knob polished?
Well, and that's what I said, bro. Well, at first I was like, these guys are nuts. Well, guys and gal, but... or guy and gal, I should say. But they're nuts for doing this. These people are nuts, These people are nuts for doing this, sort of thing. Like, what were they thinking? But then as I kind of, evaluated a little more, I'm like, hats off to this guy, man. I mean, he's at the top of a baseball stadium watching baseball. He's got the mountains and the scenery behind him.
Summer at the ballpark.
Summer at the ballpark.
Summer day.
Probably a couple $15 Coors Lights in.
Absolutely gorgeous woman.
Yeah.
On her knees, pledging her allegiance.
There it is, dude.
Dude, think about it. America's pastimes baseball, that's about as American as it gets.
Right there. Dude.
Hats off. Salute to that, man.
All they're missing is like a double cheeseburger. Dude, and that's about
Fireworks, an eagle just kind of parks at the top of the stadium.
So, this past week, man, another sexual encounter at a baseball stadium, man. Shout out to, I guess, is this a new trend now? Are we starting to see sexual acts at baseball?
I haven't gotten to go to a Phillies game this year. And, September's rolling around. We got, baseball, and October baseball's coming on.
Well, don't look at me, dude. Don't look at me, bro.
I might have to go head to the ballpark.
We love you long time.
There might be some prospects at the ballpark.
You never know, dude. You never know, man. I mean, allegedly or apparently there is. So this past week, we have at the Toronto Blue Jays Stadium, fans caught having not just oral sex.
All fun things happen in Canada, dude, I swear.
Yeah, well,
Canada low-key has a great time.
This is true. They know how to live life, man. But yeah, man, so this past week we had fans not only just doing oral sex, they seen last week's Oakland A's performance, and they said, oh, I see you're blowy, and I'm going to raise
the A's blow, and I'll blow you.
Now we have these fans taking it one step further, and
this guy's hitting a grand slam, man. Look at that.
He touched all 4 bases.
Wow.
Here at this game,
that guy's pile driving right there.
So it says, fans having sex at the stadium. So it says from TMZ Sports, baseball is continuing to make spectators outrageously horny. Whoops, wrong soundbite. There it is.
Play ball, baby.
Because another couple has been busted, no pun intended, for engaging in an alleged sex act made.
Another couple busted.
This time at a Toronto Blue Jays game. As as we previously reported, one fan was allegedly caught giving what appeared to be oral sex to a fan at the Oakland A's game last week, which had resulted in a police investigation. This action seemingly made its way up north at the Rodgers Center for the Jays matchup against the Chicago Cubs on Monday, when two fans decided to say, "Screw the game, let's screw each other."
All right.
Can't go wrong with that. So we have a couple clips, Mario. Let's dive into them and let's see what it's hitting for.
All right.
Let's blow this up
Let's
on
get
a
let's get a little play-by-play in here.
So as you can see, I mean, they have her whole ass blurred out, but I mean, she's on top. I mean, good for her, man. What a woman.
That's athletic.
I salute you. She's
Very athletic woman.
She's on top here, and he's just kind of, living life, man, taking it as it comes.
This guy's literally hitting dingers, man.
There it is.
Fuck yeah.
Big Al hitting
Respect.
dingers.
Is there something going around the water lately? Because did you guys see the clip I sent you guys? Conor McGregor.
Oh, McGregor
was
was
on a yacht getting a blowjob.
Well, in all fairness, that clip I was kind of about because one, that was his wife. So it's like,
okay, well,
but that's your wife.
It's private time.
It's private time, right? Okay, but you're on a yacht and you got this great view. That's great and all, but it's like that's your wife. It's not just like, oh, you're pulling mad hose and shit. It's like that. What you and your wife do should be in private.
That's just sharing your vacation.
Exactly.
That's all it is. It's a family vacation slideshow.
It's almost like the Tom and the Pam and Tommy fucking.
Exactly, dude. They kind of got it started with the boat,
right? But yeah, man. Without diving too much into that, but yeah, it's just crazy. I feel like people have been locked up.
Summer of love, baby.
It's a summer.
We're getting
of
back
love,
out
dude.
there.
So it reminds me of like the 1960s again, of like the hippie movement and shit.
Dude. Baseball's back in the forefront of sports.
They had to do it somehow.
People are getting out there freely. It does sound like the 60s to me.
Absolutely, man.
Let's do it.
Here, so let's rewind this a little bit, and we'll watch this from the top.
The wind-up and the pitch. That ball is out of here.
Oh, and then he pulls her, gets her back right there, man. Now, everyone in the chat, man, don't get horny on us now. We don't like little horny commenters running around. But no, this is just pretty crazy, man. I feel like, with the whole...
We usually try to save this for our after dark shows.
Right. But this is the Saturday morning show. This is as raw as it's going to get.
That's right.
I believe we have another video too, so let's watch this. I believe this is when security was coming. Yeah, this is security. All right, let's pause. So as you can see, all right, so check this out. I'm going to do a little zoom in action. Let's zoom in on the guy and gal here.
Oh, here come the fun police.
So look, they're getting it on right now. And I think like right around there, he kind of noticed, and now they're kind of like, have you ever been in this instance where it's like you just got caught?
This is like
something?
when you're like a teenager and your parents walk in, you're like, fuck.
Yeah, you got to act like you're doing something.
Now here's the question for all you men out there: if you're right about to bust a nut, and this security guard's like within maybe 10 feet of you now, do you get those last few pumps in, or do you panic?
No, you panic.
You panic, right?
Panic,
yeah, you panic.
100%.
Every guy likes to think, nah, fuck it, man. I'm a stud. I'm going to finish that shit. Nah, you panic.
No, you panic. And I'll tell you why. It's one thing, if you're like in a car behind like a ShopRite,
sure,
in the middle of winter.
We've all been there, done that.
And you see a cop like kind of rolling up, and it's like, all right, fuck it. But at least I'm not, I'm in public, but I'm not at a baseball
Play
game.
it cool.
Right.
Keep your head down for a minute. Let the cop drive away. You're good.
You're good. You're in broad daylight. Like,
yeah.
you're fucked.
You're asking for
no
it.
pun.
You're
literally
fucked. And metaphorically fucked.
And physically, mentally, spiritually, and everything else.
Legally fucked.
Legally, yes. You're just done, dude. So yeah, man.
He's rounding home.
They're sliding to home.
Oh no, he's out at the plate.
Ring him up.
Hang that K from the stadium railing, baby.
So let's go back here to the article. Mario, you want to finish this out right here?
All right, so the censored video posted by Blog TO shows a woman straddling a man in top row of the 500s level And the outlet claims everything on display in the unedited version. Oh boy. So yeah, you got the full moon, so to speak. Another clip shows the couple being escorted away from the area, and they were most likely escorted out of the stadium. I'd like to think they probably were. We reached out to law enforcement earlier Tuesday, and were told there is no information about it. We've reached back out now that the video of the alleged act has made its way to social media. And for all you Jays fans who have been keeping up on this, they did beat the Cubs 5-4. So that's kind of cool.
So not for nothing, man. Hey, they did come out on top.
So shout out to the Jays winning in every aspect.
Yeah, so, I mean, really, this has, kind of been a trend that we've seen now over the last couple weeks. Just people just kind of living like animals, bro, as Nickelback once said. But it's like, Mario, do you think coming up this, right on the footsteps of the eve of the football stadium, or
we're going to get some
football season, do you think we continue to see this sort of behavior going into the football stadium? Or why do I keep saying football stadium? I'm thinking of Blue Jays Stadium. Football season.
So, I feel like but there's going to be a cutoff of like mid to late October. It's going to start getting cold out.
It gets cold, right.
Yeah, at that point, you got to find the family bathroom on the concourse somewhere if you're going to try to get one in real quick at halftime.
And that's the question I've been asking myself. It's like, guys, there's restrooms you can go into.
I've actually pulled that off.
Well, hey, a gentleman never kisses and tells, right?
I know.
There it is.
I just want to leave it at that.
Leave it at that.
It was at a Temple football game.
Now he's revealing too much.
I'll leave it at that.
It's a Temple football game at 3:43 p.m. on a Saturday back.
It was 5:14 left in the third quarter when I officially climaxed.
And her name was Beep.
Beep. No, but yeah, that was just want to put that out there. That was kind of cool.
Just interesting behavior, though, man. But if you're gonna do it, it's like do it right.
Exactly.
You're setting yourself up for failure.
You know what you got to do? You bang one out in the morning in the tailgate RV before your family and friends show up.
Well, that's the way to do it,
right? You get up, you park the RV early, so you park at like 6, 7, 8 in the morning. Quickly bang one out, boom. 10, 11 o'clock, everybody's rolling in. You're cooking the cheesesteaks and the roast beef.
Exactly.
Hell yeah, man. There you go.
I mean, that's really the way to do it, man. If you're going to do it, kind of do it beforehand where there's no, I guess, pressure, no outside, extremes where you could get arrested or anything like that or banned from the stadium. Because, you want to be able to go back and do it again.
Sure.
But, it's like you got to be smart about this thing. I'm not opposed to the whole having sex in public thing if you want to be risky. I'm not kink shaming or anything like that.
Exactly.
I'm not a kink shamer.
This isn't even a matter of kink shaming. This is a matter of, listen, we don't want you to go to jail.
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to jail!
Yes,
if you're going to fuck on the, right out in the open in the stadium.
There's nothing we can do for you.
Nothing we can do for you. You're going to be getting the cuffs.
So, yeah, man, it should be interesting to see, though, moving, I guess, into this 2022 NFL season.
So, all right, here we go. Ready? Early prediction.
Over, under?
No. What stadium, what fan base does it happen? Like, in what stadium? If that makes sense.
Yes. Okay, so if it did happen, what would be the
what
team?
fan base, yeah. Where's it? What fan base's fans would do this?
I'm probably going to say...
I'm going Bills fans.
Well, okay, that's not bad.
I think Bills Mafia would do some shit like that.
I'm leaning towards more Miami because it's hot,
beautiful weather. It's Miami, beautiful people. Yeah, that's fair.
And
the Dolphins are never really that great.
Right.
So you got to keep busy somehow.
And not for nothing too, but it's you're in Miami, and it's just you're having a great.
See, that's
time,
the thing
dude.
about Miami sports is like, yeah, the Heat are usually pretty good. The Dolphins are kind of on the come up this year with Tyreek Hill and Tua. But, like, Miami sports, nobody really cares about sports in Miami. You're there for the beach. So, yeah, I mean, I could see Miami. That makes sense.
And plus, too, Florida is just a wild place.
Florida is just the wild west of the country, absolutely. And it's in the east.
It's in the, yeah. So that actually kind of checks out.
It does.
All right, so kind of sticking in the realm of entertainment here. We'll keep it moving for everyone. Mario, you're familiar with DaBaby, right?
I am.
DaBaby, not really my sort of, forte. Yeah, I mean, he has some good music.
He's fine.
Yeah, better than the Island Boys.
Fine.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
But this was pretty interesting. I seen this past week, man, and I don't know why this lady here is on the screen talking, but the baby had a concert that was canceled over ticket sales. So it says the baby was set to hit the stage in New Orleans Friday night, but promoters scrapped the show because he didn't sell enough tickets, man.
Wow.
And when you really break it down, there's one thing about, there's one thing if you don't sell enough tickets, but it's a whole completely other thing when the venue, I believe, like held a 14,000 seat capacity, and he couldn't even sell 500 tickets.
That's in New Orleans. I mean, down south. I mean, you would think you'd
hip hop culture.
Yeah,
you
do great down there.
Right.
That's the epicenter of hip hop culture. Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, do you think maybe because I know DaBaby for a while had like a little bit of controversy because I think he made like a homophobic slur or something like years ago.
And then we covered.
Do you
on
think
this
maybe
show,
the fallout of that maybe was
No.
part of it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's so long ago, and
So I think reading this, I think he was really the only.
because I feel like 14,000 seats for the. I mean, he's a popular rapper. I mean,
Right,
you think
but
he would be?
I think
be able
really-
to fill most of those.
You would think,
At least 10,000 of them.
but not just DaBaby alone. You know what I mean?
Fair,
and I
right.
think that's where he kind of went wrong.
Got to do
is-
like a co-headliner.
or just multiple good acts, or
Sure.
just acts that people want to see. Yeah, you can go to a DaBaby show and that's fine, but you're not going to just go to a DaBaby show.
Yeah, like around
know?
here in Philly, like if when I would think of seeing DaBaby, I would think maybe like the Electric Factory,
Right.
Like one of the smaller, or like the Fillmore,
Right.
The TLA, one of those like decent sized little like amphitheaters, but they're they're still like for like that next tier down of artists,
Right.
You like you would see Jay-Z at like Wells Fargo Center where you would
MSG,
see, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a great point. Yeah, something like a 1,500 seater would probably be max. And then if you have other people on the bill and if you promote it right, then you can open up to like 14,000 seats. But if you're not selling 500 tickets, man, I mean, and DaBaby's on a major label, he's everywhere in
Huge.
the algorithm. He's huge. Now, granted, yeah, he had some discrepancies, a couple years back, but still, man, he's huge. And to not even be able to sell 500 tickets, I bet you right now, dude, if we did it right and promote it, like with this Halloween show, we could probably get
At least, like-
real close to 500.
Yeah, I mean,
Real
I was
close.
gonna say like probably easily like a couple hundred,
Like 250.
At least.
At least. And
because
that's
I feel like this show alone we have booked with all the bands. I feel like that might be a realistic number.
And that's on a local level. No.
Like very hyper local. Like we're out in the sticks of New Jersey
Right.
doing this.
Yeah, so it's just very interesting to see, and again, this is a story where I see and I find the hope and inspiration in it. It's where, acts like this aren't really getting the job done. So what does that tell you?
It kind of speaks volumes for the entire industry. I
Right.
mean, if someone like DaBaby, like you said, who's on a major label, he's a huge artist, you would think that would sell itself. And I mean, it really does say a lot for the industry as far as, now you're seeing it from the top. I mean, before it was like, okay, like, if you hit the label, you get signed by a label, you kind of made it, and you kind of like the tours kind of book themselves. Now you see like they're trying to fill 14,000 seat arenas. That's if you're a major label artist, you should be able to pack that in
Easily.
I mean, you see someone like Drake or whoever, like they can pack those arenas. So to me, it's like you said, it kind of gives you hope because it's like, okay, the entire industry is struggling. Maybe there's going to be some kind of solution where it benefits everybody from the top down. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It's also a little alarming because it's like, man, like music's really gone that so fast.
Well, I wouldn't generalize it and say music. I
meant like as far as like the industry, the music industry, the live music industry.
Well, you still have great shows that are put on.
Sure, absolutely.
But it was, I always, looked at the hip hop industry, and as far as shows alone, really any industry, you have to have a couple good acts on the bill to have a successful night. Even if your favorite band came around and it was only them, the turnout would probably, be kneecapped
Right. I
by
mean,
50%.
think about like in the rock and metal genre, like how many bands you'll see like an evening with so and so. They'll play like an entire album front to back, then a bunch of hits. But that's like big bands. Like I'm talking like I think Metallica did it. I think like Dream Theater did it. Like big bands.
But even
and
with
and like you said with hip hop and rap, it's like the shows benefit from having multiple artists on the bill.
Right.
Especially if they're all really talented, and then especially if they're all like hot up and coming, they're big on TikTok, they're big on Spotify. That show's gonna sell itself.
Sure.
And especially like we said, down south where that's like the culture down there is booming, that should be an easy sell.
Yeah, you would think, man. But you kind of you kneecap your own audience essentially. When
Absolutely.
you're just doing it solo because I mean you're really gonna have just really the true diehard fans that come out just to see you. Most people want just a night of entertainment. You know what I
Sure.
mean, and just to be escaping. So they you want to see multiple bands, and especially in today's day and age, man, where your attention span is so
I mean, you see it in
low.
comedy even.
Well, yeah.
Now you go to a comedy club and there's 4 or 5 comedians on a night,
Right.
doing a set.
You need to have other people. It's very hard to do it by yourself. You need other people on the bill, and that was my big takeaway from it. Is no matter how much how many views you get online, like none of that shit matters, bro. It's like if you go to a venue and you can't sell 500 tickets, bro, that should tell you everything right there. Stop being selfish and put other upcoming artists or other
You're gonna
artists
help.
in
You're
general.
actually gonna help yourself as well as you're
Exactly.
gonna help somebody that's
Yeah.
on the come up.
Exactly.
And sometimes it also gets distorted because you look at you can watch videos of we covered the whole thing with Travis Scott with Astroworld. I mean, that's a huge festival. That's huge.
Yeah.
You don't think they're all there just for Travis Scott.
Right.
They're there for the whole entire festival.
Exactly.
He's just a big draw because he's a huge name.
Right. That's like the icing on or the
Sure.
cherry on top.
Right. It's like when you go to Coachella, you go to all of those things. You know what I mean? Like you're there for all those big names are that huge draw. I mean, even in the pop punk genre, like Warped Tour was a big draw because you had 5 or 6 bands you grew up with at the top and a lot of up and comers in the middle and early on in the day. To where it was a huge draw. You wanted to get there at 10 a.m. and spend the whole day there.
Right, absolutely, man. Yeah, that Warped Tour obviously wouldn't work if it was just one band.
Like it just sucks that we became a band just too late.
Yeah, but we could start our own Warped Tour
Because I think there will be some kind of renaissance within the genre with something like that. In
well,
the
we
future.
see it now. There definitely is that renaissance. I feel like happening right now, and now especially too with. 2020 was a rough year, but 2021, everyone started kind of. Some people never stopped in 2020, so you also got to think about that. But obviously, you have a lot of money, and you have a lot of promo, not corporations, but promoters essentially on your team, which that helps you.
Right, you have a whole
tremendously.
street team.
Yeah, it helps.
at that
It
point,
helps you
right,
so
yeah.
much. But for the people who took some time off in 2020, coming back in 21, and now 2022, you talk about a renaissance, man. It's you look around the landscape. Yeah, it's a lot of places are shut down, or a lot of places didn't make it through the pandemic.
A lot of the venues kind of bit the dust, which is sad.
It is, but overall, you do see this resurgence in especially our genre.
I was gonna say I've noticed it with our genre and our scene alone, because I had been playing music around here locally for the better part of 10 plus years now.
Right.
And I've noticed waves. When I started playing in bands, the bands that were big in the quote MySpace era kind of started to go away. Everybody got older. They went to college. They had kids, whatever. And then when I was playing in bands, coming out of high school, early college, it started to really die down from 2012 to 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
There really wasn't a lot going on around here.
Yeah.
And now you've seen it really 2019, 2020, and then coming out of the pandemic now, you really see this resurgence and people do want to get back out there and play shows. And, we've made a ton of connections. I mean, we're friends with a lot of guys in the scene now. It's been great. And we've all kind of really helped each other grow the scene back.
Yeah.
Because you have to. I mean, you got to stick together. Because it's a time where, it's a make or break for the music industry. We just spent 2 years not going to concerts, really not having much of anything other than some bands doing live streams, maybe putting out an album. So, if you really are that dedicated to it, you got to come out and show it. And they have so far. I mean, I've seen that on the local level.
Yeah.
We've been lucky enough to where we really haven't played shows where there's not really anybody there. Everybody seems to be super enthusiastic about getting back out there.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And that's a great sign. You want to see that. Because without, people, are fans and fans of music and just, going to concerts and live events and stuff like that, without them, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So it really starts with you guys. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Everywhere from anything we do. You know,
Even just this show. I mean, you guys listening in. You guys are the reason why we do this.
100%.
You guys have been awesome.
Yeah. So, but you know, it's very positive to seeing the response and the bounce back from the whole COVID-19 shamdemic. So, you know, you like to see it, man. Obviously, we're going to continue to do what we do regardless. But, you know, my big takeaway from the whole DaBaby thing, and then we'll move on. But my whole big takeaway was, again, can't do it yourself. You're better in numbers, you know? And,
right.
And that's the big thing. And that doesn't matter what level you're on. You could be the best fucking top band in the world.
Right. We're not saying you're not talented as an artist. We're just saying the way the industry works is the names draw attention. The more names you have on a bill, the better the attendance is going to be. It's kind of a fact.
Yeah. 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 You're better in numbers, dude. It's just, you know, it is what it is. All right, so I guess we'll move on from DaBaby. Mar, you said you had some words on this next topic we got.
Yes. So the headline reads, and this is from Complex. Chris Rock says he was invited to host the 2023 Oscars and explains why he turned the offer down. So as you guys know, this past Oscars
something happened this past Oscars?
Yes, something happened, John.
Are you serious?
There was an incident.
No.
There was a serious incident.
No.
Amongst two well-known and well-respected in the industry.
Are you serious?
Actors.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. So if you guys have all been living under your rock, like Patrick Starr, Chris Rock hosted this past Oscars. And I know, right? It's a little throwback. You know what's funny? Like, real quick. As much as I forget things every day, SpongeBob quotes live in my head rent-free.
Yeah.
They always will. But anyway, so yeah, Chris Rock hosted this past Oscars and, you know, made a G.I. Jane joke about a certain someone's wife, Mr. Will Smith. Yeah, so Jada Pinkett Smith, as you guys know, has alopecia. And he made the G.I. Jane joke referring to her baldness. And Will Smith didn't take too kindly to that and said, "Slap. What did a five finger say in the face? Slap. Slap."
Gotcha, bitch.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they offered Chris Rock to come back to host the 2023 Oscars. And you know what? This is why I always said I had a lot to say about this. If you're Chris Rock, you're in a position where, okay, listen, we want you to come back. What happened, happened. It's not on you. We want you to come back, and we want to give you another chance to kind of a do-over. You're in a lose-lose situation if you're Chris Rock. You can go up there and completely ignore the entire slap thing. You can move on, do your normal monologuing, do your normal jokes in between each award, and all anybody's going to talk about is, when's Chris going to bring up Will Smith? Now, the opposite happens. You bring it up. Right away, you address it in your opening monologue. You make a Will Smith joke, or you kind of tell the story about it, get serious for a minute. Now that's the entire what's going to happen next? You think Will Smith's there? You think he's going to, and I know he's banned, but like, you know, people are just going to speculate nonsense the whole night, and it's going to take away from Chris Rock doing his job. So really, you're kind of in a lose-lose here, and it's such a thing where like it's just going to hover over this entire event. I really think, regardless of who hosts it, I think it's just going to be there, which is another reason why I think it makes sense that he declined, because you're not going to be able to escape it no matter what you do.
Well, and that's the thing, dude. My big takeaway on this, it's like, first of all, you're the Oscars, man. Like, you got to be able to read the room. Take a hint. First of all, we're not even 6 months past this, you know.
Right. What are you already doing reaching out to him now?
Yeah, it's like leave the man be for like 2 years.
They barely got to like kind of have a half-ass apology.
Exactly. It's like, you know, what are you talking about here, bro? Let the man fucking breathe. Like, this just happened. That's a huge event that was nationally televised, whether you want to say it's fake or real.
Millions of people just watch this man get slapped by another grown man.
Get embarrassed.
Like, at the end of the day, whether it's Will Smith and Chris Rock or it's two guys in front of Wawa.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, it's another grown man slapped you in the face on national television.
Exactly, dude. And that's almost like, you know, it's Chris Rock got beta cucked in that situation to the world. It was almost like, you know, not a ceremony, but like a fucking, what do they call it, dude? It's like
It was like
a ritual.
It was like getting baptized in blood.
Well, it's like a ritual
Yeah.
to like Hollywood. It's like a public shaming sort of thing that you have to go. Some weird reason you have to go through. I don't know. It's like some occult shit. Read into it though. Read
Very
up,
very dark shit in Hollywood.
No, read up. Seriously, read
Yeah.
up on that public humiliation rituals. Just it's fascinating, like shit like that.
You think that's part of it? You think that's what was at play there?
I think that could have been. It's definitely a possibility. We don't
That's
know.
interesting to think about. I mean,
Yeah.
if you guys are into conspiracy theories, that's a good one to look into for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, but the occult, dude, like the occult. See, what happens is they do things right in plain sight, but it's like called like residual magic or some shit like that. And it's essentially it's like, all right, we're gonna do all this fucked up shit, but we can't just do it behind the scenes. Like we have to let you know we're doing it, and
It's like the honesty of it's almost like this kind of dark evil. Or whatever.
Exactly.
It's disturbing.
Exactly, and they almost have to like clear their conscience.
Yeah,
and
like I told you about it.
Yeah,
Now
exactly,
you know what
exactly.
you're getting yourself into. You decide to sell your soul to be famous and
Exactly.
to host this event.
Exactly.
It's on you. Our hands are washed.
Yeah, because we told you, and whether you chose to pick up on the signs or not, that's on you. That might have been a possibility. Who knows? I mean, you look at the slap and you analyze it, and there's been people who've slowed it down, the super slow motion.
There's people that they said there's a pad on Chris Rock's face.
There's a
This is a
pad.
whole staged event.
And when you look at and I made this remark too, when Twitter posts out something that says fact check, blah 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 is not true, I always tend to like even look at it that much deeper because it's like, okay, you went out of your way to like let me know that something.
Because are you fact checking it or are you sweeping it under the rug? Nothing to see here. This
Exactly.
did not happen. This is fake news. Fake news. Chris Rock, a great American, was slapped by Will Smith, a traitor to this great nation. Probably in cahoots with China. Just want to leave that out there.
Donald J. Trump, everyone making another appearance on
Thank
the show.
you, John. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. Happy Saturday. I am enjoying my great bottle of Jim Beam here.
Nah, dude, but it's fascinating, man. To go into this, yeah. I mean, like I said, it's really too soon to really have asked Chris. And what did you expect Chris to say?
Yeah, it's just the timing of it just really doesn't make any sense.
Horrible. Here, so we'll dive into like the first little bit of this, but it's not really much. So it says Chris Rock reportedly told the crowd at a Phoenix stand-up, I can't really see, at a Phoenix stand-up show that he was offered to return to the Oscars in 2023 as host after Will Smith infamously slapped him on stage. Per the Arizonian Republic, Rock declined. The local outlet wrote that he said it would be like going back to a crime scene or inviting Nicole Brown Simpson, oh God, to go back to the restaurant. He also turned down a Super Bowl ad in the aftermath. Rock's commentary on the slap came briefly and early during a roughly 90-minute comedy set. That's a long time for a set, comedy especially, with an attendee prompting him to talk about it. The 57-year-old told his fans the smack coming from the man who played Muhammad Ali did indeed hurt. Okay, that makes sense.
So he compared himself to the OJ incident. That's great.
That's awesome.
That's top shelf comedy. That's base shit right there.
He's bigger than me. The state of Nevada would not sanction a fight between me and Will Smith, he's quoted saying. In May, Deadline wrote that ABC president of entertainment Craig Erwich was open to the idea of Rock hosting the show next year. The slap launched a trillion blog post in March.
Wow.
In March 2022 is yielding headlines to this day. Yeah, I mean, we're covering it right now on the show. With the last month alone seeing Willow Smith dig into the topic, Zoe Kravitz share her regrets on way she spoke out when it happened, and Kevin Hart gift Rock a goat name. Well, what does that say? And Kevin Hart?
So Kevin Hart gifted Chris Rock a goat and named it Will Smith. So he gave it to him on stage at a show at
MSG.
Madison Square Garden. That's hilarious.
So everyone kind of really having their fun with this incident still to this day.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. This happened in what, February, and it's still a hot topic.
Yeah. February,
It's crazy.
March.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't blame Chris one bit though.
No, I mean, if you're Chris Rock, this is kind of the only option you have. I mean, even next year. I mean, would you, if you were Chris Rock, would you take it next year if they were like, listen, we understand.
In 24?
Give it a year to die down. Do it in 24.
I'd say you'd need at least 2 years to kind of like move past it.
Yeah, I feel like once you hit the 2-year mark, it's completely out of the cultural zeitgeist, if that makes sense.
Like obviously it would always be there, sort of thing, but you know, at least you would have had time to kind of move on from it and kind of just reset at the end of the day.
Yeah, because I feel like at that point too, and if you're Will Smith at that point, because Will Smith has lost a lot of his movies that were upcoming, but there are a couple that are still in development. I think if you're Will Smith, if you just kind of lay low, you put out your apology, whether people agree with it or not, you put it out there, so that's out there. You know, you shoot your movies that you still have slated to come out, and you just kind of lay low. At that point, everybody will move past it. It's with Will Smith, it's kind of a one-time thing. He's never really been known to show this kind of behavior, and it's documented. We all know what he's going through in his marriage. So, dude, he probably just fucking snapped. I mean, you get to a point, everybody, no matter if you're a major celebrity or not, you get to a point where shit just bottles up and you just blow up.
Well, and we talked about too on.
And you
show.
do irrational shit, and it was a very irrational thing to do.
We've talked about here on this show, man. Just the relationship of Willow and rather Jada and Will, man. I mean, just super fucking toxic.
It's bad.
You know, she's out there, you know, sleeping around and, you know, going behind his back and like really talking shit and kind of like just demoralizing Will. You know, Will has, you know, Jaden and Willow as kids that
and he's very close. I mean, him and Jaden do a lot of movies together. They're very close.
They do a lot of movies, but at the end of the day, wasn't it Willow or some shit like saying something? She was saying pretty much trashing Will, I think, on an interview.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense too because Willow kind of followed Jada's path as far as like being a musician,
right?
Kind of doing more what her mother's done. Right. So like it makes sense that she would side with Jada on that.
Yeah, I mean, but this was pre-snap. I'm thinking of Thanos. Fucking pre-slap.
Will Smith just walks up with the Infinity Gauntlet,
snaps him out of existence.
Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth.
Dude, that's fucking
Chris Rock
great.
just gets turned to dust.
Jesus, I'd pay to see that. I'd pay to see them both fight, though. Honestly,
if they did like a celebrity boxing, I'd
be
watch
great,
it. Dude. Trilla event. You can have Jake Paul and whoever else fight him. Maybe get Andrew Tate in there. Let them brawl it out. Be the main event.
That's actually a perfect segue.
Yeah, you can have Will Smith and Chris Rock on there as a celebrity undercard fight.
Real quick before we get into this next topic on that segue because that was great, and I don't want to spoil it. I think that was a celebrity death match. You remember celebrity death match?
Yeah, MTV.
Right? Yeah. I think that was already a match. Will Smith versus Chris Rock. I feel like that was.
Well, if they ever bring it back, because I know there was talks that MTV was going to bring that back.
That'd be great.
That'd be fantastic, and that would be like the perfect way. Like if they did a first episode, that'd be the perfect one.
And I think that would solve a lot of this bullshit influencer boxing that we've seen over the last 4 years now. I would say. Where it would kind of, because like we need our fix, right? But celebrity boxing was or celebrity deathmatch, celebrity.
It was its own thing.
Rather, it was its own thing, and you almost like scratch that itch of wanting to see a real fight, watching that.
It puts the whole like celebrity fight thing like as an entity in its own little box.
Right.
So now you can have like legitimate boxing. You can watch like the ESPN Top Rank and see all the actual like up and coming prospects. You can watch the heavyweight type, the WBC belt fights. And then you have like, because we all admit, like as ridiculous as Jake Paul's fights are, we want to watch them because it's a spectacle. It's a circus.
Right.
You're curious. You want to watch.
That's what Celebrity Deathmatch did. It was a spectacle.
Exactly.
You wanted to watch it. So I feel like if we bring that back, that would solve this whole bullshit fucking phenomenon of the
right, because everybody's in on the fact that this is its own separate thing. It's not trying to it's not. I'm trying to be the greatest boxer in the current boxing circuit, whatever.
Yeah. I hope they bring that back, bro.
That'd be hilarious.
I'll sign a petition for MTV to bring that back. But to segue into our next topic, Mario, Jake Paul, apparently he hasn't released it yet, or at least not to my knowledge, but from rumors and from all the signs pointing, his next opponent, Mario, is none other than 47-year-old Anderson Silva, which it's going to look like it's going to be happening in October, which You know, two things.
Yes,
real
came out a
quick.
few days ago.
Two things. One, kind of unfortunate that this is how we're trending now, where Jake Paul is just fighting washed up fucking fighters.
It fits the narrative.
Yes.
It fits.
No, I won't say washed up. Let me take that back, because Anderson Silva,
For his age, Anderson Silva can still fight.
he could still bang, but I'll say retired old UFC fighter.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, dude, when I saw this, it enraged me. Like, it really did. Like, it really enraged me to the fact that we've been following this whole Jake Paul saga back and forth. You know, he has the whole back and forth with Tommy Fury. He's got the whole back and forth with Hakeem Rockman. We're like, all right, when's this dude going to actually face one of these actual prospects, these actual boxers that are in their prime? And what do we get? Yet another situation where he's fighting a UFC fighter that's long retired. At this point, he fought Woodley. Tyron Woodley was about, 38, 39?
39.
So
Twice.
he's pushing 40.
Fought him twice.
Right. Both times the guy's pushing 40, he's fighting him. Anderson Silva's a legend. We all know that. If you watch UFC, Anderson Silva is like a legend. He's almost 50.
Yeah.
And even though he can still, he'll still give Jake Paul the work for being an older guy. He's almost 50 and he's retired.
Yeah.
Jake Paul is just continuing to fill this narrative of, I'm never going to face a guy that's a boxer in his prime, that's primarily a boxer. And I know Anderson Silva's got a background in boxing too. But still, I mean, what are we talking about here again? Another fight where it looks like Jake Paul is just going to collect a bag, make it out unscathed. This is a glorified sparring match.
To the nth degree.
And at this point, just go away.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about you anymore. If you want to do these like little celebrities exhibitions where you fight, 50-year-old Anderson Silva, good for you. He's a big name. I don't blame you for wanting to get on a card with Anderson Silva. That's a big draw. But stop promoting yourself as I'm on this boxing career. You're not. You're on this celebrity career that happens to be through the vehicle of the sport of boxing.
Right.
Just go away.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about it anymore. Don't even talk about it until you're like at the press conference. Just show up at a press conference. Be like, guess what, guys? You know what? I'm going to fight Anderson Silva, and it's
next week.
We're going to make $2 million, and we're just going to chill for 8 rounds. We're just going to kind of stand there and dance around.
Right.
Then it's like, okay, again, what we talked about with Celebrity Deathmatch, you're putting that in its own little box. Like, I'm not going to go into it expecting anything. It's like when you watch Tyson fight now at 50-something. It's like, you just want to watch Mike get in the ring.
Yes.
You're not expecting anything.
Right. But you're right.
Stop talking about yourself like you're this up-and-coming heavyweight prospect, because you're not.
Right.
You're not.
Right.
You haven't fought anybody, and you're not trying to fight anybody, and everybody that gets in your way, Hakeem Rockman clowned you, bro.
Yeah, he did. You
canceled that fight like 2 weeks in advance. The day before the fight, he shows video evidence that he pretty much makes the weight. Give or take a pound that he would have dropped that night, probably.
With the no hydration clause.
With a no hydration clause, all these little bullshit little odds and ends you throw in these contracts. The man makes his weight and then goes, you know what? You want to sit here and run your mouth about me? Well, guess what? I'm going to show the sparring video of you literally running around the ring to avoid getting hit.
With me only having one
With
arm.
me literally throwing punches with one arm.
Just my left.
Literally just using my other arm for defense.
It's fucking pathetic.
It's absolutely a disgrace to the sport.
Yeah.
Because I love boxing. Listen, MMA is great. The UFC is definitely the top combat sport currently. But I love boxing. I've always loved boxing.
Yep.
It's a disgrace and it's an insult to the sport.
Yes.
It really is.
100%, dude. You couldn't have said
It's
really any better.
absolutely making a mockery of a sport that's already in decline for years with all the corruption and all the bullshit that's gone into it. You're making it worse. I don't care that you're at the forefront promoting the sport, because you're not really promoting the sport. You're promoting yourself through the sport.
Exactly.
And all you're doing is making people look at it like, oh, here we go, another joke.
Right.
You're a joke.
Right. Dude, no, bro, that's absolutely fantastic way to sum this whole phenomenon of Jake Paul up, man. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you, oh, bro, I tried fighting Tommy Fury twice and Hakeem Rockman. So I tried fighting real boxers, but I couldn't get the job done. And this whole narrative that, you're right, Mario, he's not this heavyweight prospect coming up, man. He's fighting ex-NBA players, ex-UFC fighters, old retired
Ben Askren
UFC
looks like he should be like.
in a fucking nursing home.
He looks
dude.
like he should be like in a drive-through at a McDonald's, like
Yes.
serving me a Big Mac.
Right. I mean, Jesus, bro. It's like, have some respect, bro. Like, okay, maybe your first like 3 or 4 fights, I could see.
Fair.
That's fair. Now I wouldn't even say 4. I'd say after your 3rd fight,
I would say get like 1 or 2 tomato cans and just a warm up.
to warm up.
And then you're like, okay, I'm gonna actually go after a contender.
Yeah.
A prospect, an up and coming prospect that's ranked.
Hasim Rahman would have been the perfect fight for him.
That was
Perfect
That was
fight.
perfect.
Yeah.
I understand. I even gave him the benefit of the doubt with the Tommy Fury thing. I'm like, okay, look, he got injured. You could have went overseas to fight him because you're talking about fighting. What's his name over there? KSI. All right, I'll give you that one. Tommy Fury's got an injury. Okay, fair. Hasim Rahman was literally ready to go, met the weight, did everything you asked, sat there and took all your bullshit in the press conference, and then exposed you for what you are as a fraud.
And not to mention, was the replacement for Tommy Fury too.
Hopped in, short notice,
Yeah.
met all your bullshit hydration clauses and all your shit, met his weight, and was ready to rock, and you canceled that fight. I mean, think about it, dude. Fighters are trained to drop that weight quick.
Yes.
There's no reason 2 weeks in advance that he has to be at weight.
Right.
He has to be close. You have to go into camp for a fight at a certain weight where okay, I'm X amount of pounds away from where I got to be. I can drop that quick.
It's attainable.
And he was.
It's attainable, yeah.
And on top of it, you're in the conference going, I don't care if you're 210, I'll fight you, like whatever. Where was that?
Yeah.
The guy reached 206, probably would have hit 205 that night. Would have
Easily.
literally burned that off in one
Easily.
session.
Easily.
Would have made the weight, already made the weight for the fight. Where's your excuse? Because what? I'm 195. I don't want to fight a guy that's 205. Then stop talking like you're this contender.
Talking out your ass, bro.
You're talking out your ass. You're a fraud. You're an absolute disgrace to boxing.
Yeah.
Disgrace.
I mean, dude, look, he'll fight, like Nate Robinson was what, like 100 and probably like 50 pounds, bro.
Nate
It's
Robinson, yeah.
and he fought Jake Paul.
Sure.
It's like, you're 10 pounds difference from Hasim Rahman. What? Just because my only, connection that I can make is that he's a real boxer. He opposes an actual threat. So therefore, you can't take the fight because if you lose, and I've said this before, I said this a year ago when we were watching. It's amazing, bro. I can pull up the clip if you want, but it's amazing. We were literally talking about probably a year ago to this.
It's like deja
date.
vu.
No, it really is. But as soon as he loses, the mystique of Jake Paul dies.
That's a great point because that's exactly what I said of why he's not going to fight Andrew Tate. As much as people think that would be a good matchup, and of course, us on this show, we'd eat that up. That
Sure.
would be like a media circus for us.
100%.
But the reason why that would never work is because their entire narrative of who they are as a person would be shattered.
Right. One way or the
Especially if
other.
you get knocked out.
One way
you
or the
lose
other,
by
yeah.
decision, that's bad enough. But if you get knocked out, that whole I'm an alpha, I'm the top dog, come at me, bro, fuck you, that's all gone.
Yeah.
It's out the window.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just sad, bro. Like we were talking about, we're seeing Jake, use boxing, and kind of, he'll tell you that he's really uplifting the sport, but really at the end of the day, man, it's
Like,
bad for the sport. It's bad.
It's
all around.
bad. It's
100%.
a bad look. It really just makes a mockery of it. And you know what? And we riff on Logan Paul as well, and we're gonna get to him later with the whole impulsive thing. But in light of this whole thing with Jake, I've actually come around to, you know what? Logan Paul dabbles in boxing. He's kind of quiet about it up until the fight. Okay, fine. He's going into WWE wrestling.
Yeah.
And he's kind of found, hey, I'm a good entertainer. I'm a famous YouTuber. I'm a big personality. I can thrive here.
Yeah.
And this is kind of tailor-made. I can still be athletic. At least he's doing that. And at least that kind of fits more of what the Paul brothers are.
Right.
At least he's not trying to be something that he's not. He may, and I know we talked about coming back and fighting. I think in December.
Yeah,
I think he said he doesn't announce the opponent yet.
So on the this recent Impulsive episode, he comes out and says that he's seeing the likes of KSI, which is his business partner in Prime. The likes of KSI coming out last week. KSI had 2 fights and won both of them. Now, granted, he didn't fight nobody.
Right.
Looked okay. I'd rather see Jake Paul fight KSI. I don't know if that'll actually happen if KSI will take that fight, but that's another story.
Oh, if we're talking like an actual fight, I agree.
That would be a good fight to watch. But at the same token, so he's seen KSI, do well. He's seen Jake Paul, his brother, do well. So he describes in this latest episode how he's gotten the fighter's itch again to come back and box. So I think we're going to watch, another Logan Paul run to boxing, which...
I mean, think about it, though. I mean, okay, you had an itch. Did you have an itch because you have that fighter's mentality, or did you have an itch because it's the bag? And it's the bag.
It's the bag.
Because if you're a true fighter, if that's who you are as a person, if boxing is like your life, you are an animal when you get into the ring.
Yes.
Like we talk about Mike Tyson all the time. Prime Mike Tyson, that's like
a dog.
A killer.
A dog.
That's an actual killer. It's a dog. That's dog mentality, to quote Coach Sirianni of our Philadelphia Eagles.
Ruff, ruff.
Yeah. But it's clear that it's like, okay, I watch my business partners, my brother who's another business partner, have success. I'm making huge money and accolades in WWE. Everybody knows me from my YouTube and my podcast. I can get back and box again. I like boxing. It's a fun hobby. But I'm going to pick somebody that, we can spar it out for 8 rounds, coast to coast. Stay away from each other. Just kind of stick and move, throw the jab. You're good. Walk out of there with $2 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
$2 million purse.
He sees his brother, bro. I mean, to Jake's credit, I believe it was last year, he made $45 million just off boxing. So, and Logan's the older brother. Jake obviously being the younger brother. The younger brother just made 45 mil off boxing, and Logan's like, I feel like Logan is at like a midlife crisis right now almost. Like he has many different things that he does, but can't really decide to lean in one or the other.
Well, it's true. I kind of feel like Jake's been kind of lapping him a little bit.
Well, with the financial gains, I think for sure.
On the business side.
On the business side, 100%.
On the social side, I mean, Logan's got the podcast, which is huge.
And he does the vlogs.
Sure.
And all that shit. So, but, the little brother's making way more money, bro. And, that does something to you. Now, Logan having the quote-unquote itch, it's like, bro, we just want to see authenticity. That's really, I think,
That's
really
all I ask.
The moral of it.
If you're genuinely like, you know what? I have this like fire in me to start a boxing career, and I really want to go for this. Okay, I'll respect it. And if you fight somebody that's a true contender or just a true prospect, somebody that like, okay, I respect it. Whether you win or lose, you got in the ring with somebody that I can respect that you got in the ring. Because we always say like, it takes balls to get into a ring, an octagon, whatever, regardless. But you get that extra respect when it's someone that's like, you know what? Even if you lost the fight, you fought a guy that's a good fighter.
Yeah. Like Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder is a perfect example because at the end of the day, even though Wilder lost, the dude still got a hell of a power punch. He's still a great heavyweight fighter.
And he dropped Tyson, I think, a couple times in that third fight.
Right. Tyson Fury, you thought in the one fight, I thought he was done. Yeah. I thought he was unconscious.
Same.
He hit him so hard. When Tyson Fury got off the canvas, I was shocked.
His bell was wrong.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you can respect that. That's all I ask. Yeah. Is just fight somebody where it's like, you know what? You actually gave it a real puncher's chance. I can respect it.
Yeah, you're not fighting some NBA retired basketball
ridiculous.
Player. As everything kind of sits right now, we are kind of gearing up towards a Jake Paul Anderson Silva boxing tout here, probably coming up in the next 6 weeks or so. So, Mario, real quick, and then we'll move on to, we'll move on to our next story after this. But real quick, Anderson Silva, Jake Paul, if it does be announced and it's 100% confirmed, who you going with?
Because it's like, obviously, the fan in me wants to see Anderson Silva come out.
Oh, yeah.
Anderson Silva, like we said, at 47, he can still fight. He's actually, I think he won his last fight, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So he's still, he's still got the puncher's chance in this fight. I just think what the problem is this is another fight where you just kind of it's the Jake Paul narrative, the next chapter, if that makes sense. Like you just kind of know where it's going. It's either going to be Jake Paul by decision, or he's going to knock him out late. And it's like, all right, well, you know what? You just keep lining these things up. I already know what I'm going to get out of this. And it sucks because I want to see Anderson Silva land one on him and just stun him. I want to see somebody because Jake Paul's a big guy. For 195, he's big.
Yeah, he's got a big frame.
He's got a big frame. He's got a big reach.
He's got like that dummy.
He's very slow. He doesn't have a lot of footwork and a lot of head movement. So he's a power puncher. So, like, you know, Anderson Silva having a background, you know, fighting in the UFC, if he has some of his movement left from when he was younger, and he can slip those power punches, I mean, if you can try to get in tight on Jake Paul, I mean, you can do some damage. I mean, his chin really hasn't been tested.
Exposed.
That's another thing. Like, if you're a true fighter, you got to have a chin on you. We haven't seen Jake Paul get tested. I would like to see, even if he doesn't win this fight, I just want to see Anderson Silva try to land one.
Get a couple hits in.
Because we always go into these things thinking like, okay, it's another, like, you know, when Logan fought Mayweather, you're like, all right, Mayweather in his prime could dice him up, but they're not out here to fight. They're out here to spar and collect money.
They have no knockout clause.
Right. There's literally no other. This is more of just a celebrity, like, hey,
death match.
It's a celebrity death. It's just a big exhibition spectacle.
And that brings me back to my point with Celebrity Deathmatch, the MTV show. If they brought that back, all this, I think, influencer boxing would go to the wayside. And seriously, that show had that much of an impact then when there was less media.
Shit, they made a video game about it, if you remember that.
Yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, man, so we'll see, dude. So that's, you know, obviously the one hand I'm very like, oh, fuck.
I'll say, what do you think? What are your thoughts on that fight?
I mean, like I said, so I was super bummed when the Hasim Rahman Jake Paul fight got canceled.
That to me, like we said, that was the fight. That was the one where it's like, okay,
right,
now we're gonna see his first test.
He'll be tested. You know, so and I was bummed too because we had a super, you know,
dude, you had
cool,
big plans for that.
Yeah, we had
fun.
The local band, big plans, big things.
Big things coming.
Yeah. But so that was going to be super interesting. So I was bummed by that, but I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't surprised. You know what I mean? Like, I almost foresaw that kind of how it unfold. You know, because I'm like, dude, if Jake Paul steps in the ring and if this is a real fight, he's going to get rocked. I mean, he might win by going the distance, but he's going to get exposed.
I mean, you get a fighter with good footwork, you know, that can really move around and keep him. They'll tire him out quick.
Yeah.
They'll expose him. You know, he hasn't really shown that he has any defense because he hasn't been tested
at all.
So he'll get exposed, like you said. I agree.
Either way. So, yeah, on the one hand, I was a little bummed out, but on the other hand, I'm like, you know, and not to mention, bro, these fights are like fucking $80, bro, and it's like
absolute robbery.
Yeah, you're
highway robbery.
Yeah, so it's like you're robbing me blind, and you know,
laughing all the way to the bank, dude. It's sad.
Oop, wrong one. Yeah, and then we've also seen too Jake Paul's like pay-per-view numbers drop since he started.
Yeah, I mean, it was rumored that was what also led to the cancellation of that last fight
because they didn't sell enough tickets.
Yeah.
Like the baby, they should join a club. Like,
it's a shame because you know what? That actually had a good undercard. I was looking forward to the Amanda Serrano fight.
Well, that would have been great.
That was honestly, to me, more of the highlight than that fight.
Than the actual headlining event.
Because she's fantastic. She's a great up-and-comer.
So, obviously we continue to monitor that, man. And if this fight does take place, we will do what we were going to do for the Hasim Rahman Jake Paul fight. We'll just take that over. And I actually like that. I like the Hasim Rahman matchup better on paper, but the Anderson Silva, you got the name.
Right.
And it's
Anderson Silva, the name attached to that comes with, that's a draw in itself. Right?
So, yeah, we'll definitely do that big if that persists. So, yeah, we'll keep it moving here. We got a couple more stories here before our little 5-minute break.
Oh, this one here's a shocker.
Mario, I seen this in the beginning of the week now.
Oh, boy.
We cover comedians on this show. We cover the modern day, what is known to be an influencer here on this show. And kind of our consensus through every comedian is, most comedians. I'm not going to lump in, because I'm a fan of like Bill Burr.
Sure.
Jim Brewer is another one.
Love those guys.
Who's the other one I'm thinking of? I can't remember his name.
Honestly, like even like John Mulaney, I like him. He's great.
John Mulaney's not bad.
Obviously Chappelle.
Well, obviously Chappelle. And I'm trying to think, who's the other one, dude? Fuck, I'm trying.
I'll give a shout out to another local one, Eleanor Kerrigan. She's hilarious.
I've yet to check her out.
She's really fun. I saw her open for Dice Clay in Atlantic City. She was really good.
Can't go wrong with Dice.
That was fantastic. That was a great show, dude. That was hilarious.
Sebastian Maniscalco, another one.
Yeah, and he's doing big numbers. I mean, he's selling arenas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But outside of them, man, and maybe a few others that we failed to mention, but outside of them, man, the modern day comedian, the Brendan Schaubs of the world, you know, the Chris D'Elias of the world, the Brian Callens of the world, you know, it's Mark Normans of the world, the Sam Morrells, the Sam Tripolis. They're not comedians, man. And we make it a point to, I mean, obviously they're labeled as comedians. They try to.
They're comedians by
default.
proxy, by default. Yeah.
But our message at the end of the day, now I'm not saying all of those guys are
Everybody get your torch and pitchforks ready.
Yeah, get it
John's
ready.
about to say another hot take.
a blasphemous fucking take here. I don't think it's that blasphemous,
The Mark Norman fans are coming for you, man.
Oh, dude, fuck them, dude. I ain't even worried. Nah, you know, we could all get together, smoke Z-weed.
You know what's funny, though? I really do think, like, if Mark Norman were to watch this show, he'd probably find
get
it.
it.
Dude, he'd get it.
No, he'd get it.
He'd get it.
For sure. But really our general consensus really with the modern day comedian is that they're, you know, shady. You know, they don't exactly tell you everything.
I mean, dude, given this thing you just sent me, man, oh boy.
So, and I don't think it just stops here. And I'm not saying to go root through all comedians' past.
Right. We're not
trying
saying
to cancel anybody.
We're not.
I'm just saying it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look
comics.
good. It's
it
a
does
bad
not
look.
look
It's
good.
a bad look.
It's a bad look. Mario, why don't you take this story away? So the past week we had Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears.
This one pains me because Tiffany Haddish, I've enjoyed a lot of her movies recently or TV shows. One of her shows of mine that I enjoy is called Tuca and Birdie. It's very funny. It's on HBO Max. Ari Spears, I actually used to love. He did a Arnold Schwarzenegger impression years ago. I was a fan of these guys. So this is kind of really disturbing to read and makes me sad to read. So this is from TMZ. Allegedly, Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears are sued. Allegedly, they had groomed and molested a child. Oh my God. Haddish's lawyer fires back, calls it a, quote, shakedown.
And it was actually two children. It was a 7 and a 14-year-old. At the time, this was like 2014, so it was about 8 years ago. So yeah, Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears, man, getting the alleged slapped on them. Now, what do I think will transpire from this? Obviously, we've seen the likes of, you can call it cancel culture, or you can call it just straight facts. We've seen this sort of, allegations come out from the likes, of people coming after people like Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen, Brendan Schaub, so on and so forth. The list goes on. We've seen them trying to be taken off, and somehow they had tricked their fans, Brian and Chris being two specifically, that got wrapped up in sexual allegations and other shit, and they came back no problem. So now Tiffany Haddish, I don't know, man, because she don't really got a podcast. I mean, that was one, I think.
Yeah, she's primarily an actor or an actress. Yeah,
actress, right. I don't know if it goes that smooth for her. Obviously, she's calling it a shakedown from the parents of the children that this took, place over. She's calling it like, kind of just like a money grab sort of, ordeal, that this is all fake news and, there's nothing to see here.
But, it's like, even if it is, I mean, it's on TMZ, and we've known TMZ. Regardless of how you feel about TMZ, if it's trashy or whatever, in your opinion, it doesn't matter. TMZ gets a lot of scoops, and they get exclusive footage.
And they're not going to post.
They're not just going to post nonsense.
To bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
They're a legitimate source for celebrity gossip.
So here, why don't you take this whole section here?
So
Mario?
let's see where we start from the first paragraph there.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this says 4:05 p.m. Pacific time. So this was a few days ago. This got posted, I think.
Yes.
Okay. So despite what the lawsuit claims, quote, Funny or Die says they have no involvement in creating the video, telling us Funny or Die found this video absolutely disgusting and would never produce such content. We were not involved with the conceptualization, development, funding, or production of this video. It was uploaded to the site, user-generated content, and was removed in 2018 immediately after becoming aware of its existence. So this gets into the actual allegations here. So Tiffany Haddish and Ari Spears groomed a 14-year-old girl and her 7-year-old brother, coercing them to film explicit skits, this according to a new lawsuit. But Tiffany's legal team is calling it nothing but a shakedown, years in the making.
And it's like, of course they're going to call it nothing but a shakedown.
Right,
What are you
it's
going to
their
say?
job.
Oh, you got me.
Whoops.
Yeah. Sorry.
Shit. My client is guilty as fuck.
Well, damn.
Well, damn.
But, I mean, it's like, I expect nothing less from their legal team nonetheless.
Right. I mean, it's their job. So it says, in the lawsuit obtained by TMZ, again, TMZ is a pretty legitimate source for this kind of thing. The older sister says she was just 14 when Haddish gained her trust and convinced her to film a sexually suggestive video, with Haddish teaching her how to mimic fellatio for the skit. So she was teaching her how to suck dick.
Yeah.
So that's pretty inappropriate.
I'd say
A 14-year-old, that's disgusting.
14 and 7.
So if that's true, that's absolutely disgusting.
That's dog shit.
Right. That's lowest of the low of the earth. The allegations get even more disturbing. So in the suit, she claims her younger brother was only 7. Again, John, you mentioned that just a second ago. When Haddish brought him to a home where Spears and Haddish molested him while filming a Funny or Die video titled "Through a Pedophile's Eyes." So they were.
Wow.
That's like, look what we're doing. You can't fucking stop us because we're up here.
Right. I mean,
wow.
that's a bombshell right there, dude. Like that's
disturbing, dude.
So you could kind of, all right. So you're Tiffany Haddish's legal team. Obviously, you're going to say it's a money grab.
Got to do what you got to do.
But to come up, if you're a parent of these, first of all, if you're the parent of these children, and you're doing this for a money grab, you should be fucking thrown in jail or shot.
Right. Because at the end of the day, we always say this, where you make that kind of an allegation, even if it's not true, you destroy a person's entire reputation.
100%.
If it's false, that's destroying someone's entire life.
On the same breath, though, how do you come up with such a fucking dark, twisted thing? I mean, to the lengths of she's even got the title of this like little film that they were filming.
It's a next level dark.
It's very next level.
If all this is true, that's absolutely despicable.
It's over the top.
That's literally as bad as it gets. It's right in front of your face, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and it doesn't look good for Tiffany Haddish. I'll say that now.
No.
Or Ari Spears. It does not look good for them.
Because again, I mean, you're in the headlines now for a despicable act, where you're forever, even if this is just a shakedown, whatever, blah blah blah. Your reputation now, at least for the time being, is destroyed.
And for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Right, because who would trust you again?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Guess where I'm not leaving my kids around?
Right.
When I go to a Christmas party.
Exactly.
Not leaving around Tiffany or Ari.
Right.
I'll tell you that much.
In your career, you just completely sunk your career.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised over the next couple days or weeks we start seeing, because at first, right now it's allegations, right? But
sure.
As time moves on and the ball really doesn't move, first of all, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a settlement out of court, and that's a telltale sign that the person's guilty. But they just didn't want to go through the trial, so they'd rather just throw money at the problem.
I have enough money where I can get you to go away. Hush money.
Right. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I wouldn't also be surprised if their sponsors or their agencies that back them start just pulling out,
right.
man. And that's what you see.
We're cutting ties with you, right?
And that's what you see. And then all of a sudden you're going to see Tiffany and Ari Spears come out. Oh, this is cancel culture to the max. No one ever deserves to be canceled. It's like, first of all, that's a crock of shit.
Right,
you don't even believe that.
I'm sorry, but there's a difference between you saying some dumb shit on Twitter 10 years ago and this. If all these allegations are true,
molesting children.
That's the darkest evil shit you can do.
Yeah, it just doesn't look good for Tiffany Haddish, man. And she's a comic too. We cover comics. It's like,
and she's a famous big name.
Big name. So why don't we finish reading the rest of this? You want me to do it?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
You want to finish what you started? Or you want me to take it?
Go ahead. I got it. I was about to. I'll sip my drink and I'll read intently.
All right, so it says, let me just zoom in a little bit so I can see it clearly. All right, Tiffany's attorney, Andrew, I thought that said Andrew Bentler, Andrew Bretler, says the lawsuit is purely an extortion attempt, telling us plaintiff's mother, Triza Morris.
Triza
Morris has been trying to assert these bogus claims against Ms. Haddish for several years. Brettler continues every attorney who has initially taken on her case, and there were several, ultimately dropped the matter once it became clear that the claims were meritless, and Ms. Haddish would not be shaken down. Now, Ms. Morris has her adult daughter representing herself in this lawsuit. The two of them will together face the consequences of pursuing their this frivolous action. The siblings claim Haddish was friends with their mother. So these are the two little kids. They were claiming Tiffany and their mother were friends. And they say the video featuring John Doe, which was published online via Funny or Die, which again, Funny or Die has completely disconnected and said they had no part of this. They had no idea what this was about. But this was published via Funny or Die when he was too young to consent. In their suit, the sister says her resulting trauma has prevented her from dating because she's scared she'll be taken advantage of and led down a path of false trust like the path that Haddish led her down. Both siblings say that they have developed social disorders, and the brother claims he is so afraid of being watched or recorded in places, Band-Aids over all the cameras on his electronic. Oh, so he posts like duct tape.
Yeah, covers them up with Band-Aid.
The siblings also say their mother tried to reach a $15,000 settlement with Spears over the alleged molestation video. They're going after Haddish and Spears for damages. Yeah, man. This does not look good for Miss Haddish or Mr. Spears here. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it yet. I mean,
there's not enough out right now as far as like evidence we have just kind of the alleged victim's words. So right. Again, it's a bad look, but we'll see if this thing develops.
Yeah. Either way, whoever is found guilty in this, and again, like I said, watch out for the settlement out of court, because if that happens, that's a telltale sign that they didn't want to take it to a trial. But whoever is guilty on this, and I hope for God's sake that
it's all. I hope it's both.
I hope it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But whoever is at fault, they deserve to be shot, killed, fucking, metaphorically, metaphysically. I'm not threatening them, but
right.
Well, you're abusing children.
Really.
What the fuck?
It's absolutely the worst of the worst.
And I'll say this: if you can muster up the fucking, I guess, courage to abuse children, what else won't you do? Right. You're a menace to society.
We always talk about like the underlying dark things that go on behind the scenes in Hollywood, and the fact that like something like this just kind of like, look, we're literally titling our Funny or Die video.
Yeah. What did they title?
It was like some kind of like in a pedophile
through a pedophile's eyes.
That's.
I mean, what the fuck? That's creepy. That's some Joe Biden shit. Next level Joe Biden shit.
That's a pretty good segue, John, because we do have some Joe Biden coverage on this show.
We have some Joe Biden coverage today, dude.
And you know what?
Not looking good for Sir Biden.
Talk about creepy.
Yeah, real quick, we'll put a pin in this, and we'll obviously continue to monitor the Tiffany Haddish, Ari Spears, as it unfolds, man, because obviously it's not done here. So, yeah. We'll continue to monitor it.
Yeah, we'll see if anything comes out. We'll keep you guys updated on that one.
But as I mentioned, Joseph R. Byron,
the president himself, Joe Biden.
So he comes out right in our backyard, dude, in Philadelphia, Independence Hall, on Thursday, and had like a speech addressing the nation, and the title of the speech was "Battle for the Soul of the Nation." Now, I believe that this wasn't choreographed by Joe himself. This was a team of writers, a team of producers that put this together, from the lighting to the Marines here in the background to the whole stage.
It's very militaristic.
Well, dude, I mean, this has blown up on Twitter this past week, man, because everyone's comparing this imagery that we're seeing here, and it's on the thumbnail, of Joe Biden like this with the Marines behind him in the red, and it's at nighttime.
I see where you're going with this.
To, our not modern day, but past day dictators such as Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, even modern day to Xi Jinping in China. They do this sort of thing where they're trying to assert dominance, and I feel like kind of projecting. Like, what they're doing.
Especially Biden, because he doesn't have, like, people can say what they want about Trump, and he was very abrasive, but he had that kind of, like, that was kind of what his whole MO was to be this, like, you're not gonna fuck with me whether you agree with me or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like with Biden, you're right. It's a little bit of projecting.
Imagine if Trump did something like this.
Oh, it would be a shitstorm on Twitter.
Dude, it would be insane, bro. They would.
We would be talking like, oh my God, when's martial law going into effect?
Exactly. Exactly. No, it's creepy, bro. I watched this speech.
And I'm saying this as I'm not a Trump fan by no
Right.
means. I have tons of issues with President Trump.
And that's the thing. You don't have to be.
Right.
Because
I have issues with President Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, that's what Americans should be. You should question things that you don't see working for you as an American.
Exactly, dude. And you just hit it perfectly on the head.
No matter who the candidate is.
And no matter what the issue is. You should be able to question anything and everything. That is your right.
The government's supposed to serve you, the people.
Not the other way around.
Right.
Us serving the government. And that's kind of where we find ourselves here in, September, 4th now,
Yes.
2022. We find ourselves where we're unable to question things, or we get blocked or censored or whatever the case is. We're not able to question nothing, really. I mean, you hear in this speech alone, Joe Biden says, if you're not like with us, then you're against us. And if you're against us, that makes you a MAGA Republican and an extremist.
Is this like, the new witch hunt of the 50s, the communist witch hunt?
Dude, I mean, it damn near feels like it, bro. And it's like,
the Red Scare.
You don't have to be a Trump supporter.
The new red is the MAGA hats, right?
Well, right. Yeah, right. And he's projecting with the red in the background and everything. And it's like, again, you don't have to be a Trump supporter. That's not.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like I said, I'm not by any means.
But what he's saying in this speech is if you even question what we're doing, that makes you the extremist. You have to fall in line.
That's the problem.
And that's the dangerous part, dude. And this is where we find ourselves. So we'll play a little bit of the speech and we'll kind of see it how it unfolds, what he's got to say. Were you able to check out this speech?
A little bit.
A little bit.
I didn't watch the whole thing.
Initial thoughts from seeing it?
Yeah, it just kind of gives me like you said, this is kind of just feels like, I mean, Biden's whole entire presidency's kind of felt this way, where it's like, you look at the Democrats. We talked about before on a previous episode where we were like, anybody that's truly for the people, that's truly like a Democrat, gets kneecapped by the Democratic Party because they have to get somebody in that's still. Because, like, Joe Biden's, like, the most right-leaning left person you can think of. And he's an easily figurehead.
He used to be. Not anymore. He has no idea where the fuck
Well,
he
because
is.
now he has to sell, I'm for you. We just went through this with Trump. Now I'm going to step in and I'm going to fix everything. And now it's...
Well, that's what he sold us on.
Right.
I mean,
that's what... in 2020, that's why we all voted Trump out of office, is because we were sold on, what?
Unity. I'm going to be Mr. United.
And we looked at it like Mr. United. Everything's going to quiet down in the country. He was the former vice president under Obama. So you're like, okay, he's been with Obama for 8 years,
And everyone loved Obama.
And everybody loved Biden when he was Obama's VP. I mean, we didn't know any better.
Right.
So like now it just comes off as like, man, this just feels like the Democratic Party just like, okay, we have the puppet strings. Go ahead, dance.
Yeah, and it's like, it's wild, bro.
It's weird.
It's
disturbing.
It's disturbing. It's weird. It's odd.
It's cultish,
dude. 100%.
And on both sides, the extremists on both sides of the spectrum. That's why the two-party system, I feel like, is the ruination of this country. I do. I think all it does is pit people against each other, and instead of seeing the common good and the common goal for everybody at the bottom, we just keep feeding what the people at the top are. Hey, keep on fighting about silly politics that we're pitting you against the other person next to you that really has a lot more in common.
Right.
If you actually sat and had a conversation.
100%.
But
you would never know that.
You would never know that because we have you wrapped around our finger, and you're just going to keep feeding our political machine, and we're going to continue to do what we got to do to stay up here,
right? And
line our pockets.
Well, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing now the current power structure at hand doing anything they can, throwing out all the stops, and I don't think it's going to stop here.
And it's bleeding into everything.
It's everything, dude.
Entertainment.
Well, they're
the
doing it.
news. It's just, dude, you can't escape it.
No,
it's
bro,
insufferable.
because they want power and they want to obtain it at all costs. They don't matter who you are or what they got to do to get it or keep it. They're gonna roll over you, bro. So if you have, guess what? If you have an opposing view, you better fucking air your grievances like now, because if you do, you're gonna be taken offline. You're gonna be censored.
because absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely, dude. Exactly. Yeah, man. It's wild to kind of have to witness this. I mean, because for the longest time, bro. I mean, you date back to like post World War II, like right after that, and a lot of things. The Federal Reserve being born, and just a lot of things that kind of transpired from there to then. But one of the main things is that America was, I guess, put in a position where we didn't have to really worry about our politics. We were kind of diverted away, and that's what Hollywood was there for, and that's what entertainment was there for, to divert the attention from politics to kind of just filling your mind with pointless propaganda that served an agenda
Right.
to the power structure. And for the longest time, we just kind of voted whoever in,
Right.
and just whatever happened.
And even the propaganda that you saw, because obviously during the war there was a lot of propaganda in say
Sure.
movies and stuff, but it was very pro-American. It was very like, I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of it was to feed the war machine because we're going off to fight the Nazis in Europe, but like you said, it was more of like, it was a very pro, like we're all coming together and we're fighting this common enemy that's doing these evil things overseas. It wasn't like we're all kind of coming together very united. And again, like you said, like before, it was like, you're basing your decision making and voting off the candidate. And I still try to hold to that, and I'm sure you do as well, where it's like, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. If I agree with your policies and I feel like you're the one that's benefiting me the most as an American, you actually like are trying to do good things for us, then okay, I'm going to vote you into office. That's just how it should be.
And that's how it should be. But I think that's all really we kind of left it at for the last 75 years. We kind of left it at surface value kind of stuff, for lack of a better term. It was just very like, okay, they say they're going to do this. We'll take them at their word. We'll vote you in.
Right, because you kind of have to. At that point, it's like they're the one running. You kind of have to.
Well, and plus, too, the internet wasn't around. The I guess, ability to obtain information.
Right,
like
the
we do
ability to
now,
influence through politics was much easier before that.
very easily, because they told you something and there was no questioning it, because you only
Right.
had channels 3, 6, and 10
Right.
to give you the news, and they would feed you what they wanted to feed you. It's MK Ultra, bro. It goes back into like the 50s, even
Right.
probably before that, and the brainwashing that's
Because that's
taking
why
place.
now, when you see in the social media age, politics are all over the place.
all over the place. Well,
And everybody's at each other's throats because they're on all ends of the political spectrum.
Well, and I think a lot to do with that is because now there's so many people waking up and they're just calling out and exposing the corruption that takes place, where 50 years ago you didn't have that. Everyone kind of fell in line.
I mean, think about it. From like the 1800s until then, like 50 years ago, the amount of like politicking that could be done to just completely run things the way you want to run things in your political machine was crazy. The politics, the
Right.
corruption in politics was for years, for 200 plus years, has been, rampant in this country.
Well, and it's only gotten worse. I mean, I believe at first, like, our founding fathers really kind of put not a perfect foundation in place, but the best that we've known in modern day
Right,
history.
which you would expect in modern history we would adapt to fit our modern world.
Well, we have, but it's been co-opted, in my opinion, by greater forces at hand that want to essentially, have this post-human agenda, dude. They want to merge machines and humans together. And
Right, because like you said, that was written for a different day and age, that things were done differently. We've evolved as a society. We should evolve with that. But we just continue to go backwards.
Well, you would think we'd evolve.
It's crazy how we
Yeah.
go backwards in this country.
And I think that a lot of that's done by design too, like the
Sure.
the in-house bickering, that you're racist, you're this, you're that, and no one wants to be called that, so you do everything you can
Right.
not to be called that. So I don't know, it's just the whole thing has been co-opted in my humble opinion. But yeah, man, up till about 50 years ago, dude, like you didn't really have the line of questioning that you have today. And now with social media being prominent and the way you get information at the drop of a dime, look at WikiLeaks, bro, and Julian Assange. I mean, how he exposed the Clintons.
Right, and then once you expose that level of people, you're not even safe anymore.
Well, yeah, it becomes dangerous, but it's
dangerous.
It's dangerous, but it's also like, thank God, like,
right.
for
The veil's
people
been
like
lifted.
that.
Right.
You need that, bro, because the way we were going, they were just going to continue what they were doing.
Right. And like you mentioned, like the Clintons, like they've been in political power in this country for 30 plus years now.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, yeah, being prominent with Bill, but I believe Hillary and Bill.
I'm sure.
Senators.
Yeah. So you're talking 30, maybe 40 years of.
And that's the same thing with Joe Biden.
Political dominance. Oh, and Biden probably even longer.
All his life he's been a political sort of not pundit, but a political figure in some sort of fashion. And now, just because everybody, hated Trump, you vote in Joe Biden. But it's like Joe Biden's been in office for 40 some odd years and has done all these like crazy, heinous sort of fucking things and hasn't done anything good besides enrich himself. And you know what I mean? And
I call it the turd versus shit sandwich voting.
Right.
The election.
Right. Right.
You got to pick one or the other. And you're right. I mean, you are right. I mean, like, did I vote Joe Biden in because I like him as a candidate? I did what I felt I had to do because I didn't want Donald Trump to continue in office. But I'm looking at Joe Biden, what he's been doing 2+ years in now. We're almost to the primaries. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing either. I'm going to question, and I'm going to call it out because you're the president of my country. You're the president of the United States.
The leader.
You're the leader of our free world, and your government serves us as the people. So I'm going to call it out.
And Joe Biden.
I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat. I'm calling it out.
Right. Joe Biden doesn't lead anything. The only thing he's been doing is leading us into the ground. We're in a full-on nosedive right now. But, you mentioned that you voted for Biden. And, a lot of people did vote for Biden because, whatever they felt about Trump. And they just felt like anything was better than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And,
that was the majority of this country. That's
but a
what
lot
happened.
of people now are at the point where it's like, okay, they did that. And, Biden, was, on his campaign run. I mean, the 2 times that he was outside of his basement.
Well, because for him, the campaign kind of sold itself where it's like everybody's just fed up with Donald Trump.
Right.
Let's get somebody else into office and, got to do what you got to do.
We're at the point now, though, where the average Biden, first of all, it goes like twofold. So one, with the whole Hunter Biden laptop, and we covered this last week.
That's a whole scandal in itself, right?
So we covered this last week on the show when you weren't here, but Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan, and how pretty much Mark Zuckerberg admitted that he suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story during the election, which now we know with polls and everything that I think 19% of Joe Biden or 20% of Joe Biden voters, if they had known about the laptop,
they would have chose differently.
They would have chose Trump, and
Right.
that would have caused Trump to have.
And that's
won
not
the
okay.
election.
And you know what? As somebody who doesn't, that's not okay.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's a twofold thing. So, and even if you're not one of those 19 or 20% of people that have seen the laptop, you would have voted different. But just in the last, not even 2 years, I mean, we're almost at 2 years, but we're just under 2 at this point. The gas prices are in shambles. Our energy, we're not energy independent.
Right, because there's that argument where it's like, okay, we can deal with a couple of mean tweets, but the economy is going to be stable.
Right. Or the
Right.
fact that, under Trump,
foreign powers are going to keep in check.
Foreign powers going to keep in check. What did happen, right away, dude? Fucking Russia and Ukraine. And it's
Right.
all the money that goes there, and not enough money that's being taken care of our own citizens. And it's
Right,
like,
there is that argument for that, right.
so the average Biden voter has, kind of maybe not flipped for Trump, but at least has woken up and saying, yo.
It's not as black and white as it seemed in the election.
Exactly.
And that's true.
And we got it.
I acknowledge that as a voter when I was at the time. This is not as black and white as it seems, but I kind of did for what my own values are. I kind of went with my own decision.
Right.
I'm sure a lot of people just kind of went with their head before their heart and just kind of said, okay, no, I've had enough of this. Right.
It's, a lot of that, it's based on emotion and in fear. And, they always pull out something big, bro, during an election cycle. I think the fireworks are just kicking off with this speech we're going to get into, but the fireworks being that Republicans are manning up and getting ready to do some violent actions, and all MAGA Republicans are, just terrorists, essentially.
Right, that's a very strong term to use.
So, I think some false flags. We're in the territory of false flag season. We're just under, 70 days or so away from the election. I think it's like 60 something days. So we're just about 2 months away from the election.
Yeah, we're almost there.
From the primaries. So I don't know, man. All I got to say is strap up, brace yourselves. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
I actually did just hear on the radio on the way in today that President Trump's going to be actually out on the Republican campaign trail promoting upcoming candidates.
As he should.
So I wonder if he's going to run. I do. I'm curious because I personally, this close to the primaries, I don't think so. I think he would have already announced the candidacy by now, and I think at this point he's just trying to kind of stay off the grid, even though he had the whole thing with the FBI raid at his place. But
that's a whole.
But for the
topic.
most part, he's trying to stay off the grid. I feel like at this point we would have heard something by now if he was running again.
I think after November, I think it's like 8th or whatever, voting starts and ends. I think after that, and whatever happens, whether it's a red wave that we see or a red tsunami, as a lot of the polls are predicting, I think after we'll see Trump announce he's going to run again.
Okay.
A lot of people, they're split right now.
There's people who have been waving Trump 2024 flag since 2020.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's split right now, I'd say, just from observing between DeSantis and Trump. A lot of people are saying, Trump should take a step back and let DeSantis get in there and do his thing. And then the argument...
Because right now it looks like that might be the case.
And, who knows who would be better. The argument against it, though, is that Floridians want DeSantis for another couple years,
right, and
then transition into the leader, the president. Who knows what's gonna happen, man? Listen. This is a wild time to be alive.
It is, dude.
Every day is just like
us people that are like late 20s, early 30s. We've experienced way too many major events in our lifetime,
especially just in the last 2 years. It's been
right,
like every day, something.
It's just, dude, we can't wake up without seeing something. It's unbelievable. It almost kind of feels like we're living in like an alternate dimension or something, dude. Like it feels like time is like, it feels like the way I grew up, I'm in like a different world now as an adult. It's crazy. Yeah. Your perspective on the world completely changes.
Have you ever have you heard of CERN?
CERN.
The Hadron Collider that's...
yes.
So a lot of people... So with the Mayan calendar, remember it was like...
2012, right?
2012.
It was supposed to be the end of the world.
So apparently CERN had turned on their Hadron Collider like around that time. And
we're living in some kind of like simulation or like some alternate like reality.
Yes.
That's fascinating.
There's that theory too, man. It gets bizarre, bro. But you're absolutely right.
We could do a whole show just on these kind of conspiracy theories, man.
Well, seriously, bro. Between sports and conspiracy theories, we
have offshoot shows we got to plan.
Well, and that's where the foundation really started from. The podcast.
That's what we do in a nutshell.
Exactly.
And now we just incorporate some celebrities and comedians and whoever in there.
Exactly. Calling out the bullshit one.
It's all part of the fun.
At a time.
And then throw in a couple of drinks and you got yourself a podcast.
And call it a Saturday morning. All right, so let's watch some of this Joe Biden speech. I want to get your reaction, and then we'll play a couple more clips from Joe Biden. Cut to our first break. Definitely get to some JRE, Aaron Rodgers, and we'll see how much time we have left in there. So,
let's do it.
Joe Biden, ladies and gentlemen, in our nation's, birthplace in Philadelphia, Independence Hall this past
Thursday. Our backyard.
Right in our backyard, kind of...
just over the bridge.
And I kind of think this is his way. Maybe not him personally, because like I said, he doesn't know where the fuck he's at, at all. Whoever wrote this kind of I felt like stuck it in this is like when you get stabbed and then all right, maybe it didn't hit any organs, but then the blade gets twisted and now you're just like...
And the person just looks you in the eyes or turning it.
Exactly. You're turning the blade because this is right in our nation's birthplace where the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, all that shit was birthed out of.
This is the birth of our nation, literally right at the epicenter.
And we might just have watched the death of our nation in this speech, in our 25-minute speech. So think about the irony in that, bro.
So those red lights there are kind of an indication of what we're getting into.
Emperor Biden, bro. Emperor Biden.
That's right. The Sith, the revenge of the Sith.
Yeah. Let's check it out. Oh, you two, get a room.
My fellow
Oh,
Americans.
the red got darker. Oh, my God.
Dude, that's what I mean. Now, look how fucking
Dun,
creepy this is.
dun, 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 dun.
I mean, right? It's creepy, dude. With the Marines in the background, the dark red at nighttime. It's a nighttime ceremony. You know, it's just really, really bone-chillingly creepy.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, man. Holy
Please,
shit.
if you have a seat, take it. I speak to you tonight from sacred ground in America. Independence Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where America...
Real quick, the boys, I'm at work slapping sandwiches together. Mr. Griffio Gaff, hopefully you're having...
Yo, Mr. Griffio Gaff, what's up, man?
Hopefully you're having a great Saturday, my man. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome in, man. What's your Labor Day plans, Mr. Griffio Gaff?
Also, what sandwiches are you slapping together, man? Because I enjoy me a good
Dude,
sandwich.
sandwiches
I want to
probably-
come out, grab a sandwich from you, man.
Sandwiches are probably my favorite food, dude, honestly.
Can't go wrong with a hoagie, man.
Welcome in, Mr. Griffio Gaff. All right, let's continue on. This is Joe Biden in our nation's birthplace here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Independence Hall, Thursday night, given what I can only describe as one of the most eeriest speeches.
Just
from a
that
sitting
image
president.
alone, though, is like, that's crazy, dude.
Right. No, I'm saying, take Joe Biden out of this equation, install Donald Trump in this situation, people would fucking lose their skulls, dude. Seriously, people's minds would explode. If this was Trump, they'd be calling him a fascist. Well, they already do.
Oh, it's true.
A fascist dictator.
No, listen,
this, that,
it's
and the
true.
third.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
So, I mean, like
We
I said,
got to call all politicians out.
exactly, every step of the way. And again, when I said projecting earlier, I think this is what Joe Biden, and not like I said him, but the Democratic Party is projecting on the rest of the world that the Republicans are the threat. And I think it's just a projection because, I mean, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, chances are
It's a duck.
So, I mean,
It ain't a pigeon.
no.
America made its declaration of independence to the world more than 2 centuries ago with an idea unique among nations. That
Sounds
in
like
America,
Joe's still getting rid of that COVID
we're
cough.
all created equal.
5 times COVID over.
This is where the
Five-time
United
COVID
States
champion.
Constitution was written and debated. This is where we set in motion the most extraordinary experiment of self-government the world has ever known. With 3 simple words: we the people. We the people. These 2 documents and the ideas they
I thought he was going
embody,
to say, fuck the Republicans.
equality and democracy,
He damn near does.
are the rock upon which this nation is built. They are how we became the greatest nation on earth.
Okay, and I just want to say, up to this point, so far so good. Nothing really.
Typical presidential address.
Now, keep in mind, like I did mention just earlier, a couple minutes ago, but we do have record high inflation, record high gas prices. Our southern borders wide open. Ukraine
A lot of,
and
I'd
Russia.
say a lot of conflicts overseas.
Conflicts overseas. The way he pulled out of Afghanistan, which was a disgrace. I mean, all of this stuff he could have brought up that are on the average person's mind these days, but instead he takes the time to address the nation for this.
They're why, for more than 2 centuries, America has been a beacon to the world. But as I stand here tonight, equality and democracy are under assault. We do ourselves no favor to pretend otherwise. So tonight, I've come to this place where it all began to speak as plainly as I can. to the nation, about the threats we face, about the power we have in our own hands to meet these threats, and about the incredible future
So who are these threats
that
which you
lies in
speak?
front of us if only we choose it. We must never forget, we the people are the true heirs of the American experiment that began more than 2 centuries ago. We the people have burning inside of each of us the flame of liberty that was lit here at Independence Hall. A flame that lit our way through abolition,
You
the
ready?
Civil War, suffrage, the Great Depression, World Wars, civil rights. That sacred flame still burns. Now in our time, as we build an America that is more prosperous, free, and just. That is the work of my
I
presidency.
don't know about that.
A mission I believe in with my whole soul. But first,
So okay, up to like I said, up to this point, still
But again, it's just still up to this point, typical
okay.
presidential address.
and we fight some threats and
using a very pro-American, just
right.
the giving us the basics.
So and it's like
Not saying a whole lot, but just giving a lot of
fluff.
Right, a lot of fluff propaganda speak. But
Exactly.
that's to be expected.
we must be honest with each other
Must be honest.
and with ourselves.
Okay.
Too much of what's happening in our country today is not normal.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I'd agree.
Okay,
Donald
Mr.
Trump and the
President.
MAGA Republicans represent an extremism.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism. So therefore, right there,
All now remember that's because I agree that there's a section of them that are.
not all 75 million.
But you can't just say because you're wearing a MAGA hat you're a
Extremist.
domestic terrorist.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
Like that's
essentially-
absurd.
And that's essentially.
But
what
there
we
is a
want.
pocket of those people that are. But you're not addressing it that way.
No,
Right.
No, you're generalizing and saying
You're
all.
now you're creating like this you're creating an enemy.
Exactly.
You're creating a bigger enemy
Yes.
than what it is.
Right.
Right.
And it's very divisive. Over
exactly, it is.
Mr. Unity that
It is.
he ran on. If I'm elected,
Because now he's in power, he's in office. So
Exactly.
now he can we're established the peace and the unity of 2020 and 2021 it's quiet down now. All right, let's get to business. Let's go after the common enemy.
Yep. And it's like
And you're right. There's bigger enemies to worry about right now.
bigger enemies, bigger problems, bigger issues at hand than, he like I said, he says MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump as, 75, 80 million people as one. You know what I mean? Certain number of people on that side and the other side, extreme. Okay, I get that. But you're saying all of them.
Right. Right, because then somebody could look at it and say all people who are Democrats are extreme leftist maniacs or
Right.
psychos. Like you're crazy.
No,
That's not the case.
What he's saying is if you voted for Donald Trump,
You are the enemy.
You're a terrorist.
You're the enemy. Right.
That threatens the very foundations of our republic. Now, I want to be very clear up front. Not every Republican, not even the majority of Republicans are MAGA Republicans. Not every Republican
See
embraces
now
their
even
extreme ideology.
so even wording it that way. At first you started right, like not all Republicans, but now you're saying not all Republicans are MAGA. So specifically, if you're like a MAGA hat, like Trump flag waving person, you're specifically the enemy.
Right. So now, he's deemed it where, he tried to make the separation where not all Republicans, what he's saying.
At first, because it started out good. Like,
Right.
not all, okay, good. You made the point that, people, just because they're affiliated one way with a political party. But then, like you were saying, it flipped.
Yeah.
You flipped it on its head a little bit there.
And kind of what he's saying, too, and you could kind of read between the lines, is he's saying
Right.
Republicans aren't, but MAGA Republicans are. So the MAGA movement, Make America Great Again, it's people, it's Republicans that kind of offshoot it off the Republican Party, not to, I guess, go with the system. Because you have Republicans that are pretty much, it's a uniparty, right?
Yeah.
The establishment Republicans, establishment Democrats.
Right.
It's really one thing at the end of the day. So the MAGA movement,
And Donald Trump, even though he's a Republican candidate, he questions a lot of things whether you agree with it or not, he's very loud about it.
And well, it's an offshoot.
And that offshoot of Republican supporters gravitate to that. And that's why, like, when we say, like, you know, if you see somebody wearing a Trump hat or a Biden shirt, it's cultish behavior. But that's what we mean, is because it's like there's a faction of those people that just gravitate to whatever these people say, one side or the other. Because the left has it too.
Yeah, it's
like
just extreme.
you just follow this, and it's, to me, it's like, wow, you're not even going to question like what's going on in the world around you, in the country around you.
Right.
That's concerning.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can like agree with certain things that Trump says or Biden says, or whoever, but when you don't, we're not able to separate like your own thoughts from whatever they're feeding you. That's disturbing.
I mean, I think one of the big things though with Trump and the MAGA movement, well, two things I'd say. One, it's question everything that your government is doing.
It is, right?
You know, and it's like calling out the fake news, calling out. So that's one thing, really. Like I from day one with Trump, that he hit it out of the ballpark and woke a lot of people up.
And some of that, absolutely. As someone who doesn't even like Trump, some of that, you know, you should call out these things. These things are happening right in front of you that you should acknowledge that exist. It's when you start getting into like the QAnon type of thing. Well, that's where it's like, all right, you lost me. You lost me there.
So it's almost like two things, right? So it's like you have a good thing, right? In I think really what Trump represents.
The ideology of what Trump's trying to get to is there.
But
I can acknowledge it's there.
Through every good thing with anything that's good, it always gets co-opted by the extreme, and then that extreme
and it becomes the face of whatever it is.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's just throughout history.
It's true.
With any movement we see.
Right.
And really the other, you know, like I said, the other thing I really like about the whole, you know, I guess, so quote unquote MAGA movement is just that they are pro, I guess, you know, and I said this in the chat the other day, it's for the middle class, for the people, by the people sort of thing. And where, you know, you're not seeing that in modern day, I guess, from the Democrats, if you want to call it that. You're just seeing like establishment sellouts, essentially, right? Like, you know, rage on behalf of the machine, essentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it totally. I mean, it's funny, like Rage Against the Machine as an example. Like, think about what they stood for early on, and now they're like charging $400 a ticket.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's my point.
It's another cog in the corporative wheel.
Exactly. And that's, you know, that's really the point I'm trying to take away there is you should be able to question everything, and you should be for your neighbor. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, I mean, we're all the working class.
Exactly.
None of us are rich and wealthy and powerful.
Exactly.
We're all going to day jobs and sitting and having a drink at the bar talking about this shit to each other.
Right.
We all have a lot more in common if you just sit and have that conversation.
And if it wasn't for us, people like this guy right here would not have anything that he has.
Right.
You know? So, you know, we just have to constantly keep it in check. Let's play a little bit more of this speech, and then we're going to cut out to our first break.
I know, because I've been able to work with these mainstream Republicans.
Notice how he said mainstream Republicans. You know, pretty much.
That's what we're calling them now.
Yeah.
There's no
There's
question
mainstreamers and there's MAGA.
that the Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans.
Which I don't think is true.
That is a threat to this country. These are hard things. But I'm an American president, not a president of red America, blue America, but of all America.
So he contradicts himself right
and
there.
I believe it's my duty to level with you, to tell the truth, no matter how difficult.
Okay, what's the truth?
No matter how painful.
All right, tell
us. Give
it
to us, Prez.
And here my view, is what is true.
Okay.
MAGA Republicans do not respect the Constitution.
Oh, shit.
They do not believe in the rule of law. They do not recognize the will of the people. They refuse to accept the results of a free election. And they're working right now, as I speak, in state after state, to give power to decide elections in America to partisans and cronies.
Wasn't it in 2016 when Trump won against Hillary Clinton? Hillary Clinton, for the longest time...
Talk about having cronies.
Well, yeah, one, but two, questioned the election. She, and like everyone else...
Well, because think about it. Everybody walking into that election was like, oh my God, this is a shoo-in for Hillary. Donald Trump is not a politician. He's going to talk himself into a mess on his campaign trail. And you're going to be the first woman president, and your husband was already a president. You're going to walk right into the office.
Right.
And then look what happened.
So, but my point is, she was able to, without any backlash from anybody,
Question it.
to question the election. And multiple times, like, and all the, the pundits, the political pundits on CNN and MSNBC questioned the election. And so many other people, like, throughout history, like George Bush and Al Gore, man. You remember Al Gore?
Dude, think about it. Like, in our lifetime, that's the first real, like, big story to come out of an election.
Right.
Was, like, waiting on those hanging chads was a big story.
But Al Gore wasn't demonized for questioning the election.
No.
You should be allowed to question anything. You know what I
Right.
mean? You should. Now, all of a sudden, if I question an election or question what you guys are giving to me as the mainstream narrative, now all of a sudden I'm a domestic terrorist. Like, you know what I mean?
And let's be honest, has the election results changed in 2 years?
No.
No.
You're still in power.
Who cares?
Right. Who cares? Exactly.
Let them question. Let them bark up that tree. If it's not true or you don't, whatever.
There's nothing to worry about. If
Right.
it's not true, all right.
It goes to
Look at
anybody.
these loonies,
it goes
dude.
to anybody with any conspiracy theory.
Exactly.
If it's bullshit or you think it's bullshit, who cares?
Who cares?
Let them talk into the wind. Let them
Right.
talk into the ether. It doesn't matter.
But the fact they got to always go back to this. Oh,
It's always going to make people question, even if it's not true. It's always going to make you double think about it
Yeah.
because you're like, well, why is it a big deal if it's not? If it's a bunch of nonsense?
Exactly. That's like if your girlfriend or if you're getting caught cheating or your girlfriend gets caught cheating on you, right? And then she just like brings up out of nowhere, like you ask her what you want for dinner, and she's like, "I told you for the 1,000th time I didn't sleep with Joe from down the street."
Right, it's like
I'm not even going there with you.
Yeah, like why did that have to come up?
Right.
Like if it's not true, then why do you keep bringing it up?
Exactly,
right.
dude.
And it's the guilty conscience of I know what I did.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna try to flip it and make you the I'm
Insane
the victim.
one.
You're,
Yeah.
You're the one. I'm gonna gaslight you into
Exactly.
believing you did it.
Exactly, dude. And
The politics in this country is a lot of gaslighting.
dude. 97%
gaslighting.
gaslighting, dude.
Yeah, it's funny, and that's a term we throw around a lot nowadays. I mean, it's right there.
Yeah, I mean, you see it in real time, so it's pretty bizarre. So let's just watch a little bit more of this, see how it unfolds.
Empowering election deniers.
Election
Undermine
deniers.
democracy itself.
Okay.
MAGA forces are determined to take this country backwards. Backwards to an America where there is no right to choose, no right to privacy, no right to contraception, no right to marry who you love. They promote authoritarian leaders and they fan the flames of political violence that are a threat
With no
to
examples.
our personal rights, to the pursuit of justice.
Yeah, at least pull up like the
To the rule
Capitol
of
or
law.
something. You know what I mean? You
To the very
kind of have
soul
it.
of
You
this
can use
country.
it.
You can use
it's
it.
in your arsenal.
They look at the mob that stormed the United States Capitol on January 6th.
There it is. Okay.
Brutally attacking
I didn't
law
get that far.
enforcement. Not as insurrectionists who placed a dagger at the throat of our democracy, but they look at them as patriots. And they see their MAGA failure to stop a peaceful transfer of power after the 2020 election as preparation for the 2022
Listen.
and 2024 elections.
Fuck.
They
You hear that in the
tried
background?
Here, yeah.
everything last time to nullify the votes of 81 million people. This time,
Oh boy.
they're determined to succeed in thwarting the will of the people.
So, and then I have, my own theories with the whole Capitol thing. Again, I think with every good movement, I think that purely was a good movement at the start of it, at the core of it. But I think, and as we're coming to find out,
Well,
it's been co-opted by the FBI.
Right. At the end of the day, it started out as pretty much a Trump concession rally. I guess he was pretty much conceding the election. It was just like, listen, I feel that the election was rigged. If you feel this way, stand up with me. And then people took it and literally ran with it. And it became a bigger issue when they stormed the Capitol.
Well, see, the thing there is, what you're presented at the mainstream level is, people were just extreme and they stormed the Capitol. But a lot of the instances there, bro, most of the instances, I'd say 98% of the instances there were cops letting people in and letting people go.
And that's an issue.
So that's why I'm saying
because you know what? On the surface level, you look at it, it's like, okay, these people are storming the Capitol building while Congress is in session.
Right.
In the grand scheme of our government, that's considered treason.
Right.
That's why they call it an insurrection.
Right.
So, as a police officer, as someone upholding the law and guarding literally like the house of like democracy in this country, the Capitol building, why are you letting people in?
Well,
if there's not something else that's at play here.
And that's the bigger question there. It's
and again, as someone who doesn't agree with people storming in the Capitol during Congress, I can identify that's also an issue. Because you should be able to look at these things objectively and go, everybody's wrong here.
Right.
Everybody's handling this awfully.
And out of, maybe like 1 million or so people, 300-400 people,
right.
It's
right.
It's a small, but again,
big enough to draw a major headline and draw attention.
Right, but again, the small people, of the loudest people.
It wasn't like Donald Trump walked in like he was leading the army into the battle.
Exactly.
Walking onto the steps of the Capitol. Right, I understand.
But that's what they make it seem. And then my thing is like I said, I think there might have been some coercion, signs to point to coercion with the FBI that got co-opted. And to make a good thing turn bad, and we see it throughout. It doesn't have to just be a MAGA thing. It's just throughout history, bro. Like, you look at. I'm trying to throw an example.
Well, just any extremist group. Like, for example, there were people that got identified by the FBI later after the fact because they were going on Facebook and like, yeah, we're gonna get a group of people down there. We're gonna load up a bunch of guns in the back of our truck and we're gonna head down to DC. Like, they know what they're getting into.
Yeah, right.
But that's the same thing as, like, any hate group, the KKK, whoever. Like, they gather online and they build some kind of connection.
Well, but again, though,
and that's its own separate faction of these people. It's a small percentage of a larger people.
But a lot of that, though, some of the smaller groups that do that kind of shit, bro, like, there's FBI agents that go into these chat rooms, encourage this behavior, get these people radicalized because they know they're pretty much radicalized already. We just need to give them that push that they need, and they'll do our bidding for us.
And it's under the guise of I'm in here undercover as an FBI agent trying to track down who's a domestic terrorist.
Right. Yeah, man. It's pretty wild, man. It's some wild shit, dude. When you really get to the bare bones of it and you follow how the corporate power structure kind of works and maneuvers. I mean, all throughout history, bro, there's been false flag events. They take something good and they flip it bad, and they, deem their political opposition as evil. I mean, Hitler, we talk about that, man, did it to the Jews, and look how that unfolded. But that unfolded with a false flag event. In Germany, back at the time, they used a pretext of, I believe, a church getting blown up, if I remember the story correctly, and that was Hitler's excuse to like start just going wild.
Yeah, essentially just worked his way up from chancellor, won over the people of Germany, and next thing you know, he's invading Poland.
But
it's awful.
Without that event, that they needed something to
go.
You
need a catalyst, right?
Exactly.
In history, you need an event that springboards something else.
Exactly. So that's what I'm correlating through all this, from the January 6th through everything that we witnessed in the last year and a half, and then you get a speech like this with the Marines behind you on a red backdrop at nighttime. What I'm saying is, you don't have to be the smartest person to see that something is up here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It looks a little bit
1930s Germany.
Yeah, it looks a little authoritarian.
Yeah, just a bit.
A little bit fascist.
So, all right, that's where I'll put the pin in the Joe Biden speech. I wanted to play this too, real quick, because this was yesterday. Joe Biden. This is a quick clip of Peter Doocy asking.
A little backpedaling, I see.
I don't even think it's backpedaling. I just think he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about doing or saying.
He forgot what he read on the.
Yeah, because he didn't write that speech.
No, absolutely not.
He doesn't write the speeches. So when asked if Trump supporters are a threat to this country, Joe Biden had to say this.
All right. Mr. President, do you consider all Trump supporters to be a threat?
Okay, and you heard that loud and clear from that reporter.
Right. Peter Ducey from Fox News.
Everyone's pumping.
Come on, look, guys. You keep trying to make that case. I don't consider any Trump supporter.
I don't consider any Trump supporter to be a threat.
What did we just watch?
Literally an entire speech based around how the MAGA Republicans
Are terrorists.
are the new communists
Yeah.
in this country. They are the new Red Scare.
Yeah. Unbelievable, dude. Unfucking believable.
Anyone who calls for the use of violence fails to condemn violence.
But who did you say was the contempt? Who was, leading this charge of violence? The MAGA Republicans.
MAGA Republicans. And again, I think it's just projection. We see a lot on, I guess, the left, with Antifa in the summer of love in 2020, burning down buildings and all this shit. The insurrection's not a good look. And you can even say with Antifa, that was co-opted too by the FBI. But
Sure, the
man,
bricks and whatever else. You heard about those stories?
Dude, yes. And you see the FBI provocateur.
And that speaks volumes to our overall point.
Right.
Is both sides of the political scale are being played against each other. They're all in this civil war of nonsense.
Exactly.
It's all bullshit.
Exactly, dude. It's all fucking bullshit, dude. It's all bullshit to serve who? Joe fucking Biden? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Refuse to acknowledge an election has been won. Insists upon changing the way in which the rules count votes. That is a threat to democracy. Democracy. Everything
is
we
it, Joe?
everything we stand for rests on the platform of democracy. When people voted for Donald Trump and support him now, they weren't voting for attacking the Capitol. They weren't voting for overruling the election. They were voting.
But that's what he just said in the speech.
Literally walking back everything he just said. So it's like, man, if you don't question everything that goes on in politics, you're really doing yourself a disservice.
Stay away
That's
from
what it comes
me,
down
man.
to at the end of the day.
Let me see if I can find this real quick. And then we'll go to break, and then we'll come back with some JRE and Rodgers. But let me see if this is even online anymore.
Ooh, so we just got a comment here from I Hate the NFL. Oh, well, you might not like some of this podcast then.
Yeah.
It says hashtag Trump 2024.
Trump 2024.
So we already have one in the chat that is ready for that.
Well, I'm curious to see Trump 2024. Are you saying that? I mean, obviously, you're saying
Right.
that's who you want in as your president, but up to this point, like me and Mari were talking about earlier, man. Do you even see? Because I felt like over the summer he was going to come out and announce that he was going to run. Now,
Right, like I felt like by now you would have already heard something if he was.
So I hate the NFL. Does that leave you with any questions in your mind as to will he even run? And if he does, now is this wave of Trump voters that are kind of leaning towards DeSantis now? Does that open up a DeSantis presidential run?
As like a Trump offshoot,
A Trump offshoot? Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So
a Trumpian disciple.
a Trumpian disciple.
Are we gonna coin that a new term here?
Oh, we can.
Oh God! Oh no!
But yeah, man, we'll see where it all leads, man. Like I said, we are just about 60 some odd days away from these primaries in November. It is going to get hairy. It is going to get nuts. There's
Buckle
going
up.
to be some false flag level events. Guess what? Not to mention next week is 9/11. Oh shit. So guys, a lot of fireworks can be kicked off here. I mean, the I guess political landscape and where we're at as a country, man. As much as I say, listen to your neighbor, try to find the common ground with the next person.
Please, yes, love your neighbor. For real.
Love thy neighbor. As much as I say that, man, you still worry because people's emotions always get the best of them. We're emotional creatures.
And we're so emotionally invested in all this that's going on.
Well, some of us could take it or leave it. I mean, but most people.
Oh, I mean, over the last 5 or so years, you've seen it more than I've ever seen it in our lifetime.
And I think a lot to do with that is just people are just waking up on a level that's untallied at this point.
Right. The amount of really the social movements that have popped up since then has been it's been crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, buckle up, guys. We still have a little bit of show left to get to. We are going to go to break. I have to take a hot brew yeast right now. And we're going
Yes.
to come back. We got some Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers coverage. And if we have some time, we're going to get to the fighter and the kid and some impulsive coverage as well. Thank you for sticking with us up to this point. Labor Day weekend, man, is kicking off fucking
Yes,
right.
if you got a drink, pour it up.
Pour it up here. Let's go out on a shot. And then here, let me just get to our music here.
Once again, everybody, happy Saturday. We are on a rare Saturday edition of In the Paint.
Saturday edition with the boys here. Breakfast with Win.
That's right. Saturdays are for the boys, so now we can say that now.
Oh, I just said burp. It's a coffee, Red Bull, water, and
All right, let
whiskey
me
here.
pour one up
up,
here.
Mario. Let's go out to a shot. I'm going to play a little bit of tunes to take us out on. And we'll be right back.
Everybody in
right
the
after
chat,
this
yeah,
break.
stick around. We'll be right back.
Cheers, my friend.
Salud, man.
All right, we'll be right back. Stick around.
You know what? I do have a couple, but I'll take them. I'm probably coffee and Red Bull to hydrate.
All right, we're coming back.
Here, we'll let this ride out real quick. Always a fun cover to play, Jumper.
We are coming back, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to In the Paint. Hey, Mario, why don't you pass the whiskey?
Pass that whiskey over, Mario.
There you go, my friend. Drink up.
It's a Friday night!
It's not a Friday night, it's a Saturday night.
Saturday morning.
Or Saturday morning.
Now we're in the afternoon.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a Saturday afternoon.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, all right. Nice.
That's it, man. That's
I love it.
great way to come back into the
Absolutely.
show.
That gave me a second win, man. Let's get it going.
It always does, man. Always does. So yes, we like to thank everyone who's stuck with us up to this point, or dropped in, checked out this episode, episode 148. We've been on a tear as of recently, so shout out to everybody who has made this possible. The first half of this show has been pretty dope, man. It's been a while since me and you have done
Yeah, we haven't done a
duo
two-man show in a while.
So yeah, shout out to Brandon
It's
and
been fun.
Clem, though, who I believe Clem will be back next week, if my memory serves me correctly. I forget how we're doing it, or it might be Brandon. I'm not sure. And then 2 weeks, instead of Friday night, we'll be on Thursday night because, again, we leave for the Carolinas. So, guys, yeah, man, this episode has went up, episodes went down, left, right, so on and so forth. We've covered a lot here. We still have a little bit to get to here. I mentioned earlier on in the show, Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp, undisputed clip. So we're going to go into our podcast coverage from this past week. And the first one we got up is the Joe Rogan, Aaron Rodgers podcast, JRE. Obviously, we all know with Aaron Rodgers being
Immunized.
You know, but it's caused sort of this, you know, well, it did at the time anyway, this, you know, public stir, I guess. And, you know, my stance has always been kind of the same, man. Whether you want to get, you know, the vax or not, dude, I mean, that should be left up to you and you only. You know, if you want to get it, get it. If you don't, you don't. So on and so forth. So my issue lies where you're deemed as an evil person or somebody who doesn't care about others because you're quote unquote selfish for not getting the vaccine and all this other kind of crazy horse shit really that's out there, man. Again, it's your decision, man. You got to do what's best for you. So we watched kind of that public outcry when Rodgers was coming out saying that he wasn't going to be participating in vaccinational said events. But you know, things kind of had died down up until this past week when he was on the Joe Rogan Experience, kind of opening that can of worms again. Now, in one instance, it's good because he kind of shed some light on some questions that maybe people have had then, and he kind of answers them in this podcast. But two, it's low-hanging fruit, man. And Shannon and Skip, although I may not like them or agree with a lot of what they say, but they're professionals in the business, and they're gonna sniff this kind of stuff out and rip it apart, and
Absolutely.
that's gonna do, you know, one thing for their show, and it's gonna boost their ratings, and people are, you know, because the vaccine,
They're going to
man,
rally behind it.
exactly, but the vaccine is a weird thing because it's almost like this tribalism has came about now from the
Well, it's fitting that Rodgers went on Rogan because they've both kind of taken similar approaches to immunization for COVID.
right. Well,
So it makes a lot of sense.
what was one of the big messages that we were saying earlier on in the show? You should be allowed to question everything, right?
Right.
Vaccination being no different, right?
I mean, look, as someone who got the vaccine, was I still skeptical about something that got put onto the market so fast when you hear that, you know, you hear the average vaccine takes like
10 years, and that's
Right.
with no hiccups.
Years. At the earliest 2 to 5 years. You hear
No,
some
no.
vaccines.
I think it's the earliest for a vaccine to go through every trial accordingly.
10 years?
It's 10 years
Wow.
with no hiccups.
So, and again, I mean, I did it because I felt in my own heart of hearts that was the right thing to do. But again, did I question that because hearing that is alarming? Sure, it's alarming.
And dude, it's your
It's
right.
unprecedented things we're dealing with COVID
Sure.
now. It's unprecedented times. So hearing that, it's you got to question it.
and it's your right to question it. You should be allowed
Right.
to question it every step of the way, and you shouldn't be demonized or called out as being someone who's selfish, and so on and so forth. All the labels that get put on you for not wanting to partake in something because you, for whatever reason, you don't want to get it. Now, you hear the story about the Offspring drummer we covered here on the show a few months ago, where he was essentially terminated from the band because he had what's it called? One of the diseases, Guillain-Barré syndrome, I believe it's called. Guillain-Barré syndrome. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Where essentially, like, you know,
it wasn't medically safe for him to get the vaccine. He said that, yeah.
Yeah, him and his doctor came out, and it wasn't safe for him to get the vax. Essentially, he was terminated from the Offspring, and now that with all the information that we do know about it, and how, you know, whether you have the vax or not, you know, people with the vax are still getting sick, and, you know, so there's that whole argument,
Right.
but his job should have been probably reinstated. That's where I kind of see it, you know. So it's like, why? I mean, he was their drummer for like 15 years.
Yeah, it's because they have an image to uphold as, like, you know,
Exactly.
We're not going to
Yep.
stand with that. We have to make a decision. We don't want the whole band to get canceled.
So, and that's, you know, where it gets, dangerous. So I set that up because, and I say all that to set up where we're going to lead to next, and that's Undisputed. Skip
Oh,
Bayless.
Penn State, Purdue. That's
Shannon
Thursday
Sharp.
night. That's a good matchup there.
No, that was this past Thursday.
That was this past Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. College football already started. So yeah, shout out.
So Skip and Shannon, they're going to give us their thoughts on the whole Aaron Rodgers extravaganza that is the COVID-19 vaccine. And let's see what they have to say, and then we'll jump into the JRE pod. Let's go.
Aaron Rodgers now admitting to purposefully misleading the media about his vaccination status last season. This during an appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. Rodgers said he was, quote, immunized heading into last season before missing a game due to health and safety protocols before confirming he was unvaccinated. Shannon, what's your reaction?
I mean, look, he can use all the semantics that he wants to, Skip. He lied. And he purposefully lied because he thumbed the nose because he didn't like the NFL's policy.
Yeah, it's
he
semantics.
knew that, okay, you want to use the term immunized, okay, fine. But you know you were supposed to mask up around other people in the building, at press conference, and you didn't.
Look at Skip, too. Why does he look like a defeated dog, like, while Shannon's, like, talking to him? Like, that's weird beta cuck move.
Yeah, that's kind of their dynamic, though. If you watch the show, I mean, they're Skip will say something, and then Shannon just kind of puffs out the chest a little bit
Yeah.
and takes him to the woodshed.
So you were leading people to think because you were immunized, you were leading to the media and the other people around you that you were vaccinated.
But you know what, though?
And
Real quick, if you're a person with a brain, you know what he's getting at when
Yeah.
he's saying that.
Right.
He's telling it to your face that he's not vaccinated.
Right.
I knew that right away.
Same.
Why is that some kind of trickery?
It's shocking, right?
Why
It's
is this
like-
a shocking, like, yes, he technically lied about it, but did he?
But did he? Right. That's the thing. Did he?
Because, yeah, he's telling you, I'm immune. That nobody says that if they're vaccinated. They go, yeah, I'm vaccinated.
Or I'm not.
Or I'm not. Right.
There's no really...
I'm immunized means
I'm not.
I'm trying something else. But
Yeah.
no, I didn't take the vaccine. I
Right.
did something else.
Right. Well, see,
A
that,
la Joe Rogan's approach.
monoclonal antibodies, which, have been proven effective. But you
might
need,
be.
You need
I
money.
don't know.
No, that's the thing.
I mean, yeah,
The vaccine...
The reason why Joe Rogan's doing it is because he's got the money.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, same thing.
It's money and resources, right? You need to know people and, so on and so forth. And you got to have people, because a lot of places weren't allowed to prescribe that treatment, or they were losing their medical license. They had to push the vaccine.
Right, because that's the agenda.
That was the agenda,
We have to
exactly.
get Americans vaccinated.
Right.
We have to get them on one of the 3 main vaccines.
Right.
Not these alternative medicines.
And-
This is what's been proven to work.
Which it wasn't. And that's the thing. That's the mind-blowing thing. Because, the
Sure.
the vaccine was very, very... It still is very, very new.
Sure, and all these these variants that keep popping up, some of them the vaccine isn't effective against.
At all.
Doesn't work.
At all. But remember when the vaccine first... So this goes two ways. I don't want to get too crazy off on a side.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
But it goes two ways. When Trump first announced that he was going to put out a vaccine, everybody on the other side was screaming, "We're not trusting this thing. We're not taking his vaccine." Blah 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 blah. He puts it out, leaves office. Then all of a sudden, Biden enforces all these mandates, and now all the same people who were lashing out against Trump's quote unquote vaccine. Now all of a sudden,
we got to do our part. We got to get the vaccine.
Everyone's got to get it. Everyone do it. All this, that, and the third. So now you're asking yourself, like, okay, that's funny. They just flipped the script on a dime like that, without any questions.
Yeah.
And they
Well, it goes back to what you were saying earlier, where like things get adopted by a certain agenda, and they kind of spin it.
Yep.
In that way, and it kind of fits that narrative. Like, okay, we got to do our part. This is what's going to get us through this. We have to do it.
Yeah, and it's just a wild thing to have watched in real time that, these people, at the end of the day, I guess really our point to all this is they don't really give a fuck if you live or die, you take the vaccine or not, man. It's an agenda at the end of the day.
It's all just big pharma.
Yeah, they have their...
putting their foot on your neck. Essentially.
They have their hands in everything, dude. On the Joe Rogan podcast with Aaron Rodgers, Joe brought up something how Big Pharma has 75% of the TV ads that are on cable television. Think about that. That's fucking mind-blowing. So
that's a monopoly.
No, it is. It is. And, before modern medicine, dude, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but just something to think about. Before modern medicine, there was very holistic ways of healing and holistic ways and approaches to healing, right? So there wasn't, if you have an ailment, take this pill, you'll feel better. No, usually what you were prescribed was a better diet, exercise, sunlight.
Something that gets very, very lost on this current generation.
Yes, because
sunlight and exercise are not things people want.
What do we want? Instant gratification.
Swiping on our phones and playing video games all day.
Quick. So what's the easiest way to that? What's the, metaphor to that in pharmaceutical terms is
ads,
take this
commercials,
pill.
and take this pill.
Take this,
right.
You'll feel better.
Right. And we're going to keep you on this. We're going to keep pumping you with this
right.
because it's going to make you feel better.
And
it's what's going to work.
It makes us money and,
it makes them tons of money.
And really what they're doing at the end of the day is we'll look back on this, bro, as one of the biggest scams in modern history ever.
Yeah.
So
it's totally manipulation.
Yeah. To the fullest extent. And monopoly. Let's get back into this.
Work. So you want to use all the semantics and the word because what Aaron Rodgers thought that he was above this policy. Aaron Rodgers thought, I'm Aaron bleeping Rodgers. I'm a three-time league MVP.
And that's true, too.
I'm a Super Bowl
that is
MVP.
True.
I'm one of the handful of best players in all of football. This is not applicable to me. This is applicable to you guys. And he want to blame the woke and the cancel culture. No, this was all about Aaron Rodgers thinking that the NFL COVID policy was not applicable to him. Nothing more, nothing less. Look, there's no denying the guy's talented skill. He's a top 5 quarterback. When it's all said and done, you can make a case he might be a top 5 player if he can get another championship. That's undeniable. But as a person, he's a horrible person. He's a liar. He's arrogant. He's aloof. For lack of a better word, he's a prick. And I'm so over him. Skip, this was done.
Wow.
Nobody was even talking about Aaron Rodgers and what he lied about last year or what he deliberately misled about.
Prick.
He went on there to rehash that because he wants to thumb his nose. I did that, NFL, and I'll do it again.
See, I don't think, real quick, I don't think that's where he was going with it. I just think Shannon he knows this will boost the ratings. This will get the clicks. This is essentially Shannon's being the contrarian.
You got to fly the flag here for...
Right.
We're not going to stand for this kind of behavior.
Right.
And look, to an extent, is Aaron Rodgers kind of thumbing his nose at the NFL? Sure.
Maybe, but also I think maybe there's some of it to do where, this thing was kind of buried under the rug, but, there was at first when Aaron Rodgers came out with all this, there was all of these, remarks coming from people. You're this, you're that, you're a liar. You don't, you're selfish. This,
but right, and it's to our point we made earlier. It's like he's telling you to your face.
Right.
Nobody says I'm immunized if they're not vaccinated.
Right. And the whole podcast,
or if they're vaccinated. I mean,
if they are vaccinated, right. And the whole JRE podcast, it's that's not we'll watch it. Aaron Rodgers really does. I think he does a good job explaining himself of what was really going on in that time period. So we'll hear Shannon's side,
I
and then
think
we'll jump
really
in.
what it comes down to is the NFL handles everything
Piss poor.
yeah.
Yeah.
and everything's ass backwards.
Yes. I would
We
have to
talked
agree
about
with
that
you.
earlier before the show. Like, you see Calvin Ridley getting an entire season suspension for gambling, but then you have like Deshaun Watson who's going to play this year.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how they handle shit.
Let's get back into it.
I just want him to just like, as much as criticism that I'm gonna miss Tom. When he retires, might be one of the handful of best days of my life because I am so sick of talking about his bull jive. On the field, he's sensational, but off the field, I got nothing for him.
I appreciate the way you.
See, and again, oh man, this is what pissed me off. He's like kind of like you're deflecting and you're projecting everything that you're saying Aaron Rodgers is, you're doing right now. The high road to go here is like, listen, Aaron's a grown man. He can make his decisions.
People are going to call that out if they don't agree with what he's doing.
Sure.
Let the people handle it, right?
Let them handle it. Aaron, listen, you got called up. I don't agree with a lot of what you did here, but guess what, man? At the end of the day, we're just people. No one's perfect. So you can come on this show and, me and you can kind of hash it out.
Explain why you're doing what you're doing.
Right. And
Sure.
But Shannon's not doing that. Shannon's just saying he's a fucking scumbag. I'm done. You know what I mean? So who's
Right? He said, and like he said, like you can blame the cancel culture, woke, whatever. But you're kind of doing what they.
you're
do.
feeding into it.
You're doing exactly
Yeah.
what they do.
So it's like who's the asshole in this situation? You know what I mean?
Right? Like we're gonna watch him on Rogan. If I don't agree with what they're saying about alternative medicines to the vaccine or whatever, it's not gonna. I mean, I can make that decision for myself.
Sure.
I'd still decide to get the vaccine, and maybe I don't agree with that. But okay, you said your piece. I get it now. Yeah, that's all. It's as simple as that.
That's the beauty about where we live and this country, man. The freedom to individualism. You know what I mean? To be yourself, to do what you want to do. If you don't want to do something, okay, but that shouldn't, be so divisive where it's like, I can't even be associated with this person.
It's so black and white. It's not.
Well, right, and that's the thing. There's
a lot of gray.
Yeah, man. All right, so let's jump back into it.
You've seen the light about this man. The man you just described will ultimately fail as the leader of a football team. As the face of a franchise, it's hard to trust him. It's hard to depend on him.
I think he's
it's hard to follow
been doing a
him
good
into
job
battle
last
because
18 years being a face of a franchise. I don't know where.
He did win one Super Bowl, and he's been kind of carrying the Packers for 10 plus years on his back.
18. He's been in the league for 18 years.
Well, I'm just saying, even post Super Bowl win.
Well, okay, yeah. 12.
He's pretty much carried that roster. I mean, besides the years with Devontae Adams, he's kind of carried the Packers on his back.
But we talked about it earlier. Aaron Rodgers, one of those, him and Tom Brady.
Even now, right, in the current NFC, he makes the Packers a contender just by being
just
there.
himself. He has the ability, just like Tom Brady, to turn.
And this is just totally on a football perspective.
Yes.
We're putting all this shit aside.
Those two quarterbacks specifically, Aaron and Tom, have the ability to turn average players like Miles, what's his name? Miles Vantlis Scantling or whatever from the Packers.
Maltese Vantlis Scantling, whatever.
But it's like people like that, he could turn into, star-studded receivers. And we've seen him do that. Aaron Rodgers is a leader in the NFL, man. He has been for the Packers since he stepped into the league. So for Skip to say that again, I don't know. It's an L take, I think, by Skip.
I mean, that's Skip who follows Dak Prescott every week. So.
Right, and is on that. Yeah. So what's that?
Talk about a leader.
Yeah.
Failing as a leader.
Come on now.
For him, you would have come to this conclusion, and deep down inside, even though he is your quarterback, there'd be a little part of you saying, nah, don't trust him, don't follow him. It's almost like they're stuck playing with the best quarterback in football.
Yes.
The guy, the transcendent thrower of the football, lacks probably every intangible Brady has, to me. In this position, of all the positions in all of sports, is I'm going to say half intangibles, but it might be 2/3 intangibles.
Right.
The quarterback position.
Yeah.
And Brady's all about it. He's got a really nice arm. It's an above average arm, but he has no mobility, even though he had the most rushing yards I think he's had in 10 years last year, for what it's worth.
What, 12?
Yeah, 22, I think it was. But the point is, back to Aaron Bleepin Rodgers. We used to say that as a compliment on the field, and now it's a negative.
Yes.
It's derogatory Aaron Bleepin Rodgers off the field. So my takeaway from his remarks is I'm pretty sure he's saying, yeah, I lied to the media, but how dare the media call me a liar?
Right.
That's what he's saying here, if I read it correctly.
Right.
And my other question is, why would you reopen this can of worms on the eve of another season?
Thank you.
Like, most of us kind of, we don't forget about it, we don't forgive it, but it kind of fades into the background. And now let's next, because we're all trying to get over COVID. We're trying to get through the pandemic.
Let me scratch the scab off this wound that was already heat. Not there's something serious. I mean, it was serious, but Skip, no, but like you mentioned, nobody was talking about this.
Yeah.
But you know what it is, Skip? It's the arrogance of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers walks in any room. It can be nuclear scientists, physicists, engineers. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. That's what it is. I know better than you. So you know what? I'm gonna take something that they give animals, livestock, for parasites. I'm gonna take that for COVID because you said it doesn't work.
And right there, Shannon, that's super fucking gaslighting.
That's assuming, yeah.
Well, what he's referring to, I believe, is ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, rather, where, yes, they are given to animals and such, but there are animal medications and they could be crossbred with humans. Ketamine being one of them. We all know Whitney Cummings is on said ketamine. But, whoa, settle down there, Fogger. So what Shannon's doing is kind of gaslighting because that wasn't Aaron's approach. Aaron was talking about the monoclonal antibodies, and that's the treatment that he took. That monoclonal antibodies isn't for animals. That's strictly for humans, right? And now I'm not a doctor or scientist, but from the little bit that I know, monoclonal antibodies are very effective. And I believe Aaron was talking about vitamin D and zinc, which humans are able to consume.
Yeah, I mean, you can get those
at the drugstore.
You can go to the GNC and get those.
So what's he talking about? And that's just gaslighting his audience to think that Aaron Rodgers is some kooky conspiracy theorist that takes ivermectin.
No, it's just somebody that has a lot of money and resources that can afford these alternative medicines, that can try them.
Right. Yeah. But Shannon is painting him as this like villain who just is like, under listening to QAnon and like, crushing up fucking, the worst of the worst,
But you mentioned ketamine, horse tranquilizer.
It's like that could be farthest from the case, dude. I just don't like how they portray.
It's a little too cut and dry for he's Shannon's making it a little too cut and dry.
Yeah.
It's
bizarre.
not so cut and dry.
Bizarre. All right, we got a couple minutes left of this.
And I'm smarter than you. I went to Cal. Do you know what type of grades you have to get into Cal? Do you know how smart you got to be to go to Cal?
Even though he started at Butte Junior College.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So so that means I'm qualified to tell you what's the best thing for you.
Yep.
Just let it go, Aaron. Nobody was talking about this, but this is his way of saying, so woke mob, cancel culture, y'all can't. Well, ain't nobody trying to cancel you.
And to Aaron's defense again, and it's not like I'm like for Aaron Rodgers or like team Aaron Rodgers or anything like that, but you almost not have to be, but it's just like too easy. Like you're saying, it's very cut and dry. Shannon rather is making it very cut and dry, but Aaron wasn't saying to people, everyone should go do this, do what I do.
Right. The vaccine doesn't work. Do this instead. It's not what he's doing.
And that's what Shannon's making out to be. So again, these two are feeding into that. You can't question anything.
Right. At the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers made a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek comment, basically admitting that he's not vaccinated.
And that's it.
And people took it as he's lying.
And blown it out, way out of proportion.
I mean, anybody with a brain can see what he's saying.
You would think.
On the surface.
You would think.
Right. I mean, we as soon as that came out, however many months ago that was that he said that.
It's like last year.
Or it was probably last season.
Yeah.
At this point. I knew exactly what he was getting at.
Right.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Right. right, let's continue on.
But ain't nobody trying to take no medical advice from you either.
So he goes back
don't have to.
his
You don't have to,
soulmate
exactly.
on this issue, Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Same thing with
on
Rogan.
Joe's
Rogan does that
podcast
show all the
with
time.
Joe Rogan Experience.
I don't have to
he
listen
knows
to
he's
it.
going to get nothing but softballs lobbed up.
Yeah.
And no cross-examination whatsoever.
Right.
And he
not
even
Joe
says
Rogan's
that
job.
he was ready.
I mean,
for
it's
the
kind of what
media
Joe
to
Rogan's
cross
show
his-
is. He just kind of lays up the softballs because he knows he just wants his guests to just talk about
Their experience.
their experience.
Yeah.
That's
It's not Joe Rogan's
his
job
show is designed to throw up the softballs because he just kind of wants to let the show just kind of
flow
organically and kind of just let itself be.
Yeah, it's not his job to
He doesn't have-
cross-examine
Right.
anybody.
He may cross-examine something that he finds fascinating or something that he may have like other facts against.
Or right.
But like he won't. His job is to kind of let the guest just kind of speak,
Right.
and then just kind of just go with the conversation. That's kind of what his show is.
Exactly.
Examine.
So this tells me that these two did not watch that episode. They just either
Skimmed through it or
one or two things. Just read the transcript,
yeah.
or two, just got notes on it by their
made an
producers.
assumption based on what has been
read.
said in the media. And,
Yeah. That's it.
He's actually taking shots at my business, the
Right.
repertorial business, as in, I thought they might follow up, and I was ready to expand on my process if they followed up, but they didn't follow up. So he's sort of blaming the media for not asking the next question, the next one. Well, he's not even wearing a mask, so everybody, when he said immunized, they thought he was just trying to be the smartest guy in the room
Exactly.
by using
The term
a term that would be high-minded, that
Right.
that would transcend
Yeah.
the term vaccinated.
Correct.
That we have worn out, vaccinated or unvaccinated.
Correct.
I'm immunized.
Yeah.
And yeah, everybody's going to sort of take him at his word, and let's go to the next one. Yeah.
Because you know what? Nobody was expecting you to be what you became, a liar. Because you said that and you're not wearing a mask. Because everybody else had to be, and if they weren't, you was like, okay, bro, what's up with you? But they're like, hey, you know, Aaron Rodgers a cool guy. Aaron Rodgers is not going to lie to us. He's not going to put us in harm's way.
You don't want to believe
even though
he's
he'll-
going to because he's Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, you want an NFL where Aaron Rodgers is starting. That's better for the brand.
Sure. Then who? Jordan Love?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Like,
It's a no-brainer.
right.
Which apparently these guys both don't have.
Like he's using these highbrow terms as like Skip puts it. Like, yeah, because he knows he's Aaron Rodgers. He knows he's good for the product.
Right.
He doesn't have to wear a mask because he knows at the end of the day
He'll be on that roster.
he'll be on that roster, and it's going to take a lot for him to have to sit out of games. I mean, he sat out the one, but still.
Well, that
Like
wasn't,
multiple,
Yeah.
right? For that specific reason,
Right.
to have to sit out multiple games, he knows it's not going to happen.
Look at fucking Shannon's eyes here too. Holy fuck. Jesus, bro. Imagine waking up to something like this. God, dude. Get me out of here.
Unvaccinated.
Unc Shannon's going off, man.
Vaccinated. Look, and people stop. No vaccination is to prevent. It will stop you from getting sick. Polio didn't stop polio. Smallpox, measles, chickenpox, mumps, whatever. But it greatly reduces your chances of getting said disease.
All right. So I got to just break that monotony up right now because remember when Joe Biden was on the campaign trail, and I hate to bring it back to Joe Biden, but it was Joe Biden.
Always goes back to Joe Biden.
It always goes back to Joe Biden and his cronies. But you remember after they, came to terms that they were going to take the vaccine and, because at first they were deeming it all evil because Trump came up with it. Then they deemed it, oh, we're going to take it because it's part of our agenda and it's going to fulfill what we got to do. They specifically ran on this vaccine that it is completely 100% safe and effective and will prevent you from contracting said COVID-19. You remember like Dr. Rochelle Walensky came out from the CDC. Get the vaccine. It's going to stop
Everything we've
COVID
heard-
in its track.
Everything we heard from Fauci.
Fauci, Rachel Maddow, Biden himself. Get the vaccine. You'll be safe. You won't get COVID anymore. I mean, I could pull up clips.
And also think about, too, when the vaccine started getting circulated more prominently and more people were getting vaccinated, people just started kind of opening their doors. Like, we're back. Here we go. You're safe.
That's how it was marketed.
Welcome back.
That's how it was marketed. So, yes, when people had that argument, like, all right, hold on. Let me do something real fast. I have to prove a point real fast. Let me see. Give me 1 second here. Wait, okay. So this is just a random interview I'm pulling up here, but Good Morning America. I believe this is who? Chris Wallace and Fauci.
Thanks for coming back again this morning. So we're seeing these first vaccines being administered.
So again, this is back when the vaccine was first being administered.
Lives lost, 17,000 in the last week. How do you make sense of this moment?
Well, it's bittersweet, George, because we are still in a terrible situation with the numbers that you mentioned, the deaths, the hospitalizations, the number of cases. And yet we're really now starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel that is going to ultimately get us through this. We know we're going to be able to put this behind us, but in the meantime, we still have a struggle ahead of us. So we've got to get people vaccinated as quickly and as expeditiously as we possibly can until we get that herd immunity, as we say, which will require, in my opinion, about 75 to 80% of the population getting vaccinated. But in the meantime, we have to adhere to the public health measures in order to blunt the acceleration of these terrible numbers that we hear every day.
As you know, there's still a lot of skepticism about the vaccine. I was just talking to a couple of members of our crew.
Okay, so I think they're going to prove my point
Questioning
right here.
the efficacy
and efficiency
Right.
of the vaccine. So this is how they promoted it. This is when they first got rolled out and Trump was out of office. They started flipping on a dime and they said it's 100% safe and effective. So I'm pretty sure they're going to drop it here.
This raises a major ethical question.
Yes.
Here, and I guess the basic question is, how can we be sure it's safe when it was developed so quickly?
Fauci? Give it to me.
You know, George, that's a great question. The speed was not at all at the sacrifice of safety. The speed was the reflection of extraordinary advances in the science of vaccine platform technology. To be able to do things technically in months that some time ago, 5, 10 years ago, may have taken several years. In addition, the extraordinary investment, and when I say investment, I'm talking hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, in getting the vaccine ready to be distributed as soon as it was proven to be safe and effective. So people understandably are skeptical about the speed. But we have to keep emphasizing speed means the science was extraordinary that got us here.
President-elect Biden has named you his chief medical advisor. You're still serving with the current administration.
Okay, so I think he kind of says it there, but hold on. I seen another clip. Here we go. Check this out.
Medical and scientific abuse. But if there's one message that needs to cut through all this, the vaccines are safe. I promise you, they are safe and effective. Listen to Dr. Fauci. Listen to the scientists who developed them through extensive and rigorous review. I did, and I took my shot publicly to demonstrate to the American people it's safe and effective. To address this challenge, we're going to launch a massive campaign to educate people about the vaccines, that they are safe and effective, and that they can go and get those shots and be good. I'm going to close with this. This past year has been one of the most painful years in American history. As I said, we've lost over 500,000 lives of the virus. 500,000 moms and dads, husbands and wives, sons and daughters staring at an empty chair, the dining room table.
All right, so I really got to play no more, but I mean, you can kind of get the point where, I mean, they're touting it as, safe and effective.
This is quote unquote safe and effective. You're good to go.
Let me see. If I can find one more, I'll play it. I don't know how to fucking spell Rachel Maddow. I think this might be it right here. Surgeons testing key to COVID coronaviruses. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I think this might be it right here. Let me see.
In terms of the American capacity to do what needs to be done. Some of the things that you outlined in this new reporting feel doable, if not politically difficult. For example, the first thing that you suggested is that the scientists need to be heard, that the people who are doing the day-to-day explaining.
But I mean, you get the point. Hold on, I don't think that was it. Well, whatever. You get the point, essentially, that they were rolled out as and advertised as safe and effective. If you get it, Rachel Maddow, a lot of these clips have been scrubbed off the internet, so it's kind of hard to find them, especially on a whim here. I don't want to tie up the show, but that's how they were sold. Safe and effective. If you get the vaccine, the virus stops in its tracks. That's a quote from Rachel Maddow. I'm not making this up. And then to hear Shannon say this and try to paint Aaron Rodgers as some kind of kook conspiracy theorist taking horse dewormer, you've sadly mistaken, my friend. You know, so let's watch that unfold again.
There's questioning to be had on all sides here.
Everything, and you should
you should be aware of all. You should be aware of these things. You don't have to agree with them. You just have to be aware that they exist
and
question it.
And you should be able to question without any backlash.
Yes,
but it greatly reduces your chance.
So.
No vaccination is to prevent. It will stop you from getting sick. Polio didn't stop polio. Smallpox, measles, chickenpox, mumps, whatever. But it greatly reduces your chances of getting said disease.
Yes, it does. Proven. Scientifically proven.
And he knows, but that's like I said, he goes on these shows because the audience wants to hear from people like him. And like you said, he's not going to get across, Aaron, why not just be forthcoming? Why not just tell the people, I'm not getting vaccinated, and these are the reasons why? Why would you deliberately mislead someone and then go out there with a mask knowing that you're unvaccinated, knowing that the policy calls that if you don't have to get the vaccination, but you must be masked up because I'm Aaron Rodgers. And the COVID rules of the NFL are not applicable to me. I thought the rules were dumb. Well, hell, I think there are a lot of rules in the United States that are dumb. But hell, I got to adhere to them. Aaron Rodgers should have to adhere to them. Just because you're an MVP, just because you're one of the best players, does not make rules non-applicable to you, Aaron Rodgers. But that's your problem.
And that's fair.
You're arrogant,
that's fair.
Because you're a narcissist, because you think you're so much better.
That's why this isn't so cut and dry, because both sides are wrong.
I don't believe in anything that they set forth. I don't believe in anybody.
And unfortunately for Aaron, this was the single most crucial issue facing every NFL team as far as its unity went.
Yes.
Vaccination.
Right.
Immunization.
I'll tell you one thing.
And
if you're in that Packers locker room, as long as Aaron Rodgers is starting that game, you don't give a fuck.
You don't care, bro. I promise you.
Like I know that sounds terrible.
No.
It might sound terrible, but
that's the reality.
You see Aaron Rodgers starting, you're good.
You're fine.
You don't give a fuck, dude.
And I guess what? If you're anyone on that team, bro, like you're not worried about if Aaron Rodgers is vaccinated or not. Like you honestly could care less.
Like unless he's walking around the locker room coughing on you and he has COVID.
Right.
You ain't worried about it.
You're not worried about it, bro. These
You're
are
looking
NFL
at it like
players.
I got the MVP of the league.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Discount double check, baby.
That's right.
Discount double check.
Clearly, willfully.
All right, there's only about a minute left on this.
Got a kick out of lying to the media.
Yes.
You got a kick out of.
I mean, just
the
way they draw this out, bro. I
and
mean,
then
it's
he gets
pathetic,
COVID,
in my
and he
opinion.
gets busted, and the
Pretty
Packers
pathetic.
get busted.
Because it cost them a game. A game they couldn't. Well, it wasn't going to be the same thing because guess what? They done won one more game, still had home field, and still got bounced because he. So how did that help you?
Well,
the
team got busted because it enabled this behavior.
Of course.
It knew what was going on.
Of course they're going to enable it,
And they
dude.
covered for his life, so they're complicit. But Skip,
You want to win games, you're going to have Aaron Rodgers start.
And was
Plain and simple.
Was out of his mind, but he knew exactly what was in that concoction.
Mm-hmm. Well, he says, I don't want to put anything toxic in my body. And I think it was Mike Florio pointed out that during this interview on the podcast, he was smoking a cigar. Well, that's a lot of people think that's pretty
Skip.
good.
Now you're just grasping at straw.
Now you're stepping on our toes
Yeah,
because one thing we like on this show is a nice stogie.
Fuck, dude. Now you're just grasping at straws, bro.
He's a Cowboy fan anyway. Fuck him.
It's like, bro, you don't. Yeah, seriously, fuck him, dude. But it's like, yo, you don't drink soda. Like, you don't do anything harmful to your body, Skip. Shut the fuck up, Mr. fucking Righteous. Get out of here with that self-fucking righteous bullshit, dude. I don't want to hear it from someone like you, dude, in your position. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Who are you preaching to?
Listen, ain't nobody siding with Skip Bayless on nothing. I'll tell you that
anymore,
right now.
dude.
I don't give
lost.
a fuck what side you are on this whole debate with Aaron Rodgers. You ain't listening to Skip Bayless.
Or Shannon Sharp.
Or Shannon. I mean,
matter.
Shannon's just kind of like a fun, you just kind of enjoy his energy. You don't really take anything he says with any merit.
Here, we'll kind of put a pin in that because we do got to move on to the Aaron Rodgers.
I got a Labor Day weekend barbecue I got to get to, so we gotta keep going.
Yeah, we're just gonna do the JRE Aaron Rodgers, and I think we're gonna wrap it at that. But one thing I wanted to take away from this interview that we watched with Skip and Shannon Sharp here is really, I mean, and I've known this now for quite some time now, but really the whole legacy media, dude, is just dead, in my opinion. Corporate media, legacy media, dinosaur media, the CNN.
This is completely just because, like, for example, Skip Bayless started out his career famously with Stephen A. Smith, right?
Well, he didn't start his career.
Well, but I mean, like, he got big,
a surge
on the show with
Yes.
Stephen A. Smith, and then he kind of went with Undisputed with Shannon.
Right.
The nickname for Stephen A. is Screaming A. Smith.
Right.
And why is that? Because, like you said, now this is what the media is. It's two guys with takes that you can consider hot takes or, you know, very, very controversial takes, shouting at each other for an hour. That's what it is now.
Right. Yeah, and, you know, I think their opinions even hold any weight. I don't think any of them...
You're tuning in for the fireworks. You're not tuning in for what's actually being said.
You used to.
You used to. Sure.
Now
I mean, you would think theoretically now you'd still want to.
But see, now I'll tell you the difference. It's so watered down, and I mentioned this earlier about their producers and the writing team.
There's such a tight leash on it.
Absolutely. It's like for you to even get out your own opinion anymore on these major cable networks. I mean, you might as well
They'll pull the plug on you if you try to talk. You're not Stern. You're not on satellite radio.
No, exactly. You're not on satellite radio. You don't have free reign to kind of go wherever you want to go. You're kind of trapped in this box, and within that box, you could kind of make some crazy, outrageous, fucking opinion pieses. But that's it's within the guides of what the cable or what the program wants you to do. And if you go outside of that, best believe you're going to lose your job. And it's a cut and dry. So these guys that we're watching on the legacy media, the dinosaur media, they're going to do everything they can to keep their job because the money's good.
And that's what they have to do now.
And now that's what they have to do.
They have to be on these hot take shows where they're just screaming at each other for an hour.
Where really people would rather see, again, authenticity from people like us. And that's why you see the rise of independent media and some of people just on YouTube, commentators and podcasters we see do bigger numbers than these fucking corporate-backed, pharmaceutical-backed, big fucking
because
legacy
there's nobody
giants.
looking over our shoulder telling us what we have to say.
Exactly.
We come on this show, and this is the shit. We always say, this is the kind of shit we would talk about if we're just sitting around at the bar having a beer and hanging out.
And that's what people want to see.
Right.
They don't want to see a watered-down version of something.
It's authentic.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
100%.
So that was my big takeaway with the whole Undisputed thing. Now we're going to jump into the Aaron Rodgers JRE portion of this show, and I think we're going to wrap on that just because we're a little over with time right now. So let me pull up my clips. This is Aaron Rodgers on, or my notes rather. Aaron Rodgers on the Joe Rogan Experience, JRE Aaron Rodgers. We're going to watch a couple clips from this show, and we'll put a pin in it, Mario. I know you got a barbecue to get to.
Yeah, man. I got to continue my Labor Day festivities.
Did you want to
smoke weed every day
after the show?
I got a little bit of time. I'm actually seeing my good friend Carlene, who was on the show
Carlene May.
a long
Shout
time
out to
ago.
her.
Yes.
We'll
have to have her on again.
What was the episode title with that? The Yin and Yang with Carlene or something?
I think so. We were talking about manifestation and
laws of
a lot of
attraction.
this,
The laws of
attraction.
attraction. Yeah,
it was a
that's
very good episode. If you guys want to go back in the archive, check that one out.
Yeah, big shout out to Carlene, man. That was
her family's having a nice big barbecue. They invited me out. So
solid.
Looking forward to that.
Solid, man. Make sure you say hi.
I definitely will. Definitely will.
That was one of our, before we started doing live shows every week, we were doing pre-uploaded shows, and that was one of our biggest shows.
That was the first one that really people were started commenting, and we kind of got more views. That was when people started really realizing the show. So hey, Carlene, my friend, if you're listening in, you
You're the real winner.
You were the catalyst of this In the Pain podcast. How about that?
Catalyst, you insist to pull me down. All right. JRE Aaron Rodgers, number 1865. A little bit of awkwardness goes on in this episode, but nonetheless, we're going to get some answers to a lot of the debate that was kind of going on in that whole Undisputed clip. We'll kind of get some, I guess, context into what is happening with Aaron Rodgers. Is he taking horse dewormer? Is he fucking a kooky conspiracy theorist on the QAnon side? Is he storming the Capitol? Aaron Rodgers.
Will he succeed without Devontae Adams?
Right.
Tune in next week.
Tune in next week
for the adventures of Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, Jerry, everybody, 1865. Let's check it out, shall we?
All right, man. Let's get into it.
Let's
do it.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Podcast.
Experience.
Train by day,
Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day. You know, that's Jay Leno.
Is it really?
I think.
I didn't even notice that.
Sounds like it.
Wow. Makes sense.
We should cover this. Like, before we open our set, we should cover the Rogan.
Tag him in it. Be like, come on, man.
Come on, man.
We're working hard here, man. We need.
Look at the overlay, too. This is like his face morphing into the graphic.
Wait, dude, that image screams, I'm peeking.
I'm peeking.
That screams, I took way too many tabs and I'm peeking. That is a disturbing fucking image, dude.
Maybe
wow.
we should just go and shoot the homeless people. I like your idea.
Tom Segura, Joe
Very,
Rogan.
very intrusive thoughts right there. Oh, boy.
One thing I want you guys to notice here. Now, I guess the running meme with Joe Rogan over the last couple years or however long it's been is he looks like a certain cleaning product somebody. Mario, do you know who that cleaning product is?
That would be Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean. So
the Magic Eraser, by the way, is a great product.
It is a great product.
I use that in my kitchen all the time.
It is a great, phenomenal work of God, as they would say. But Mario, what I want to point out here, man, is if you look like Mr. Clean, guess what one shirt you're not going to wear is a Mr. Clean shirt. Right? You wouldn't wear a Mr. Clean shirt if you look like Mr. Clean.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to not like
feed into the meme.
If you're trying to like let that kind of go away, you don't want to feed into it by wearing a Mr. Clean. If you're going to double down on it, you're in on the joke, then I guess you would do that.
Right. Now, this isn't confirmed, but from my observation, from what I could tell here, I think Joe Rogan decided to throw in a Mr. Clean shirt.
All right, well, let's take a look.
Let's find out.
Let's get into this opening segment so we can see what Joe Rogan there is wearing on his.
So it's good to see you, man.
On his logo on his
man.
shirt.
How you doing?
Can't really see it there.
How you doing? I'm doing great.
Aaron Rodgers, everybody, smoking a nice cancer cigar.
I want to say real quick because there was a meme going around because obviously this has just happened this week of this image right here of Aaron Rodgers at the start of the show, and it said Aaron Rodgers looks like he's about to open Cobra Kai dojos.
Jesus, dude, that's great.
I couldn't. That was funny because he has the whole Terry Silver look right now.
He does,
again
with the mustache, and
the ponytail,
the bun. Yeah,
man, that's great.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year or so, but man, it's been a good year.
What was the craziness?
So you can't really tell. There's a fold in Rogan's shirt right now, but he'll move and you'll see.
Like when
so we're on
all
shirt watch.
Shirt watch. Yeah.
I mean, it's you and how do you say the guy's name? The tennis player.
Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, Djokovic. I mean, we talk about the healthiest human beings on earth. Professional
he's not playing
athletes.
in the U.S. Open now.
Yeah, I know.
Because of this.
Which is bananas. The guy's already had COVID, recovered from it. I think he had it twice.
Yeah.
And he's one of the best athletes in the world. I mean, the guy's body's in tip-top
Tennis
condition.
Players are incredible fitness.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, you can't come. You didn't follow the rules. Like it defies science, defies logic. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes sense, especially at this stage of the pandemic, air quotes. I mean, what the fuck, man? What was it like for you?
It was really difficult for sure, and a lot of different reasons. I think.
All right, so they're going to get into a little COVID talk here in the intro. I think, though, they really get into the COVID talk throughout the show, so we'll jump into our first clip, and we'll also be on shirt watch, as Mario graciously pointed out. But 29:57, Joe tried stir-fried crickets and compares it to eating crab legs.
Ooh.
Or crab in general.
Interesting, because I know that crickets are a delicacy in some parts of the world.
Yes.
So it's very fascinating.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to eat crickets, man, but it's another thing to eat crickets and then compare it to eating crab.
Oh, man.
You're eating a bug.
I like me some crab legs. If I fuck up some crab legs,
Sure.
some butter sauce, I'll fuck that up.
How about cricket legs?
Nah.
No.
Nah, that's a bug, like you said. Nah.
One's a bug. I mean, Rogan does make the comparison that crabs are just like a bug of the ocean, which I
mean,
could,
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, shrimp's the same thing. I get it, but I don't think of it that way.
No, because one thing, guess what? One thing does a freaky little noise and jumps at you and has antennas, and well, so do crabs. But you get what I'm saying, though.
I get you. You deal with one more so than the other.
Yes.
You walk outside, there's crickets.
Right.
You're not seeing lobster unless you're sitting in front of a dinner table.
Or at a Red Lobster
At a
and they're
crab
in a
shack.
tank
Yeah.
with the claws tied together like
Yeah.
fucking savages. We're kind of ruthless as a society, man. We just capture fucking wild animals, throw them in a cage, and we go in that restaurant and just like, it's very barbaric.
Gotta eat.
You gotta eat. Well, a man's gotta eat, dude.
Gotcha, bitch.
We're doing what the cavemen did, except we have a couple more steps.
Yeah. All right, let's check it out.
These non-health experts, these really unhealthy people that want to tell people how to be healthy. It's very strange, and they all want to use climate change as this. This is the main reason why you have to follow this rule that's going to enrich them beyond imagination.
So, Mark, can you make out this shirt right now? I know it's still a little creased, but I mean, any Mr. Clean vibes you're getting?
I mean, the character on the shirt, I can't tell who it is. They look bald, so maybe we're getting the indication. This might be.
It's like pre-programming.
Right.
If they can really get you to get off of meat and start eating a plant-based burger that their company develops or a bug-based burger. I'm not opposed to eating bugs. I was the host of Fear Factor, right? I've eaten a lot of bugs. And when last time I went to Mexico, actually, when we went to this resort and we got to this place and they had a bowl of like stir-fried crickets. That it was like a teriyaki flavored stir-fried cricket. I was like, what the fuck is this? This is like a few years back before the pandemic, and I tried it. It's like, it's not bad. It's kind of salty.
So you're Joe Rogan. You have, $100 million in the bank, even before the pandemic.
And like you said, you hosted Fear Factor, where, if you guys watch Fear Factor, they're eating cow eyeballs and fucking
Pig
crickets
testicles.
and pig testicles and fucking spiders and whatever the fuck.
But so you would think that's a phase, but you're Joe Rogan with all this money now. It's a little bit before the pandemic.
You can afford a nice steak.
You can afford a ribeye, a T-bone, a wagyu.
You don't need to be eating crickets.
Stir-fry crickets? Like, what are we talking about? Come on now. This is something you do in, like, if you're, sadly, like a third world country and you have nothing else to eat.
Yeah.
Joe, like that is a kind of elitism right there. It's like you have all the money in the world, but you're choosing to eat crickets for some self-righteous mission. I don't know.
And it's some shock value on your podcast.
Right.
Let's be real.
Yeah. All right, so let's continue watching. He's going to compare it to eating. It's one thing to eat crickets, but then compare it to crab.
Please don't ruin crabs for me, man.
No.
Please.
And not the venereal kind.
Yes, because that would ruin anybody's day.
Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. All right, here we go.
They're good. It's like a bug is no different than a crab.
Oh,
Crabs are delicious. They're just big bugs.
Okay.
That's what they are. In fact, one of the things we found out.
Yes, but I don't want to think of it that way.
No.
Please.
Is that people that are allergic to shellfish are also allergic to roaches. And we found that out the hard way.
Look at Aaron. That's a fake laugh if I've ever seen one, right?
That's a... Who the fuck It's roaches.
Yeah. Where I come from.
That's not on Fear Factor.
Right.
This guy...
All right, so we're going to go to 1 hour, 3 minutes here. And the conversation begins to stall a little bit. So let's watch the awkwardness that transpires here. 103. Here, this is about 102.47. It's close as I can get. Spotify, your web browser sucks.
2 different dogs got poisoned. And they never figured out who did it. They don't know what happened. But this person, whoever it was, killed people's dogs because they didn't like the way they were being treated by the homeowners association. Yeah, man. Fucking... Some people need conflict in their life, and that, and being told what to do by someone in the homeowners association.
That was Aaron Rodgers going, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's a strange thing, man. Power. power is a weird weapon that people wield. You know, and they really enjoy it when you're the boss of an office building, or you're the person that gets to tell a student that they can't rewrite.
You're telling
their
the
paper.
one guy who wants to be that. Yeah, that's a problem.
There's people.
That's why it's awkward.
Look, it's the most intoxicating drug, I think, probably.
Yeah. There's some other.
Oh, wait. Did you see that? Did you see that? Joe Rogan takes a fool's inhale.
The
Watch
boss
this.
of an office
Watch
building,
this.
or
The conversation isn't going nowhere. Rogan knows it. He's kind of just reaching for straws here.
Because you can tell he's having the wheels are turning in his head.
Right.
Where mid thought he's like, "Ooh, I'm coming at Aaron Rodgers, who
a little bit
kind of is that
right
to the Green Bay Packers and the NFL."
And this is an instance where we see Joe Rogan having a guest on for the first time, and just the beginning when you first have on a guest, you've never actually had on
Right,
before.
you're feeling it out.
You're feeling it's awkward, right? We all get that, but at the same time, man, it's like you're 1,600 episodes in, man. You shouldn't be getting awkward moments anymore.
And we always point out when Rogan has on a guest where a segment does get awkward, it's usually Rogan who's
Getting awkward,
who's ahead of it,
yes,
and is having his way with the guest. Now it's kind of like, ooh,
the shoes have turned.
I'm stepping on Aaron Rodgers' toes. I got to watch myself.
Right. That's all right.
Yeah.
Let's watch it. Watch this fool's inhale, though. That's the tell.
That's the poker
person
face.
that gets to tell a student that they can't rewrite their paper. There's people that get off on that shit.
Watch this.
It's the most intoxicating drug, I think, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that, motherfucker! Got him.
That's the pacifier getting put in the mouth right there. Oh boy.
Gotcha, bitch.
Got him.
Oof.
That should be the thumbnail, dude. That should be the thumbnail. All right. Hour and 22 minutes in, Joe endorsing the Republican Party, full on.
Okay.
So we all know Joe Rogan to be sort of a moderate, sort of left-leaning, little bit. I mean, I guess left-center he would be.
Yeah, because he
Center
definitely
left.
has some views that you could argue would be quote unquote right-leaning.
Right.
He's very, very centralist. Yes.
Yeah, he's more so centralist than ever. But
I would say so. Yeah.
the last almost 2 years now have taught us anything, man. Is and it's not a Democrat this and a Republican that, but the people that are in power right now are all Democrats, from the House, the Senate, to the White House. So one can only assume that it's those people that are running the country into the ground. So Joe's answer is,
who was getting arrested by the Coast Guard because he was parasailing or something? No, he was surfing.
Surfing, yeah.
Yeah, he was surfing. The Coast Guard.
You're out there by yourself.
Yeah.
On a surfboard.
They're supposed to be stopping terrorists.
You passing COVID to the dolphins or what? Come on. What are we doing?
It's so dumb. But, I hope there's lessons learned in this, because this is a new thing. We had never had this before. No one who is alive today had ever experienced a true pandemic. And I'm hoping that now that this is over, people are going to, recognize that some serious errors were made and not repeat those. That's the best you can get out of it. But as far as compensation for all those people that were forced to close their businesses and keep their doors shuttered and lost everything that they'd worked for decades to build, no, they're just going to be angry.
So what do you tell those people?
Vote Republican.
Vote Republican. Joe Rogan and Aaron Rodgers is like, oh boy.
That got Aaron back in.
Yeah.
that was the one that got him back into the conversation. Yeah.
Joe Rogan fully endorsing the Republican Party. We'll keep this moving here. 150-50, and Joe is going to go off on a shroom lecture to Aaron.
Ah, okay. It wouldn't be a Joe Rogan podcast without some psychedelics.
Psychedelics and fucking, what's the animal he always hunts, dude? Not deer. Not venison. Fuck.
Elk?
Elk, there it is.
Right?
Thank
Is
you.
it elk?
It's elk.
It's elk, right? Yeah,
elk
yeah.
and psychedelics. And you could pretty much sum up the Joe Rogan experience in those two words right there. All right, so Joe Rogan going on a shroom lecture.
Throw in a cigar, you got a Joe Rogan episode.
There it is.
That you can access within 15 seconds. That just the thought.
By the way,
that's a real.
still on Shirt Watch. What do you think, Mario? Mr. Clean or
So it says Kid Chocolate. Now, should we do a little Google search and see what that means?
Yeah.
I'll do that real quick.
Pull it up.
Okay, play the clip.
Real thing. Yeah, ayahuasca as opposed to DMT. Ayahuasca is, for people who don't know what we're talking about, is a oral version of DMT.
Here he
DMT is broken down in the gut by something called monoamine oxidase, and what ayahuasca is one plant that contains dimethyltryptamine and another plant that contains an MAO inhibitor.
Yes.
Harmine. And you
Aaron
combine the
Rodgers,
two of
who
those
has
together.
recently admitted that he's gone through a couple of these experiences
ayahuasca
himself.
ceremonies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's very fitting.
So-
Real quick, I do have the response for Joe Rogan's shirt there. So his shirt says Kid Chocolate. Kid Chocolate is actually the nickname of famous Cuban boxer Eligio Sardinez Montalvo.
Nice.
Better known as Kid Chocolate. Yes, he was a Cuban boxer who enjoyed great success both in the boxing ring and outside during the 1930s.
Was he bald?
Yes.
Okay.
Or there's a couple pictures of him with some kind of wispy hair, but he looks for the most part bald, shaved head.
Makes sense.
Chocolate box professionally between 1927 and 1938. So a little bit of a throwback on Joe Rogan's shirt there.
Okay, sad. I mean, I thought it was Mr. Clean, but hey,
He is rocking the Mr. Clean look. I'm not gonna lie. He
Tomato,
definitely
tomato.
is. Yes, tomato, exactly.
And it produces this orally active version of DMT that's a much longer experience, but typically it's not as intense as the smoked DMT. When you smoke it, it's like right into your bloodstream.
And it's short.
It's like a rocket ride,
shorter.
dude. So I've heard.
You come out of it in like 15 or 20 minutes and you want to go right back in.
and for someone who has experience with DMT, dude, yeah, it's bizarre. It's
Because as I say, it's something I have never done. So
it's insane.
I've heard from people's experiences that it's like it just blasts you off. And for
Yeah.
20, 30 minutes, you're just kind of like in another dimension.
You're supposed to take 3 big hits. After the second one, you start asking yourself, do I need a third one? Because I'm tripping sack right now. The answer is yes, because in order to reach that fucking next level, you got to take that third hit. So to what Joe's saying, man, yeah, DMT is pretty intense. And ayahuasca, I guess, I've never done ayahuasca, but that's just pretty much oral DMT that lasts for 6 hours. Now, there's a lot of benefits to ayahuasca ceremonies and stuff like that. You kind of cleanse your aura and cleanse your energy and all that stuff. But I wouldn't want to be stuck in a trip for 6 hours. Like acid's one thing you can kind of monitor how much.
Yeah, and normally, like I said, my very limited knowledge of psychedelics, like when it's done in a safe environment, you can kind of navigate yourself through that. But when you're in the woods trying to find yourself
In the Amazon,
right?
yeah. And
it's a totally different animal.
Right,
You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, man. It gets pretty insane and intense, and a lot of people see the thing with people who do psychedelics, myself included. When I first did psychedelics, was, oh man, everyone should try this. If everyone tried this, the world would be a safer, calmer, peaceful place.
Right.
But that's not the answer, because if everyone took psychedelics, bro, there's people that are very mentally unstable that have taken a psychedelic or even smoked weed.
Because you
for
have
that
to
matter.
be, yeah. I mean, even the minor, like, what do they call it, psychoactive effects you get from smoking weed. You have to be in a mindset that, for psychedelics, you have to be in a mindset where, okay, I'm taking this in a stable environment. I'm around a good support system of people where if I kind of get in my head a little bit, they can kind of pull me out of it.
Right.
I'm good. Like I said, my limited experiences with it, it's been all positive. But like you said,
that's not the case for everybody.
Not the case with everybody. And a lot of people do. They try to use it as, okay, I can reset my brain if I do this. But they're not taking the steps before that to get in that mindset to be able to be, okay, I'm ready to experience what could happen. Because you could, people, you hear stories of people experiencing ego death, people crossing over to like another plane of existence where they kind of see like, okay, there's something bigger here, but now I'm ready to let myself experience that safely. Some people just kind of go into it thinking, okay, this is an easy fix. And then they get, and really it can cause severe, I mean, you see people having psychotic breakdowns.
Yeah.
From just experiencing psychedelics.
Well, it goes back to what we were saying earlier, man. The pharmaceutical industry over the last 100 years ran by the Rockefellers, and we all know who they are now. But the pharmaceutical industry has, if not taught us anything, has taught us one thing. Well, two things really, that they're corrupt as shit. But two, being that if you have a problem, we have the cure in something that will take care of that problem in a second. So people correlate that with almost everything they do in their life. Like, oh, okay,
this is a quick fix.
This is a quick fix, right? So, but that's not the case, Mario, because like you said,
it's a lot.
People,
it's intense, man.
You have to be kind of ready.
Like even on just one tab of acid. Now, if you've done acid, you know that one tab of acid,
not much.
You're not gonna. It's manageable.
Yeah.
But to someone that's not prepared for that type of experience, that's a heavy undertaking.
Sure, dude.
That's a long 8 hours or so, whatever it is, of that trip.
Yep.
It's a lot. So you have to be able to understand that you're going to come out of this on the other side with a different perspective. And if you're not prepared for that, it can really lead for you to really, really like look inward and really spiral in a negative way.
Sure.
So it's scary, man. You got to be prepared for that type of thing.
Right. All right, we're gonna jump ahead here. We got a couple clips left. 2:12:45 here. We're gonna watch Aaron's run-in with the NFL's COVID czar. Now, this is my biggest takeaway out of this podcast. Despite all the awkwardness and the mushroom talk and the ayahuasca,
the typical Joe Rogan fare,
all that. Put that aside. This was my biggest takeaway. That the NFL, Mario, we talked about a lot of the NFL's policies kind of being ass backwards. And this is
we've seen it in the whole Goodell era. It's been fucking all over the place.
And this is another prime example of that. The NFL has a lot of resources to do a lot of good, but instead they choose to, just keep doing bad shit with it.
That's a great point. I mean, the NFL, with its resources and its money and its reach, can do so much.
Yeah.
They're such a mega corporate superpower, the NFL is. Like, to waste time with things like this when there's players abusing their wives and girlfriends and their children.
Abusing drugs.
They're out committing
CTE,
crimes. You got guys like Henry Ruggs out there drinking and driving and killing people.
Yeah.
Like
Junior Seau killing himself.
Right. Like there's and to another point, yeah, you have players that are getting CTE and committing suicide that you should be focusing your resources on getting these players help. You're wasting your time on this shit, and on top of it, it's like the suspensions. You see, like a guy will take PEDs and get
2 games,
or he'll get 10, 12 games, a whole season, or like I said earlier, Calvin Ridley gets a whole season for gambling. And Deshaun Watson in 11 weeks is going to play after all the shit he's done or is allegedly done.
Yeah,
you're talking literally a stupid. The guy's got a bet in place. Again, I get it. Like that's a policy in the NFL, but it's silly.
Yeah, and it just doesn't make sense, man. Especially when it comes to something
right. Versus this guy being accused of sexually assaulting 24 women or whatever it is.
Right.
It's outrageous.
Yeah, and it's bizarre because it's like at the end of the day, all these guys are grown men. They're able to make choices for themselves. They all probably have the best, health care in the world. And, if they want to make an informed decision to either go for or not go for the vaccine should be completely and entirely up to them. And for you to send some like COVID czar around to try to propagate you into taking something that you might not, one, be able to take, or two, that you don't want to take.
That just further makes people not want to, because it's
exactly
right. It's like you're not even like letting me just make
a decision. It's like lead by
strong arming me is what it is, and in turn that actually creates a negative response.
Exactly. Instead of leading by example, you're trying to force this on everybody, and you're gonna get fucking pushback at every step of the way, and as you should, because like we were saying, and this has been one of the main takeaways of this episode completely, is you should question everything at every step of the way.
Both sides you should question. If we're looking at it like a political, like left and right,
or just anything,
which it shouldn't be, but I mean
anything.
That's how we look at it in this country. Anything. You should always question the things and then make your own decision based on your own opinion of what's going on around you.
Right. Or not even your own opinion, but your own research.
Or your own research, right. Gather your own facts and decide for yourself what you believe in.
Exactly. Especially if it could be something...
And stand by your convictions.
Especially if it could be something, that could be life changing.
Yeah, because we see a lot of these social movements are life changing.
Yes,
that we've been going through as a country.
Yeah, because with every action, there's a reaction.
Exactly.
So you have to know what you're getting yourself into, essentially. So let's watch it. COVID czar going around to all the locker rooms in the NFL. Aaron's going to describe his run-in with the NFL's COVID czar, and this is what he has to say.
Take this fucking thing, and I want you to do it publicly so that I can get more money out of those other people that are thinking about it and they're on the fence.
Yeah, and then we're going to virtue signal to say, look how righteous our league is. We have 95% compliance.
Yes.
With the vaccine.
Compliance.
And if you don't, we're going to send a stooge to your team to show you graphs of your vaccination percentage of your team compared to the rest of the league, which actually happened.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the stooge like?
Oh, I mopped the floor with him.
Did you?
Yeah. See, again, that's why people are like, no one knew your vaccination status. You lied to your teammates. No. Day 3 of training camp, they sent this stooge in, and he showed these slides about what your vaccination percentage was in your team, where you compare to the rest of the league. And I started asking him questions about liability. Well, I'm not a lawyer. Okay, cool. But you're in here talking about all these different things
that have legal precedent.
You don't talk about anybody's personal health issues. There's 0 exemptions. You took out religious exemptions. You took out PEG exemptions. You took out anybody's ability to have an opinion. No, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Well, it's not only going to affect your day-to-day status on the team, but your ability to get a job, your ability to keep a job, your ability to get a tryout if you get cut from this team, because you want to put a percentage above 90% of your team where you guys can have some sort of like special virtue. Like, look how amazing we are. We're above the 90% threshold here.
And then
they scared teams and said, if you had an outbreak caused by a non-vaccinated player, you not only forfeit that game if you had enough players out, but you wouldn't get paid for that week.
And that's the scary part I want everyone to take away. Everyone should be fearful of, because throughout this whole vaccine rollout and shit like that, there's been a lot of people who have chosen not to get it, and that's all fine and good, but the repercussions were they lost their job.
It's affecting them at the workplace,
They
right?
lost their income, and that should not be, man. In order to keep a job, because now, a lot of the restrictions have died off, so the people who then denied the vaccine now would have been fined to deny it.
You took their livelihood for what?
Right, exactly. For what?
Like you rolled back on it, so it's like, why'd you do it in the first place? Right.
So that goes back to the Offspring drummer, right? So now he's not in the band anymore. Okay, offer him his job back.
Right. We're playing full capacity shows now. What's the issue?
Right. So there's something deeper in that. Whether I guess corporations or people are getting paid off, or whether there's just a bottom line agenda, which probably there is. Again, this is going to go down as one of the biggest scams in modern day history.
And again, it's the NFL who pride themselves on. They do pride themselves on virtue signaling. I will admit that.
As of recently.
And listen, as you can speak for this too, as fans of the league, I love the NFL, but we know that they're not always up to the standard that we expect.
No, dude.
And they do this all the time with everything.
There's so much hypocrisy.
They're always
in the NFL.
there. There's a lot of hypocrisy. It's a very good point.
I mean, really, since the whole Colin Kaepernick thing, despite what your thoughts may be with that, I mean, ever since that, the NFL has opened up this can of worms to just let people virtue signal up and down the fucking chain. And it's like, okay, there's a time and a place for that. When you're on the football field, play football. I don't care about anything else.
Right.
Play fucking football. And that's what it should be. And somewhere along the line, we lost that. Just the ability to separate politics and personal beliefs with the entertainment side. Now everything's wrapped in one.
That's a great point. It goes back into what we were saying earlier about the entertainment. We saw it. We said it with Hollywood, with their agenda. Sports is now feeling the effects of that as well.
It bleeds into everything.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 2 more clips left on this show. We're just going to watch. Joe brings up Brett Favre, which, if you know Aaron Rodgers, it's a no-no.
Yeah.
And Aaron Rodgers...
It's a touchy subject still, I'm sure.
Aaron Rodgers is going to call bullshit on this Brett Favre stat Joe is going to read off. So 249-28. Let's go to...
Wow, think about that. All Aaron Rodgers has done in the league, Brett Favre still...
haunts him.
Still. having to sit behind Brett Favre all those years.
And
it's nothing big. It's a little one, but
felt like
I thought this was pretty good.
Those dives have really helped me.
Because for Joe Rogan to bring up Brett Favre, and Joe Rogan's not a football guy at all.
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
like,
So he's really not even a football guy. He really doesn't.
Yeah,
he
it's
really
like a
doesn't really watch
backhanded
much sports other than like
MMA.
MMA.
Yeah.
And then taking Alpha Brain's awesome too.
That's where he did some research.
I saw this article recently about Brett Favre, where he's talking about how he's had somewhere around 1,000 concussions.
That might be exaggeration.
Might be.
Well, he played in 350 games, so that's like 3 a game.
I think he was talking about his whole life.
Oh, his whole life?
Yeah.
See, Aaron's like, man, it's just like an awkward way to end. And then to kind of cap this off, we'll go to 3 hours.
That's a little
15.
lighthearted one to lead us off to the end here.
3 hours 15, right at it. Watch how this ends, man. It's just very awkward the way it ends. I mean, there's a couple good moments here in this podcast overall, but I mean, just a lot of awkwardness.
Oh, so I'm surprised because I feel like they're kind of both on the same side of the coin on this issue.
Right, right.
So you would think this would be a smooth
combo.
Smooth conversation.
I think a lot of it was forced. Like Joe's sole purpose to have Aaron on was to
like it was
talk
almost
about
too
that.
good to be true.
Yeah.
Where like you knew that they were going to kind of
go for it, but it's like, okay,
how far can they go for it?
You know, you're right on the eve of an NFL season. It's like you could have talked about that a little more. You could have got a lot more out of the interview.
And like you said, you're on the eve of the season, so you still kind of have to watch what you're saying, even though you're kind of thumbing your nose up at the NFL, calling them out on their hypocrisy.
Right.
You're still employed by the NFL, so you still got to watch.
Yeah.
You still got to toe the line a little bit.
A little bit, right. As much as you may hate it, but you're right.
Exactly.
That's where you collect your, money.
At the end of the day, that's where your paycheck's coming from.
Exactly.
We're all, as fans, we're paying your bills.
All right, so watch how this ends.
Fucking bullshit in your diet.
Drink more water.
Drink more water. What a radical idea.
Yeah.
I'm drinking a
How
lot
about
of
that?
water,
Yeah,
actually.
probably good for you.
Start with that.
Take some vitamins and electrolytes.
Get out in the sun.
Get out there.
Yeah.
Exercise.
Get out in nature. Get off your
Lose some
phone.
weight. Don't eat cheeseburgers as much.
Yeah.
Oh,
Get
I
off
like
your
me
phone.
a
Live your
baconator,
life.
man.
Thanks,
And then
man.
all of a
Hey,
sudden,
my pleasure.
And that's it.
Thanks
Boom.
for
Just
being here.
ends.
It was a lot of fun. It's great to hang out. We'll do this again.
All right,
sometime.
John. That was been
all
fun,
right,
man.
cool,
See you,
man.
brother.
See you later. Bye. See ya. It's like, but ladies and gentlemen, Joe Rogan.
Oh, man.
Aaron
What a way to
Rodgers.
go out today. I like that.
Fuck yeah, man. This show went up, show went down, show went left, the show went right, man. But Mario's got a barbecue to get to. I have some beaches
I got some ribs
go.
to eat. Yeah, you got to get to the beach,
I got to
man.
get to the beach, man.
Again, this is local summer around here in New
Local
Jersey.
summer, dude. Mario, you got to get out to the beach before summer.
I do. I'm going to try to go at the end of this month. I think I'm going to make time. When we get back from the Carolinas, I'll probably head down to Ocean City for a little bit.
There you
See my
go.
grandparents.
At least once.
Exactly.
You have to.
Gotcha.
At least once. No, man, but this has been a great show, man. Thank you for pulling up to the desk.
Yeah, man. As always, dude, this has been fun. I mean,
Oh,
we
yeah.
haven't done one of these, like we said before, a duo show in a while. So it's been a good time.
Yeah, man. And this is what the show was really started with me and you, with kind of duoed it up for a minute.
Little throwback.
Yeah, a little throwback action. But yeah, man, everyone out there, have a safe Labor Day, safe travels. Get to your destination safely. If you're drinking, please call an Uber. Do what you got to do. Trying to think anything else we have to hit on. Next week will be on Friday, as usual. Scheduled programming Friday night, 8 p.m. Tune in. And then South Carolina is coming up in 2 weeks, man. We can't wait for that. But yeah, man, this has been a great show, guys. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for tuning in for another great edition of this In the Pain podcast. Next Friday we'll be live on air. Again, everyone have a safe Labor Day. This is unfortunately the worst part of the show, but this is the ending. So let me just make sure I do this really fast before I get overzealous. For myself, John.
And Mario, peace, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your Labor Day weekend. We'll be back next week. Bye-bye.
Guys, thank you for tuning in for another In the Pain podcast. We'll see you later. Oh, that's a gun effect. There it is.
The AK out.
See you next week, guys.